Chapter 1. The Woman Before the Monument. In the Crimson Nation of Xing, which boasted the largest land area and surpassed other countries in advanced technology, the living standards of its citizens had long been a topic of widespread discussion. This interest intensified recently, following the launch of the Crimson Nation's comprehensive transcend spatial system, which completely monopolized celestial resources. The rapid changes within the nation incited both envy and concern among other countries. The Deep Blue Nation bordered the Crimson Nation and stood as the only small nation within a close proximity that resisted the influence of Crimson culture and products in its markets. This country relied heavily on tourism as a significant source of economic income, boasting the highest peaks in Xing, unique and extreme islands of both heat and cold, primordial forested lands, mist-laden plateaus, and deep rifts, among other natural wonders. However, its most renowned attraction was a remarkable body of water formed naturally amidst mountains, housing over 300 caves of varying sizes. The largest of these caves could accommodate thousands of people at once. Within these caves, lakes were found, with water in strikingly unusual colors. Some joked that all the hues of the world could be discovered here. According to locals, the lake water had not always appeared in such vivid shades. The phenomenon of color mutation began in 4211 of the Xing calendar, and initially, it was far less colorful. This occurrence piqued the interest of many, including the Deep Blue government, but ultimately, a convincing explanation for the changes remained elusive. This picturesque area was known as the Magical Zone. The name derived from two sources. First, there was a small town nearby named Magical City. Second, despite its limited size and lack of economic development, due to its geographical positioning, this town held a rich historical legacy and was the birthplace of many notable figures. Numerous individuals who once achieved greatness returned to this small city to spend their later years. In the midst of the town stood a towering metallic monument, over 100 meters tall, which had been periodically renovated to increase its height. Inscribed upon it were many names, each accompanied by a brief annotation. All were notable individuals born in this locale who later achieved fame. Lin Hongyan stood before the monument, gazing up at the densely packed text. Not long ago, she had purchased a residence in this small town, aware that barring any unforeseen circumstances, her own name would one day be engraved there as well. Yet she had never held a fondness for this practice. Besides, at the tender age of 23, when the average life expectancy on Xing was 130, she certainly shouldn't be contemplating such matters. Lin Hongyan served as the chief officer of the Guardian Organization's Black Nation Division, and she was also the highest decision-maker for a corporation with branches across 13 countries. The Guardian Organization operated under a unique premise. Although established by the Crimson Nation, it was not controlled by the government. Its members mostly hailed from civilian life. Those who had passed stringent assessments or undergone special training possessed various skills and were willing to contribute to peace and stability. The military of the Crimson Nation was purely mechanical, created solely for destruction and slaughter, having never been deployed since its inception. Thus, the stability of public order and national defense relied on the Guardian Organization. This unconventional structure, rooted in civilian initiative rather than governmental control, echoed the enigmatic social fabric of the Crimson Nation, leaving other countries incredulous. Nonetheless, the establishment of the Guardian Organization demonstrated an astonishing effectiveness and value. This synthesis of governmental and civilian powers had provided a remarkable degree of stability in the lives of the Crimson populace for over 20 years. Subsequently, many allied nations with close ties to the Crimson Nation adopted this model, establishing their local guardian agencies with its assistance. Lin Hongyan, as the chief officer of the Black Nation's Guardian Division, had a name valued far beyond many others inscribed upon the great monument in the small town. While the Deep Blue Nation rejected the cultural and technological influences of the Crimson Nation, it did not disavow the honor that existed due to the presence of the Crimson Nation, acknowledged by countries around the world. Lin Hongyan ought not to be contemplating such matters at her age. She was both beautiful and capable. At that moment, she wore large sunglasses that obscured nearly half of her face, topped with a hat, gloved hands, and a high-necked long coat that reached her feet. She had come here alone to wait for someone. After a considerable time, a tall woman clad in similar attire approached, her footsteps echoing intentionally. Leaning close, she whispered, I believe you no longer need to wait for him. The child in your womb can either be aborted or quietly brought to life. He is a cold-blooded and selfish man, as heartless as a machine. He will not willingly take on any responsibility simply because a child has shackled him. The half of Lin Hongyan's face visible revealed no emotion. He is the father of the child. I do not care whether he assumes the responsibilities of raising and educating it, but he must know and acknowledge that the child about to be born is indeed his. A child needs the recognition of its father. I must tell you something you may not know. 3 years ago, I became pregnant with his child. At that time, he told me to terminate it or he would kill me. I shouldn't disclose such past matters to you, but you must understand that I wish for no unpleasant surprises for you. Having said what she needed, the woman pulled at her collar, turned, and said, "I'm leaving," before departing with the same purposeful strides. Lin Hongyan also adjusted her collar, nearly obscuring her entire face. Others could not see her biting her pale lips. She was always reluctant for anyone to know her joys or sorrows, as she did not wish to reveal her wants and needs. She knew that the person she awaited would soon arrive. The square beneath the monument bustled with people who gazed upon her. Her attire caught the attention of many, and her figure certainly drew the eyes of men. Yet no one dared to engage her in conversation instinctively. Creatures sensed danger and evaded. The gloomy weather, coupled with the chill in the air, caused passers-by to bundle up. Few possessed the spirit to remain lively in such an atmosphere. The aura of the square felt somber. The metallic ground, coupled with the distant buildings, all gave an overwhelming sense of metal. She despised this unmasked metallic odor, even though such alloy materials, in truth, boasted unparalleled superiority. Yet this precisely was the technology propagated by the Crimson Nation. She had seen enough of the nation's mechanized society. Undeniably, it repelled her and instilled a subtle fear stemming from a species-wide hostility toward a potential new species that could replace her own existence. The robotic frameworks were crafted of special alloys. Lin Hongyan's emotions plummeted as her foreboding turned into reality. The man she awaited arrived tall and slender, with shoulder-length hair, donning a high-neck coat, devoid of sunglasses or a hat, his face concealed by a silver mask. Unfazed by the astonished glances of passers-by, he wrapped an arm around her waist and whispered into her ear. "Last time we met, fate intervened, preventing us from exploring the wondrous sights of the magical zone. I presume your interest remains unchanged." Lin Hongyan remained silent, softly moving through the square beside him, until they finally slipped into a sleek black hovercar. The vehicle sped out of the bustling district, leaving the small town behind to journey down a less trafficked road. Inside, the soft alloy seats were adorned with dark floral-patterned upholstery. The control panel of the hovercar was cluttered with buttons, and gentle melodies played in the background. A dainty sculpture of a dark red armored female knight stood on the dashboard, exuding a subtle fragrance that was not overpowering. Lin Hongyan continued gazing out the window at this speed. The scenery outside blurred into a swift motion, making it unsuitable for leisurely viewing. Furthermore, her mood was sour, and she was aware of the intentions of the man beside her. Not wishing to waste time, she spoke up. "This place is sufficiently secluded." The masked man chuckled lightly, setting the hovercar to autopilot, and swiftly pulled her into his embrace, lowering his head to look at her as he spoke. "You always possess such insight. Since you know I had to relay those words, why persist in your stubbornness? It is your child." The man laughed derisively. "Until it is born, who can tell?" Lin Hongyan raised a hand to pull at her collar, concealing her lips as she clenched her jaw tightly. After a moment, she managed to temper her emotions slightly and uttered, "Why say such hurtful things? You know, well, it must be yours." With a mocking tone, the man replied, "Hongyan, I do not say this to provoke you. Let me explain. Due to the ancient internal cultivation practices I follow, my genetic makeup has undergone mutations. Simply put, I am a new form of human that surpasses the ordinary. The chances of mingling with normal humans to reproduce are almost non-existent. In our line of work, anything can happen. I never pry into your private life nor seek to understand it. If you claim the child in your womb is mine, how can I possibly believe you?" After saying this, he tenderly caressed Lin Hongyan's face, chuckling, "Your good friend has maintained a relationship with me since she was 17. 3 years ago, she too claimed there was a child inside her. I said the same to her, and she made a wise choice. I favor you far more than her and hope you can also make a wise choice. Lin Hongyan spat out 4 words through gritted teeth, filled with venom. You are not human. The man remained unfazed, breaking into a delighted laugh. An accurate assessment. I am indeed a being that transcends the ordinary. Lin Hongyan's chest rose and fell sharply, her emotions roiling. She had never endured such humiliation before. After a lengthy silence, she spoke again. From this day forth, our relationship is severed. I know you have numerous women, but I cannot tolerate the notion that my close friend is one of them. This is a profound disgrace. Thus, I will never seek you out again. I have no intention of demanding anything for the child. Just know this. The child in my womb is yours. There will inevitably come a day when we meet, and as long as you can acknowledge him as his father, that is enough. The man released her, lighting a cigarette and responding nonchalantly. Hongyan, whether or not the child is mine, we both know the truth. Do not attempt to use anger as a tactic. I am not swayed. Regardless of how things unfold for you, this child must be terminated. Do you wish to scream that it is my child someday? I shan't be kind-hearted enough to undertake the burdens of some bastard's name, nor will I allow you to disrupt the order of my life. Lin Hongyan removed her sunglasses, fixing her phoenix-like eyes coldly upon his masked visage. She felt there was no need for further dialogue. Trust, once shattered, renders any further explanations futile, and she had always been averse to justifying herself. She articulated each word deliberately. Very well, very well. Though this child is yours, it is also mine, and you have no right to deprive it of life. If you wish for it to be as you desire, you will indeed have to kill me. However, it may not be as easy as you think. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Rebirth. Water. The man sighed deeply, filled with regret as he faced Lin Hongyan, gently shaking his head in a slow manner. I truly do not wish to take your life. Sacrificing it for the sake of a mere deception is not worth it. Stop here. Let us see if the renowned Lin Hongyan is indeed so easily vanquished. The man grasped her hand, attempting to deactivate the flying car systems, and smiled. There is no need to rush. That I promise to accompany you to enjoy the view. And if we do not go today, there may never be another opportunity. Moreover, I have heard that the waters of the Red Lake within the magical zone possess miraculous properties of resurrection that I hope to end your life there. If such wonders truly exist, they might grant us both a miracle. Stealing her emotions and suppressing her rising fury, Lin Hongyan maintained a calm tone. Is that so? Very well. I have indeed wanted to see it. The man smiled, shifting the conversation elsewhere, speaking in a placid and amiable manner. Do you not believe in this legend? Or is it strange that you have never heard of it before? Lin Hongyan temporarily set aside her emotions. She was a person of remarkable composure and rationality, much like him. However, at that moment, she had little desire to engage in the familiar banter of the past, replying lazily, both. That is quite normal. The one who told me of this legend was Professor Xin, who has long since passed away. Perhaps no one else has heard of it. Professor Xin. It is astonishing that he would utter such words that contradict science. Lin Hongyan's interest was piqued by this topic. The tale of Professor Xin was indeed worthy of her curiosity. His words, regarded as those of the foremost figure in the scientific community across ages, were difficult to ignore. The technological prowess of the Red Nation had far surpassed that of others, a feat attributed entirely to Professor Xin. Science is merely a product necessitated by the evolution of the times. It is not an eternal theme, nor an absolute truth. It is precisely because Professor Xin had such profound insights into science that he understood its limitations. It cannot explain everything that in fact, the waters of the magical zone were created based on the teachings of Professor Xin. In the years leading up to his death, he collected numerous ancient mystical texts and formulas, using them as a foundation to create various mutated liquids, intending to cultivate new life forms. But alas, he did not live to see that day. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongyan fell silent. She chose not to pursue the topic further, for she understood the man's hidden agenda and the purpose behind his words. Her resolve would not waver, nor would his. All she could do was guard against his manipulative rhetoric, ensuring it did not sway her state of mind. Such distractions would diminish her chances in the life-and-death struggle that lay ahead. The man continued, "Hong Yin, you should understand my feelings for you." She ceased to respond, turning her gaze towards the window. The man persisted, and she felt a wave of shame wash over her, finally unable to restrain herself. She retorted, "Do you truly find me so foolish?" The man's voice carried a tone of exasperation. "I must say, you have misunderstood me. However, I know you will not believe me. Out of respect for you, I shall remain silent." Lin Hongyin coldly scoffed inwardly. She recalled the countless instances when men had taken lives, vividly remembering similar phrases he had uttered, continually reminding herself that they all employed the same psychological tactics. Regardless, she had to survive this man, for herself and for the life within her. This was not about the man beside her. It was about her own survival and that of her child. Outside, the sky gradually darkened with gathering storm clouds, heralding an impending tempest. She felt a quiet sorrow for her unborn child, knowing that this child would inevitably be without a father. The man kept his promise. Remaining silent throughout the journey, that he silently assisted her out of the vehicle, taking her hand as they followed the robotic tour guide to observe 3 lakes with varying hues that as they approached the 4th scenic cave. She spoke, "Let the guide go. We shall explore the Red Lake cave ourselves." The man seemed taken aback, asking, "Have you lost interest already? If you do not reveal the truth about the lake's waters, perhaps I might remain intrigued enough to explore further." "I am truly sorry," he replied with genuine regret, paying off the robotic guide. The half-human-like machine swiftly vanished from their sight, its circular disc spraying jets of vapor. Such cheap robots functioned in straightforwardness. There was no simulation of human emotional responses. Lin Hongyin felt a wave of distaste. Machines serve humanity, providing comfort while simultaneously replacing human roles. When the day arrives that all tasks can be performed by machines, humanity will lose its value of existence. In the magical zone, the largest lake cave was the Red Lake, its vibrant crimson waters shimmering with phosphorescent specks, said to be the result of continuous chemical reactions with the air. Such reactions augmented the volume of the red water. This water reminded her of blood and the brutality of its flow. Her heart grew colder, a murderous intent beginning to swell. The man spoke again, currently. "The nearest visitors are over 300 meters away. In terms of rankings among heroes, killers, and guardians, you stand 5th. Including other skilled individuals, you might rank 9th. However, against me, you will have but one chance to strike. I shall allow you to take the first move." Lin Hongyin did not respond, though she felt belittled. Her eyes gradually shifted in hue, cloaked in a layer of violet luminescence. She was an esper. Her ability allowed her to penetrate the consciousness of others through mental prowess, instilling emotions of fear, despair, excitement, and more, rendering them unable to maintain control. More significantly, she could convey the message to the target's consciousness. "I am dead. My bodily functions have irrevocably ceased," inducing illusions within their sensory systems as though they were fatally wounded, thus achieving the aim of swiftly killing them without a trace. She chose the latter approach decisively, implanting the message of functional death into the man's consciousness, in the mystical realm of mental awareness. She observed and felt the shifts in his emotions, a nearly transparent, chaotic gray form writhing rapidly. The man's racing heartbeat, dilating blood vessels, and taut nerves clearly indicated that he perceived the illusion as reality, ultimately leading him to believe the injuries and death he envisioned were genuine until he concluded that he was indeed dead. This process was brief. Under her esper influence, it took but a moment. She sensed the fluctuations in the man's neural emotions, yet he had not perished. Her own resolve began to crumble. Her consciousness reverted to her body, which felt inundated with countless pains. This was no illusion, akin to the destructive aftermath of nuclear radiation intensifying within her. She acutely understood the irreversible devastation her body had undergone in that fleeting instant. Her vision had already faded. The man's fist struck her abdomen, a surge of gray energy erupting from his punch, unleashing a forceful impact that propelled Lin Hongyin's body violently into the waters of the Red Lake, sending splashes soaring against the cave's towering ceiling. Amidst the cacophony, the man watched as her form sank deeper into the water. He raised his hand, removing the silver mask from his face, revealing a sharply defined, handsome visage adorned with melancholic eyes, tears welling within. Yet there was no sadness etched upon his features as he wiped away the tears, softly uttering, "Ah, the tears of a crocodile." As he donned the mask once more, he turned and departed. Lin Hongyin's body, propelled by the force of his strike, continued to descend into the depths. Her consciousness teetered on the brink of dissolution, her form grotesquely altered, skin charred and decayed, bones swollen and deformed. Resembling a monster, she could envision her appearance in that moment, feeling a profound sorrow, not for herself, but for the child within her, certain that it was doomed, resigned to the inevitability of her fate. She ceased her attempts to struggle, allowing her consciousness to unravel, as though on the verge of death. Yet, she felt an overwhelming pain. The lake's waters surged violently into her body. Her form emanated a deep crimson glow, more intense and radiant than the lake itself. Her bodily functions began to rejuvenate, the cellular structures mutated by the man's internal energy rapidly reorganizing under the influence of the red water. At last, her body reached the lake's bottom, colliding with the sediment, before slowly rising to the surface. She felt a sense of wonder as her bodily functions nearly fully restored. What filled her with even more delight and astonishment was the realization that the fragile spirit of the child within her had not vanished. 2 minutes later, she emerged from the water's surface, unable to discern the man's figure that a few curious tourists, still eager to view the scenery at this late hour, gazed at her in astonishment. Among them was a man who quickly reacted, swiftly shedding his outer garments, evidently preparing to rescue her. However, his movements were too slow. Lin Hongyin calmly began to swim toward the shore. The man halted, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes, though concern lingered within his gaze, causing her to feel a hint of disdain. The others called out in concern, their hands outstretched in anticipation of her arrival. Though she did not require assistance, she grasped the hand of a woman, allowing herself to be pulled ashore. That a woman with large, expressive eyes promptly draped her coat over Lin Hongyin's shoulders. That a small crowd gathered around her, inquiring with genuine concern as they made their way outside. Several women mentioned that there was a nearby inn where they could find dry clothes. One person asked, "How did you fall into the water?" This issue is, in fact, illogical. Her position surfaced near the center. Lin Hongyin exhibited an awkward, bashful demeanor, apologetically stating, "I was enchanted by the sight and inadvertently fell in. Since I'm already drenched, I thought I'd dive down to see what it looked like. That I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused you." The men chuckled, remarking on her fine physique, while the women criticized her for not caring for herself in such frigid weather. Ultimately, someone inquired about what lay at the bottom of the lake. "Mud. Nothing extraordinary at all," Lin Hongyin replied. As the men began to notice her figure, they were disappointed to discover it was rather plump, which was a stark contrast to her beautiful face. She had long since practiced her skills to alter her shape and somewhat her appearance. From that moment onward, she had to vanish from all gazes, known and unknown. Should the men learn that she and the child were still alive, they would undoubtedly return to kill her. She never anticipated that one day she would willingly sacrifice everything to change herself for another. This made her believe in the adage that a woman who becomes a mother will inevitably transform into something great, even one as cold-blooded as she, a standout in an organization of killers. In the impoverished district of a small town, Lin Hongyin did not venture far, remaining within the enchanting little town, in a place utterly unimaginable to those who knew her, a shanty in the slums. Starkly contrasting her previous living conditions, that in '01 believed she could endure life in such an environment, that in the killer organization, her records were marked missing. All her assets were legally liquidated, and her previous responsibilities were assumed by others. Though she could anticipate these outcomes, she was indifferent. She considered herself a person waiting to die, that in truth, her bodily functions seemed to have recovered, albeit incompletely. The man's internal energy lingered within her, and she knew that even with all her strength, she could not survive for long. She lacked the ability to dispel that man's internal energy. The only person capable of saving her, apart from the man, was likely to be a threat to her unborn child, perhaps even leading to her demise. Lin Hongyin dared not gamble with the life of her child. She preferred to remain in such a place, striving solely to be a good mother, enduring conditions she never thought she could withstand. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon her. The child within her was destined to grow up without a father. She had to exert greater effort and contemplate more to ensure he would become an outstanding and healthy individual in the future. Thus, the impoverished district of the small town gained another inhabitant, a seemingly ordinary woman of humble beginnings. With rough, yellowed skin, thick calluses, and coarse, unattractive fingers. She seldom left her dwelling, nor did she scavenge or compete for others' meager means of sustenance, and thus no one disliked or troubled her. Some were curious about how she survived, leading to suspicions that she was secretly selling herself, especially given her commendable features. Consequently, some unattached men and those desperate for companionship harbored intentions towards her. Ultimately, most did not act upon their desires, while a few mysteriously vanished, and others fell gravely ill, either dead or incapacitated. These odd occurrences garnered little attention, in such places, disappearances and severe illnesses were commonplace, a realm inhabited by marginalized individuals, distanced from the urban populace. The purpose of life was merely survival, to secure the next meal. Lin Hongyin quickly acclimated to her surroundings. Chen Yu was born here, on February 22, 4222, at 22 that a fierce storm raged outside, and people dared not venture out. Lightning illuminated the night sky, and thunder roared deafeningly. Lin Hongyin allowed her son to inherit the surname of his cold-blooded father, inspired by the hardships of childbirth and the serendipity of survival. Naming him Yu. Chen Yu's eyes appeared almost as if cast from her own mold, his face resembling that of the man, with sharp brows to match. Upon his birth, he did not cry. Instead, his large, bright eyes surveyed his surroundings before fixating on her, smiling in a way that seemed to convey his desire to communicate, despite not yet knowing how to speak. However, Lin Hongyin felt that her son was calling her mama. The storm ceased only by midday the following day, and word spread through the slums that a new life had emerged. Many elderly, middle-aged, and young women, drawn by concern and warmth, came to offer their support and inquire about the child's father. When she replied that he had died in battle, the compassionate souls wiped away their tears and offered assistance. Some generously brought food, while other women took turns caring for her household chores, with some even staying overnight, claiming they feared she might need help during the night. Such kindness overwhelmed Lin Hongyin, yet she found it difficult to refuse, for she recognized that evil was very real, just as goodness was. She began to learn to accept their kindness and engage in conversations with them, unwittingly weaving a fabricated history for herself in this way, her relationships with her neighbors became unexpectedly close. Yet she still refrained from venturing out, fearing the sunlight, a source of sorrow for her. Now that she had a child, her trepidation only deepened. Lin Hongyin was uncertain if the limited prenatal education truly bore fruit. But Chen Yu was remarkably intelligent, learning to walk and speak far earlier than most children. He was neither reclusive nor particularly lively. He seemed innately composed. Chen Yu would affectionately cling to her, calling out Mama, eagerly watching her tidy the furniture and perform household tasks. Even when he was too small to help, he would attempt to assist her, whenever she read from her digital reader. Chen Yu would nestle in her embrace, his large, blinking eyes observing her intently. Though he could not comprehend the words, he would not pester her with questions until she had finished, at which point he would ask, "What was that?" Lin Hongyin began teaching him to read, and he learned swiftly as she imparted more knowledge. She discovered his exceptional aptitude for mathematics and logic, always able to extend his understanding beyond the surface, which posed no challenge for her, an untrained mother. However, he showed little interest in delving deeper into these subjects. This led her to suspect that Chen Yu might be an extraordinary individual, someone with abilities herself. She knew that many gifted individuals were exceptionally intelligent, but often lacked enthusiasm for conventional knowledge, as their extraordinary mental faculties led them to possess an innate curiosity for the arcane. Thus, she retrieved the testing sensor integrated with her combat suit, conducting assessments every half-month for 2 years. Ultimately, she discovered that Chen Yu was not extraordinary, lacking even the fundamental conditions for manifesting abilities. This revelation brought her a modicum of disappointment. Lin Hongyin also noticed that Chen Yu had an interest in close combat weapons. Yet he never broached the subject, seemingly aware of her disapproval towards such inclinations that a prodigy in combat, destined to follow in her footsteps. This was a future she fervently wished to avoid for her child. Yet she could not help but recall Chun Yu's father, an exceptionally powerful being beyond comprehension. One day, she suppressed her displeasure and presented him with high-tech, micro-light combat armor, mechs, and various weapons. Chun Yu eagerly listened, his eyes alight with anticipation. This stirred feelings of frustration within her, compelling her to acknowledge that his interest genuinely lay in these areas. She could never teach him how to kill or to destroy more effectively. Even as she struggled against the urge to suppress his potential and extinguish these interests, she remained resolute in her refusal to instruct him. In time, Chun Yu learned to utilize equipment to seek information independently. One day, he discovered a book on ancient internal energy cultivation within Lin Hongyan's private storage and began practicing. This left Lin Hongyan feeling vexed. When she asked how he managed to access it, he replied that he often watched her input the password and steps to unlock it. The procedure was not easily memorized, as she always completed over 100 decoding sequences in swift succession. She recognized that the book on ancient internal energy cultivation had been given to her many years ago by a woman she had grown up with, as close as a sister. Chun Yu claimed he could sense the presence of vital energy. Though Lin Hongyan felt a sense of helplessness, she refused to guide him, but did not prohibit him from practicing on his own. When Chun Yu turned 5, he began to ask Lin Hongyan, "Mama, why do others have to scavenge to earn food, but we do not?" After some contemplation, she replied, "I saved some money to give birth to you, relying on those savings to make ends meet. Now, my health is failing, and I can no longer do such things." Upon hearing this, Chun Yu declared he would begin scavenging with the neighbor's children to earn money for food. Lin Hongyan felt tears welling up as she listened. She had never envisioned relying on anyone for support in her lifetime. Who could have imagined that her son would be the one to care for her? Though her heart ached, she steeled herself to nod in agreement, praising him. "My dear Chun Yu has grown up." The next day, Chun Yu set out, joining several neighborhood children of similar age to scavenge on the streets. Lin Hongyan could not hold back her tears as she watched his small figure disappear around the corner from behind the window. That morning brought splendid weather, with the sun shining brightly. A smile adorned Chun Yu's face. She felt an overwhelming urge to reach out to old acquaintances, considering sending her child to the Red Country for better education and training. Ultimately, she refrained, realizing that those she could trust were not dependable, and those who were dependable could not be trusted. Lin Hongyan sensed the gradual decline of her vitality, realizing her days were numbered. She had to, and could only, strive to minimize the consumption of her life force to prolong her existence. She began to confine herself to her bed. And during the times when Chun Yu was not at home or resting, she allowed herself to descend into a state akin to deep slumber. The neighbors assumed her condition had worsened, merely sighing in sympathy. Regardless, she had to endure and live longer. Chun Yu was still too young, lacking a stable concept of life's values and character. He desperately needed her, his mother, to be alive to guide and educate him. She would never wish for the unpredictable nature of life to transform her child into a person with a shattered spirit that end this pitiful struggle for survival. Lin Hongyan found herself devoid of shame. On the 17th day of Chun Yu's scavenging, he did not return home as expected. Lin Hongyan grew anxious upon hearing from his companions, who had gone out with him. The owner of the only grocery store with a dilapidated vehicle by the street mentioned he had given Chun Yu a ride outside the city to earn some money. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that the man's father had, years ago, attempted to intrude upon her home, only to be rendered insane by the illusions she conjured with her powers. This incident was known to no one. Yet it unsettled her nonetheless. When she visited to inquire about Chun Yu, the older child who had taken him away had not returned either, and the hostess treated her with icy disdain. Lin Hongyan could perceive her intense resentment, a complex emotional turmoil. The man who had gone mad soon passed away, but before his death, he had a moment of clarity, confessing his nefarious intentions at the time and recounting the supernatural events he had encountered at her doorstep. Both the woman and the older child believed that the spirit of Lin Hongyan's husband, who had perished in battle, was haunting them. Although they had brought this upon themselves, they could not help but direct their ire towards her and her son. The 4th chapter, Innate Malice, provided Lin Hongyan with a slight sense of reassurance, deducing that Chun Yu was likely not in any real danger. The older child merely intended to torment him. Yet, she remained uneasy, gazing down the alleyway, waiting. Little Chun Yu had indeed not suffered any harm. He had simply been taken far outside the city by Wang Laoda, who had instructed him to chop wood in the forest. Claiming he had matters to attend to and would return later to take him back to the city, that of course, as night fell. Wang Laoda was still nowhere to be seen, just over 5 years old. How could Chun Yu chop wood? His arms were still shorter than the tools he would wield, and the equipment could easily overwhelm him, that he merely possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivating ancient internal energy. Granting him strength beyond that of ordinary children, darkness enveloped the forest. He surmised that Wang Laoda must have been delayed, in the deserted woods. An oppressive silence loomed. Chun Yu contemplated for a moment, then buried the tools in the ground, marking their location discreetly, and retraced his steps back home. The tools had been kindly lent to him by Wang Laoda. He could not simply abandon them, yet carrying them all the way back to the city seemed foolish. During this journey, he realized just how far he had ventured beyond the city limits. His hair and clothing were soaked with sweat, his small legs ached, and he felt slightly swollen, in the eerie woods. He worried about the possibility of wild beasts lurking nearby. The dark, obscured path, accompanied by the rustling leaves in the wind and the occasional discordant hoot of an owl, filled him with an inexplicable fear. He sprinted desperately forward, but soon found himself unable to continue running, and had no choice but to walk slowly. Enduring his terror, Chun Yu entered the city. His hair was damp, his lips cracked. His skin stretched tight from dehydration, and his clothes reeked of sweat. Lin Hongyan, who was typically averse to dirt, enveloped him in her coat, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yet she uttered not a word. It was not a significant matter. Merely the instinct of a mother feeling pain for her child. A loving mother often spoils her child. Although she could sense that once little Chun Yu stopped, his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Mom, you're not well. Why did you come out?" "Wang Laoda may have been delayed today, and couldn't he come to get me? And the walk back took some time, I'm fine." Lin Hongyan listened and gently responded, silently wiping away her tears. She said, "You must be exhausted, Chun Yu. Let Mom carry you back." Little Chun Yu shook his head. "It's just a short distance. There's no need to carry me. Right now, I'm small. When I grow up, I should carry you back instead." Lin Hongyan ceased speaking, taking Chun Yu's small hand as they walked back together. She fought to suppress her emotions and casually inquired about his day. She then nonchalantly produced a pill for him to eat. Those of her kind had long consumed such energy pills to meet their bodily needs, as they were quickly digested and absorbed, effectively balancing the diverse elements required by different physiques. They were easy to carry, and numerous pills occupied little space. Concerned for Chun Yu, she disregarded her fear of his questions and offered him one. Chun Yu obediently consumed it, but did not inquire about its nature. He merely spoke of how Wang Laoda had taught him to chop wood, mentioning that the nearby scenic area had always been bustling with handcrafted barbecues, and that charcoal was both profitable and easy to sell. In conclusion, he expressed confusion about the people he had encountered. They seemed to yearn for machines that could automatically prepare food, yet those who possessed such machines appeared to prefer the cumbersome art of barbecuing. Lin Hongyan, preoccupied with her concern for Chun Yu, had no inclination to engage in this conversation, only wishing to return home swiftly to wash him up and check the state of his feet and legs. For a moment, she nearly dismissed the question, thinking that those individuals were merely idle. However, upon reflection, she deemed it inappropriate and chose to explain earnestly. They are in pursuit of an experience unattainable in their daily lives. Food made by machines always tastes the same. If consumed excessively, it becomes monotonous. Chun Yu did not comprehend this, but he remembered her words. "Mom, but most of those people are from the Red Country. Their machine-made food is abundant. Isn't there a variety of flavors? How can one grow tired of being full?" Chun Yu, consider this. If you no longer had to worry about hunger daily, what would you think about instead? Chun Yu pondered, genuinely unsure of what one might consider if hunger were no longer a concern. You cannot grasp this now. That is precisely why even the matter of being full can become tiresome. The pursuit of experiences beyond the ordinary is what some people contemplate. Chun Yu began to understand a bit more, but soon grew troubled again. "Mom, if in the future I no longer have to worry about hunger, what should I consider?" "Do what you can at that moment and what you believe is right. I personally believe that the value of life lies not in seeking experiences, but in the diligence and effort put into what one accomplishes. Regardless of the nature of those tasks, what you can achieve within your capabilities is the greatest thing of all. Chinyu noted this, but could not fully grasp its meaning. His thoughts were quite simple at that moment. Mom! Then starting tomorrow, I'll dawdle less and spend more time scavenging to earn money. Did I ask that right? Lin Hongyan could not help but smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is your most significant task at present. Chinyu felt elated upon hearing this. Believing he had grasped his mother's lesson, eventually, he recalled something. Mom, when I was out scavenging with the little girls, sometimes others would laugh and call us a bunch of beggar children. They would lower their heads and pull me away, saying that scavenging was a disgraceful, is that true? Of course not. Scavenging is a time-honored profession that requires skill and is steeped in cultural significance. Those who mock you simply do not understand this work. Chinyu, you must remember that everyone has reasons to feel proud of themselves, but no one has the right to look down on others. The more exceptional and closer to perfection a person is, the less likely they are to exhibit arrogance. Mom, what does arrogance mean? How is it different from pride? That night, as Chinyu drifted into slumber, he experienced a peculiar dream that he first found himself in the eerily silent forest that had frightened him earlier. And then he looked up at the moon. Thick black clouds gathered, quickly obscuring the moonlight from the sky. That a fierce wind began to howl, causing the trees to creak ominously. Before long, heavy raindrops pelted down, drenching him completely, and he could distinctly feel the coldness enveloping his entire being. Strangely, he did not think to seek shelter from the rain. Instead, he tilted his face upward, gazing at the heavens. He continued to look, uncertain of what he wished to see, for an extended period. Suddenly, amidst the black clouds, a brilliant light plummeted from the sky, hurtling rapidly toward the ground. He could not discern what was within the light. Yet he sprinted with all his might toward the spot where it seemed destined to land. He ran with the swiftness of the wind, but the light descended even faster. By the time he arrived at the forest, it had already touched down. His astonishment. His hair had inexplicably grown long, drenched and disheveled by the rain. Approaching the luminous orb, he discovered a figure nestled within a depression in the ground. Bearing 6 pairs of wings and an unclothed form, that was Chunyu's first encounter with a naked woman. Though he had not yet reached the age of desire, he found her captivating, profoundly beautiful. The woman stood barefoot in the pit, her large wings slowly enveloping her body, partially obscuring her face, revealing only her clear, beautiful eyes and flawless forehead, framed by cascading hair. Chinyu regretted not having looked at her face earlier. As he pondered this, his gaze drifted to her slender legs, partially exposed outside the wings. Truly beautiful. Who are you? Why did you fall from the sky? Why do you have wings? Chinyu asked, bombarding her with questions. The woman gazed into his eyes, her expression turning sorrowful. Then she spoke softly, without answering his inquiries. I carry the hopes and missions of humanity. With the wings of judgment and the apocalypse, I have descended into this hell. I shall lead you into a future devoid of hope, and I will kill you. It is imperative. Why do you linger there? Why not approach and use the sword in your hand to slay me first? Chinyu contemplated the presence of a sword in his hand, only to realize, unbeknownst to him, that 2 dark silver laser swords had indeed materialized. He began to approach the winged woman in the pit, raising his weapon towards her. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and like a machine, he fixated on her beautiful yet sorrowful eyes, swiftly thrusting the sword forward, piercing through her white wings and into her very being. Blood erupted, splattering all around him, staining him entirely. The color drained from the woman's eyes. A surge of terror and anguish compelled him to let out a wail. And then he awoke from the dream that he found himself still in the darkened confines of his bedroom, the bed remaining cool and comfortable, while the beads of cold sweat were rapidly absorbed by the apparatus. Chinyu opened his eyes wide, still haunted by the remnants of his dream, until exhaustion reclaimed him, and he slipped back into a deep slumber. Around midday, Chinyu ventured outside. Lin Hongyan, with a hardened heart, did not attempt to stop him, despite knowing the agony the child experienced while walking. However, she understood that the process of forging the human body involves evolution through suffering. Much like those who endure frequent beatings develop a stronger resilience than the average person. Young Chun Yu carried a large bag, traversing through the alleys of the slums, greeting acquaintances along the way. Gradually, he ceased to think about that peculiar dream and the fleeting glimpse of the beautiful naked form. Before long, he encountered Wang Laoda, who had taken him out the previous day, engaged in idle chatter with a group of older children. Upon seeing Chen Yu, he inquired, "Chen Yu, how did you get back yesterday? I came to look for you at night, but couldn't find you." "I walked back," he replied. "My legs are swollen now that I hid the tools you lent me in the woods. I'll bring them back tomorrow when my legs feel better." "You don't need them urgently, do you? You walked all that way back." "I figured you were delayed with something and didn't want my mother to worry, so I didn't wait. I had no idea it would take so long." Wang Laoda fell silent, initially intending to leave Chen Yu there to frighten him for a few hours before retrieving him later. He was taken aback to find that, by dawn, Chen Yu was already gone. This had frightened him considerably, as he had no malicious intent to harm the child. Upon hearing that Chen Yu had returned home, he felt a sense of relief. Now, seeing the young boy, he recognized that his purpose had been achieved, yet he felt guilty for allowing such a long journey to be taken by a child alone. After a moment's thought, he said to Chen Yu, "When you come back later, bring a pound of rice with you that I apologize for leaving you there yesterday without picking you up in time. That one tea do. I still have your tools, and besides, Wang Gu spent effort teaching me how to make money yesterday. I haven't even thanked him yet." Wang Laoda felt increasingly remorseful upon hearing this. He realized that the tragedy of his deceased father was not caused by Chen Yu's mother, and it was unfair to place such burdens on the boy, he insisted. "There is no need for such formalities between us. This little matter hardly warrants gratitude. Enough of this. Just remember to collect it when you return. Now, go on and keep busy." Chen Yu acquiesced and turned a corner, entering a dilapidated alleyway marked by countless scratches on its metallic walls. Neglected for years, that he called out to the second floor. "Ming, have you finished your meal?" A boy of similar age poked his head out from the window, replying, "I've been waiting for you. Why didn't you come this morning?" Once the boy descended, they chatted as they walked outside together. This boy, named Duga Ming, bore a rather rare surname. Chen Yu had heard his mother mention that this surname had once flourished in the Orange Kingdom many years ago, but had nearly vanished following significant political upheaval. Duga Ming's background was even more pitiable than Chen Yu's. Though he was only 3 months younger, his parents had been healthy until a month ago when they succumbed to a viral infection within days. He often expressed gratitude to Chen Yu, claiming that his rigorous practice of ancient internal martial arts had saved his life. Chen Yu, however, felt this was irrelevant, as he had only been training for 3 months and doubted it could yield such results. Duga Ming was Chen Yu's best friend in the slums. After the loss of his parents, he had initially intended to live with Lin Hongyan, but Chen Yu believed his mother had more stringent living habits. Furthermore, she had long prohibited outsiders from knowing about their advanced technology, so he had mentioned he planned to move out in a while, which is why he had not done so yet. The 2 boys made their way out of the slum and greeted 2 girls and 3 boys of similar ages. The group of children marched towards the busier parts of the city. They first arrived at the rear of a towering electronic components commercial building, which served as a storage area for discarded items. Every day, some obsolete energy crystals were thrown away, making it a lucrative endeavor for scavengers. In the city, each child had their designated areas for scavenging. Older individuals were often driven away from such places, but the children were treated differently, likely due to the pity felt by those inside. However, they were not the only group of children present. Today, as usual, several other groups had gathered. The children from different impoverished neighborhoods generally shared little conversation among themselves. Before long, sounds emanated from the garbage storage site, followed by a flurry of activity as the children eagerly pried open the boxes, crowding inside. The lids were shut from the outside. The storage area was dark and devoid of light, and the children began rummaging through piles of discarded items that reached their waists. With practiced ease, they could identify various types of obsolete energy crystals by touch, seldom making mistakes that in the darkness. It wasn't too long before some children began to curse. Soon after, Duga Ming's voice was heard shouting, "Damn it! Let go, I found this one first." Another child angrily retorted, "You hit me, you bastard. You steal my stuff and hit me. I had it in my hands first." Then the sounds of shouting continued without anyone else chiming in, and Duga Ming fell silent. Yu understood that he was preoccupied with his own search for something else, likely still grappling with the item in question. Indeed, after a group of children toiled for over an hour, having found nothing of value, they began to exit, grumbling. Gradually, more and more children emerged, leaving behind a few who were reluctant to depart, unwilling to accept their poor luck. Once outside the garbage storage, they spotted a group of children lingering, yet to leave. Upon seeing them emerge, a taller child shouted, "Were you the ones who stole his stuff earlier?" Yu was not foolish enough to confess. After all, their group had exited together, and since Ming remained silent, they could not discern his voice that he asked for the few who had not come out. He could not concern himself with whether they would take the blame. "No, our group didn't say anything. Our haul was meager. We were all too busy." Upon hearing this, the child insisted that Yu and the other boys speak to confirm their words. Yu thought it peculiar that this boy had become so clever today. The previous incident had been glossed over without issue. He agreed and turned to instruct the group to speak up. He exchanged knowing glances with Ming, who understood, altering his voice slightly when it was his turn to speak. However, the child who had clashed with him was particularly sensitive to sound and immediately identified Ming. The lead child was enraged, feeling mocked, and disregarding Ming. He swung his fist towards Yu's face. Yu, however, was not one to be easily struck. Since beginning his internal martial arts training, Lin Hongyan had tacitly allowed him to use a consciousness simulation training device, which included advanced combat training tutorials from the Red Kingdom's mechanical soldiers. Although he had yet to engage in actual combat, his energy assessment had already reached level 5, and his comprehensive combat skills had attained level 11, making it an easy task to deal with a child of this caliber. Yet in that moment, Yu contemplated the consequences that if a fight broke out, it would inevitably involve his companions, and with the opposing group being larger, the girls would struggle to manage the situation. Neither he nor Ming possessed sufficient strength to easily overpower the adversaries. Additionally, a ruckus could draw in older individuals from the other side, complicating matters further and potentially resulting in injuries to many. If I'm going to act, I'll act decisively. With that thought, young Yu harbored ill intentions that as the fist came towards him. He sidestepped, shouting for them to stop, while simultaneously channeling internal energy to deliver a light yet precise strike to the boy's waist. He quickly moved aside, feigning to block the advancing conflict towards Ming, while simultaneously urging all parties to cease. That he swiftly struck the boy's waist again. Ming, unaware of Yu's intentions, nonetheless withdrew. The lead child landed a few punches at Yu, all of which were deftly avoided. Yu continued to urge for a halt, and gradually, the boy's anger subsided, prompting him to relent. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "What is the matter? Are you scared now? If you want to avoid a beating, return what you stole and kneel down to call me brother to apologize, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you'll be on the receiving end next time we meet." Before he could finish speaking, the pain from internal bleeding and a dislocated kidney overwhelmed him, causing him to double over, clutching his waist, and he fell to the ground, rolling and howling like a slaughtered pig. Yu had employed a technique that was not particularly advanced. It required minimal effort to dislodge the kidney without the other party realizing. The onlookers could not connect the incident to him, and without the influence of the two boys, the others would not dare to retaliate. Yu considered the outcome to be quite rational. However, upon witnessing the anguish etched upon their faces and the terror-filled, inexplicable expressions in their eyes, his heart constricted tightly, leaving him in a state of unresolved discomfort. Chapter 5. The torment. The progression of events unfolded precisely as Yu had anticipated. The two children inexplicably succumbed to a sudden ailment, causing panic among their peers as they were carried away, supported by others. Yet, the gray shadows in the eyes of those two children left an indelible mark on his heart, a burden he could not easily cast aside. Ming persistently inquired about the method employed. Yu replied that he would discuss it with him later. That day, there were no further words exchanged. They busied themselves scavenging until nightfall, exchanging their finds for currency at the recycling site before parting ways to return home. Upon arriving home, Yu felt distracted, his head bowed, the coins in his hand merely spinning aimlessly between his fingers. A clear reflection of his heavy heart and despondent demeanor. Lin Hongyan, sensing something amiss, probed him for answers. Unable to meet his mother's concerned gaze, he timidly recounted the events. Lin Hongyin's heart tightened as she listened, struggling to believe that such actions could originate from a child barely over 5 years old. Ultimately, a wave of sorrow washed over her. It seemed the harshness of his father's genes had manifested in him at such a tender age. Chunyu bit his lip and spoke to himself. "Mom, I saw them writhing in pain, screaming, rolling on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely that I felt a pang of compassion, yet I was powerless to alleviate their suffering." Upon hearing these words, Lin Hongyin's heart softened slightly. After all, this child was still young. Even if he had inherited his father's cruelty, there remained hope for redemption. She inquired, why not simply chase them away instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics? Chinyu pursed his lips. His head lowered even further, and replied in a hushed tone, "I am small and weak. Perhaps I could defeat them, but they would undoubtedly summon older individuals from the neighborhood to take revenge, leading to further conflict that I thought that the outcome would either result in us being captured by the city guards for a few days of correction or involve bringing in older accomplices, ultimately increasing the number of injured. Considering this, I felt that a covert approach might yield better results. However, upon witnessing their plight, my heart felt heavy. Mom, did I do wrong?" Lin Hongyin suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Intellectually, she supported his reasoning, appreciating his thoughtful consideration. She herself was not one to show undue mercy. Yet emotionally, she was pained by the actions Chunyu had taken, for he was but a child of 5. Nevertheless, the deed had already been done. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Do you recall the story I told you about the societal conditions in the Black Country over a decade ago?" Chinyu pondered briefly and deduced his mother's intention, responding, "You mean the tale of the privileged oppressing the common folk?" "Precisely. That very story that I once told you that one can possess pride but never arrogance. The harmony within the Red Country is not solely predicated on the fulfillment of material needs. It equally relies on the development of spiritual civilization. In our land, those in positions of political significance do not allow their accomplishments to breed disdain or oppression towards others. That I, in contrast, the environment in the Black Country, over a decade ago, saw the powerful brazenly mistreating the populace. When discussing that, you too found their actions utterly despicable. That today's events mirror that situation. The skills you have learned serve 2 purposes. 1, to contribute meaningfully in the future. 2, to safeguard yourself. Those 2 children, to you, are the weak. That be why, relying on your knowledge of ancient martial arts and disregarding fairness, you inflicted excessive harm upon them. Does that not align with the mindset of those fallen nobles?" Chinyu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Whispering, "There is no difference," Lin Hongyin took a deep breath and continued, "If a person poses a threat to you that could result in grievous injury, you may break one of their arms to prevent further harm. However, under no circumstances should you break both. Even if you harbor intense dislike or hatred towards them, you must not resort to lethal measures. The distinction lies in the former being a consequence of their actions, while the latter is an additional injury stemming from your personal emotions. Do you understand?" Chinyu nodded, saying, "Mom, I understand. I feel much better now. I won't make such mistakes again. Hurting others only brings turmoil to my own heart." He then recalled that he had forgotten to collect items from Old Wang's grocery store on his way back, and mentioned it to his mother. Lin Hongyin asked how his leg felt, to which Chunyu reluctantly replied that it was nearly fine. Knowing he was merely putting on a brave face, she decided to instruct him to return to the forest that evening to retrieve the tools belonging to others and to ensure he paid something for what he took. Chinyu felt that this minor transgression was bearable. Gritting his teeth in agreement, that yes, he turned to leave. Lin Hongyin called him back, embracing him tightly, a sudden flash of light transferring from her to him. She gifted him a laser sword for self-defense, advising him to be cautious on his journey. Chinyu was overjoyed. He had longed for such a weapon countless times. Lin Hongyin, her heart aching, watched as his small figure disappeared around the corner of the alley, feeling a pang of wistfulness. She recognized the resilience in his character, understanding that he needed to be tempered, and taught that with great responsibility comes great hardship. Bestowing him with such a potentially dangerous weapon at this time was both a test of his maturity and a precaution should he encounter unforeseen dangers in the city. She felt the weight of her role as a mother, realizing the difficulties and sacrifices involved. The following day, Yu returned to the city just before noon, laden with tools and drenched in sweat. The ordeal proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. Even before he reached his destination, his legs felt as if they were made of lead, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. The journey back was even more grueling. As he bore the tools on his shoulders, he felt them swell, his arms aching painfully until he could barely feel them. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to return the tools to Old Wang, insisting on leaving some money as a token of gratitude. Seeing his weary countenance, Old Wang, feeling guilty, insisted on giving him additional items for the journey home. At last, upon reaching home, Yu eagerly washed up and collapsed in a bed, feeling utterly exhausted, yet surprisingly fulfilled. Completing this arduous task filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Lin Hongyan, however, inquired if he intended to go scavenging again that day. Without hesitation, Yu resolutely replied that he would go after lunch. He then succumbed to sleep. Lin Hongyan, feeling a twinge of guilt, approached him to massage his sore muscles, unable to suppress her frustration with herself for being so harsh on her child. Another year passed in this manner. During that time, more children began to join him in scavenging, inevitably leading to several disputes with others from different districts, all of which were resolved by Yu and Du Guming. The tale of Yu's laser sword spread quickly among their peers, with many believing it to be a remnant of his father's formidable legacy. Yu's skills improved steadily, and he consistently reaped the best harvest alongside Du Guming. That he delighted in assisting those around him, often providing support to families in dire straits. The children began to refer to him as Brother Yu. Even those slightly older than him embraced the nickname, which they explained was merely a moniker. The older children in their district, having witnessed his and Du Guming's prowess, capable of breaking small trees with a single punch, joked that when Yu grew older, he would become the most formidable fighter in their city. During this time, Old Wang, still a youth himself, felt a sense of guilt over past events and, due to their strong rapport, proposed that children of a similar age who could contribute to scavenging efforts should be led by Yu. The older children agreed, thus establishing his role as the leader among the younger ones. As a result, some of the older children began playfully calling him Little Brother Yu, which soon became a common title among all the children, gradually transitioning from a playful jest into a habitual name. Yu, however, did not let this recognition inflate his ego. Instead, he grew a bit more presumptuous and domineering, adopting a familiar disposition akin to that of the older leaders, often directing those around him. These transformations ultimately precipitated an unforeseen upheaval. Chapter 6. The Uprising and the Outlaws among Yu's companions. 3 boys faced the loss of their family members. They moved into his base, established not long ago in a vacant house not far from Lin Hongyan's residence. Under his leadership, they consolidated their resources with those of Du Guming, coordinating their efforts. With the addition of 3 new members, Yu adopted a method he had learned from his mother, reminiscent of practices from the Red Country. After presenting his rationale, he utilized an open box, employing narrow and wide iron strips to signify agreement or dissent, placing them inside as he grasped the box. Then, observing the results, should the votes for opposing opinions prove equal, a second round of voting shall ensue, wherein each stance must articulate its rationale. Lin Hongyan informed Yu that, in the Red Nation, even minor allied states are not exempt from incidents of civil unrest and political misconduct. In such instances, testimonies, evidence, and materials collected by the mechanical flying police are organized on a government-established network. Citizens interested in the matter may then discuss and express their opinions in accordance with the law, culminating in a vote on a predetermined date to determine the final resolution of the situation. If guilt is established, the penalties will likewise be determined by the voting outcome. The establishment and revision of laws in the Red Nation are conducted through this participatory voting process, ensuring that the public is actively engaged in decision-making. Consequently, the legal framework of the Red Nation has achieved a level of sophistication that surpasses that of other nations, although instances of misjudgment have occurred, primarily due to the misjudgment of the populace. The operational procedures themselves are devoid of any possibility for human interference. The management and execution authority of the mechanical flying police can only be disrupted by the Central Intelligent Processor, which governs modifications and oversight through public resolutions, with all actions transparently documented and broadcasted online. Thus, inequity, and collusion are entirely eradicated from the legal system and most political structures. Machines harbor no emotions, lack social biases, cannot be bribed or coerced, and are impervious to fear or outrage. They indeed embody impartiality. Chinyu, without the assistance of machines, can only strive to emulate this system to maintain fairness. This notion has garnered the enthusiastic support of several children. During discussions, provisions for assisting 3 particularly disadvantaged households were incorporated into the regulations of their base, ultimately detailing schedules and dietary allocations. Consequently, Chinyu naturally assumed the responsibility for overseeing these implementations. It was this very circumstance that led to an argument between Chinyu and Du Gu-ming. In their district, there was a girl who had lost her parents and was raised by her grandmother. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, and Du Gu-ming had always been fond of her. One day, she casually mentioned that it was her birthday and expressed a wish to enjoy a hearty meal on her future birthdays, without the need to meticulously ration her food throughout the day. Upon hearing this, Du Gu-ming pondered and resolved to fulfill the girl's wish that very day, that he believed that the food stored by Chinyu in their base could adequately satisfy her desire for a feast. Thus, he pulled Chinyu aside to discuss the matter privately. Chinyu refused, citing that the regulations of the base had been established long ago, and if an exception were made for the girl, then the other 3 children would surely wish for the same indulgence, that if they all followed suit, what was the point of storing food? And what would happen during the months when scavenging in the urban area was prohibited? Du Gu-ming understood this logic. Yet upon recalling the girl as pitiful eyes, he felt a strong desire to help her realize her dream. He pleaded, suggesting that they could deduct the cost from his harvest, and he would compensate for the next few days' consumption. Chinyu remained resolute, stating, "Today is her birthday, and according to regulations, we can certainly provide a little extra food as a celebration, but it must still adhere to the established quantities. It cannot be limitless. Let us not discuss this further. The rule cannot be broken. This isn't merely about compensation. Such reasoning cannot be entertained. Can one meal suffice to quell further desires? Isn't everyone hoping for days free from hunger? But that is simply not possible at present." Du Gu-ming, frustrated, exclaimed, "But I've already promised her. Can't you help me keep my word? Do you want me to lose face in front of her?" Chinyu contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Then let us borrow some from Wang Laoda, and we can work a bit harder each evening to repay it, ensuring it does not affect our regular harvest. How does that sound?" Du Gu-ming, incensed, retorted, "You refuse to first take from the base. We'll repay it later anyway. Can't you be flexible? The other 3 won't even know. No, the matters of the base are settled, that if you truly wish to alter this, gather the 3 of them to discuss it. If they all agree, we can proceed, but otherwise, we can only seek Wang Laoda's assistance and repay it later." Before Chinyu could finish, Du Gu-ming, overwhelmed by anger, impulsively blurted, "Damn it. Chinyu, you're being unreasonable. Do you wield your authority like a tyrant? Do you think this is your domain? I'm leaving the group and taking what's mine." These words infuriated Chinyu, but he suppressed his rage, maintaining a stoic expression as he glared at Du Gu-ming. "You say you're leaving? Repeat that." "I'm leaving today. What of it? Are you going to beat me up?" After several seconds of silence, Chinyu scrutinized Du Gu-ming, waiting for him to cool down, then spoke deliberately. "If you truly wish to leave, say it once more for me to hear." In that moment, the peak of Du Gu-ming's emotional outburst subsided, and he had calmed down somewhat. He knew Chinyu's temperament well enough. If he repeated himself, their partnership would indeed be severed. He softened his tone, murmuring, "I was speaking out of anger. I understand. If not, I would have agreed that it's not that I am unwilling to consider your feelings. Think about it. If we were to clandestinely violate the regulations, how would you feel when penalizing others for similar infractions? If we don't impose penalties, what purpose do the rules serve? We must act with integrity. Shunti we. Let us not be angry anymore. We'll borrow from Wang Laoda for now. We can exert extra effort in our work afterward, ensuring our regular harvest remains unaffected, and they won't complain about it. Your issue will also be resolved." Chinyu pulled a silent Du Gu-ming along as they made their way to Wang Laoda. Eventually, they successfully borrowed the necessary provisions, But Chen Yu insisted he would not go to see the girl. The Du Ming was adamant that they should go together, stating it was a gesture of goodwill and should not diminish his contribution. Chen Yu argued that doing so would undermine his own intentions, which was inappropriate. The Du Ming countered, suggesting that Chen Yu was still upset about their earlier dispute. With no other choice, Chen Yu relented, but emphasized that when the girl inquired, they should only say he was accompanying Du Ming, and the supplies were solely Du Ming's doing. That Du Ming verbally agreed, but in that moment, feeling elated, had no intention of adhering to that. Upon their arrival, the girl was overjoyed to see the two of them bringing a bounty of food, staring in delight for a moment before regaining her composure. She welcomed them inside and joyfully busied herself preparing the meal. Chen Yu maintained his principles, insisting they should not overindulge, despite Du Ming and the girl's pleas. Eventually, they acquiesced to his wishes. After the meal, the girl inquired about how this bounty had come to be. Before Chen Yu could respond, Du Ming eagerly interjected that they had both contributed, specifying that the details were irrelevant, as they had neither stolen nor robbed. Chen Yu could not deny this and simply stated that most of the effort was Du Ming's, primarily reflecting his goodwill. The girl was deeply moved to tears, exclaiming that she always knew Du Ming was exceptionally kind to her. In conclusion, she remarked that she recognized Chen Yu's capabilities as well. Chen Yu, accustomed to such praise from others, chuckled but did not forget to mention, "You all are unaware. I merely wielded the formidable sword bestowed by my mother, in terms of ancient martial prowess. Du Ming is not lacking compared to me." Nearby, Du Ming felt a sense of comfort in this acknowledgement. However, the girl continued, "But Minggu's skills can't be any less than yours. You remain our most skilled individual." Chen Yu considered this to be true. He and Du Ming usually trained together, and they were evenly matched, neither able to best the other. Chen Yu had the advantage of weaponry, which indeed conferred benefits that he chose not to respond further. Unbeknownst to him, Du Ming was troubled by his standing in the girl's eyes. As the year drew to a close, various urban areas faced an influx of travelers, leading to stricter prohibitions against scavenging to avoid public order issues and to protect the image of the Deep Blue Nation. This year, the Deep Blue Nation, under international environmental pressures, had enacted numerous biological protection laws forbidding the indiscriminate hunting of animals and deforestation. This left those who relied on scavenging without a primary means of livelihood. The impoverished communities, including Chen Yu's associates, were filled with despair, vocally denouncing the introduction of these regulations. Similar discontent was echoed in other towns. Unexpectedly, in a commercial city bordering the magical city, the turmoil in neighboring countries resulted in an influx of refugees. Among them was a formidable figure, possessing significant influence within the city's impoverished population. The implementation of these regulations exacerbated the livelihood crisis, prompting many to violate the laws by hunting and gathering. Leading to their capture by the flying police as the year ended, this influential individual suddenly incited a rebellion among those struggling for survival. The cities of the Deep Blue Nation, already lacking formidable combat machinery, were caught off guard by this upheaval. The group stormed the jails, liberating a number of prisoners, and subsequently wreaked havoc within the city, committing murder, destruction, and seizing vast amounts of food. This incident spread like wildfire, capturing widespread attention. During this period, those around Chen Yu were engrossed in discussions about it. The girl whom Du Ming admired expressed her concerns, wondering if those individuals would come to their area to kill and loot. Fueled by passion, Du Ming declared loudly, "Those damned bastards, if they dare come here, I will make them regret it." Of course, this boast was exaggerated, and the girl replied, "Even if Gu has a laser sword, he cannot contend with so many. I've heard there are thousands of them." Du Ming contemplated this, acknowledging the truth that against such numbers, they would indeed be outmatched, with a sense of resignation. One could only offer solace, saying, "Those individuals are unlikely to come here. Although this place is not large, it has long been a haven for influential figures in their twilight years, and thus, its defenses are quite formidable. Those people are also pitiable. Much like us," the girl remarked. Hearing her words, Du Ming found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Noticing his silence, she turned to Chen Yu for his opinion that he had no romantic inclinations towards her. And even if he did, he would not indulge in such flattery. He spoke plainly. "Pitiable. These people are destitute to the point of desperation. They resort to looting food. Have you not heard? These scoundrels even rob other impoverished individuals who have not joined their ranks, wreaking havoc and senselessly slaughtering others. Even if they are driven to rebellion, such actions are inexcusable. Their poverty does not grant them the right to harm others. These scoundrels deserve no mercy. The girl then exclaimed, "You are indeed wise. Brother Yu, your reasoning is sound." Dugu Ming felt a twinge of frustration. He harbored similar thoughts, but lacked the courage to voice them. The chaos from the rebellion had lingered for half a month without resolution. That band of marauders had seized some government weapons and reportedly fled to other regions, leaving devastation in their wake. However, it was said that the Deep Blue Nation was particularly concerned about this matter, dispatching a significant number of rapid response military forces to quell the unrest. The populace lived in constant fear, unsure whether their own neighborhood would be the next to suffer. During this tumultuous period, Chun Yu and his companions relied solely on their savings to survive. The situation was dire, and they dared not engage in any illicit activities, as being captured would be disastrous. Fortunately, their prior plans for frugality had spared them from excessive worry. Each day, they practiced martial arts together, with Chun Yu imparting techniques learned from Lin Hongyin's simulation training device, engaging in sparring. Dugu Ming displayed remarkable aptitude, matching Chun Yu's prowess closely, for Chun Yu to emerge victorious. He had to employ his unique skill of coin tossing, a talent Dugu Ming did not possess and seemed unable to grasp. Chun Yu had played with coins since childhood, flicking them against walls as he walked, honing his aim to such precision that he could swat mosquitoes without fail. Initially a mere pastime, his training in internal martial arts had enhanced his strength to the extent that he could pierce small trees with ease. The two awaited calmer days, hoping for a return to tranquility. However, fate had other plans, and calamity descended upon their city. Theoretically, the band of marauders should not have targeted this location. Yet, fearing interception by government forces, they chose this city, which others deemed too perilous to approach. The marauders arrived. It was the dead of night, with no forewarning whatsoever. The flying patrols stationed outside the city discovered them when they were already perilously close. Before the resistance could fully assemble, a throng of raucous marauders had already breached the steel gates of the city, pouring in. Energy cannon beams rained down from the sky, indiscriminately bombarding and destroying the city's structures. Soon, the air was filled with the relentless sounds of explosions, accompanied by the discharge of antiquated gunpowder firearms. The entire city plunged into a state of unimaginable terror, with ordinary families barricading themselves indoors, fervently praying that the marauders would not cross their threshold. Some of the frenzied marauders engaged in fierce combat with the defenders, while others formed groups to forcibly break into homes, committing acts of slaughter, looting, and destruction. Chun Yu gathered a familiar group of children and their parents, along with Lin Hongyan, in their stronghold, anxiously awaiting the outcome with a mix of fear and indignation. Lin Hongyan, observing the expression on Chun Yu's face, recognized his desire to charge out and take action, and she repeatedly urged him not to act recklessly, assuring him that the city's defense forces would prevail against the marauders, for the military strength of the city was not to be underestimated. Chun Yu and Dugu Ming certainly shared this inclination, but they were not foolish. They understood that as children, they were ill-equipped to confront a horde of marauders. Lin Hongyan wrestled internally, hoping that this band would not descend upon the impoverished district. Otherwise, Chun Yu and Dugu Ming, two naive youths, would undoubtedly not stand idly by as their familiar neighbors faced disaster. Yet, she could not bear the thought of Chun Yu courting death at that moment. She felt an overwhelming urge to don her battle armor and annihilate the marauders. From their stronghold, they had a clear view of the streets of the impoverished district, high above the city. Energy cannon beams shot forth in dazzling displays, yet few had the heart to admire such a beautiful sight. Chun Yu and Dugu Ming each took their positions at a window, watching for any signs of the marauders' approach. Hoping that they would not arrive, in a cruel twist of fate, Dugu Ming, his face pale, trembled as he whispered, "Brother Yu, for armed scoundrels have entered, heading toward Li Yao's building." Chun Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing down his anxiety and a flicker of fear, and exclaimed, "We must hurry. These scoundrels are merely ordinary people wielding weapons, albeit older than us. If we catch them off guard, we can certainly handle them." Ming also wiped the sweat from his brow, suppressing his fear as he glanced at the girl he secretly admired, an inexplicable courage surging within him as he nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Yu turned to Lin Hongyan, saying, "Mother, you always said to use our skills for a purpose. I have the laser sword you gave me, and I cannot just stand by while Li Yao and her family are in danger." Without waiting for his mother to respond, he led Ming out the door. Lin Hongyan's face turned ashen as she glanced at the trembling children and elderly nearby. After muttering that she needed a moment alone in the adjoining room, she walked away. Once inside her small private space, she tightly shut the door behind her. Her hands and body trembled uncontrollably. She had never felt such anxiety before, not for herself, but for Chun Yu's safety. Moving to the window, she activated her battle armor, instantly encasing herself in the thick red Knight S armor. From within the armor, she retrieved a long-range sniper laser gun, activating the thermal detection device, and focused intently on the building where the marauders had entered. Should anything occur that Chun Yu could not handle, she would not hesitate to disregard the potential consequences of military police discovering the aftermath. The lightweight battle armor she possessed, with the production capabilities of the Red Nation, had only yielded 30 sets in the past year, and the ultra-powerful laser gun left a mark unlike any other weapon. Once she fired, it would be undeniable that an extraordinary individual was concealed within. Her heart raced with trepidation. She had never anticipated that she, usually so composed, would find herself in such a state. That I in the thermal detector. Two small red figures entered the building, gradually approaching the four marauders. Lin Hongyan tightened her grip on the gun. Meanwhile, Chun Yu led Ming silently into the hallway, using the faint traces on the floor to ascertain the level where the four marauders lingered. Upon reaching the third floor, they overheard a conversation. It was evident that these were merely common thugs, accustomed to facing no resistance from ordinary citizens, completely lacking in vigilance. They clustered together, casually proceeding further inside while exchanging words. In a slum like this, even if there are women, they can't compare to those in the city, one remarked. Another chimed in, "Fool! The fighting in the city is fierce. We should find a woman to entertain ourselves here for now. Once we've won, we can join the others in the city for some real fun, that there's no need to rush." Chun Yu peeked out, quickly assessing that they were at least 7 or 8 meters into the hallway. He gestured for Ming to wait. The four marauders, hailing from the impoverished district, immediately recognized whether anyone was home by the marks at the doors. After passing several doors, they finally halted at Li Xiaoya's. They began shouting threats, demanding that the occupants open the door to Li Xiaoya's family. 2 adults and 3 children could not withstand the intimidation and soon opened the door. The 2 adults, terrified, knelt and begged for mercy, pleading not to be harmed. The marauders inquired about other inhabitants in the building. That Li Xiaoya's father quickly mentioned that there were 2 other families, either elderly or children. They pressed further, asking if there were any older women or girls. He replied that there were none. One marauder chuckled lewdly, fixating on Li Xiaoya's older sister, saying, "Then this little sister will have to do, ha!" Ignoring the family's cries for mercy, they barged in, leaving the door wide open. Chun Yu peered in quickly. Noticing that no one was guarding the door, he signaled to Ming, and they stealthily approached. Listening to the commotion inside, it seemed the marauders were still pushing their way in. Chun Yu felt the moment had arrived. He made a gesture, and the 2 children inhaled deeply before plunging into the room. On the other side of several steel walls, Lin Hongyan's heart raced as she felt a knot of anxiety in her throat, nearly succumbing to the urge to pull the trigger. The reaction from the thermal detector allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Easing her tension, Ming, armed with 2 cleavers, rushed into the room. And with swift strikes, he decapitated the marauder standing behind him. In a fluid motion, he turned and struck another marauder, severing half of his head before he could fully react. Blood and gore splattered across his face and body, a crimson spray staining the walls. The Wang family, terrified, screamed in horror. Ming, trembling, dropped the knife, collapsing to his knees in shock as he stared at the 2 fallen corpses. Meanwhile, Chun Yu had taken decisive action. Due to the presence of the lightsabers as one charged in, 2 dark silver laser beams effortlessly carved arcs through the bodies of the 2 bandits. Under the effects of the high temperature, The blood had not even begun to flow before the corpses ignited in flames and were vaporized in moments. Chinyu found himself splattered with blood from the fallen bodies. It was his first experience of taking a life, leaving him with an inexplicable fear and a queasy urge to vomit, his complexion pale and unappealing. Chapter 8. The Turning Point, Part 2. Yet he managed to endure, advancing forward, raising his laser sword with both hands. The bodies on the ground were sliced open, and soon after, they too caught fire and vanished into vapor. The room was left in a chaotic state, marked only by bloodstains, a stark improvement compared to mere moments ago. In the midst of this turmoil, Wang Xiaoyao's mother and sister had already fainted from fright. She, along with her father and elder sister, stood there in a daze. After a while, Dugaming finally regained his composure. Chinyu called for them, suggesting that the two should return to keep an eye out for any other marauders and that they were too preoccupied with cleanup to assist. Leading Dugaming. Both carried a sense of confusion and lingering fear as they made their way back to the base. Along the way, not a single word was exchanged. That night, beams of energy from guns and cannons in the city danced wildly until just before dawn. When they finally ceased, before the end, a green light shot up from the city into the sky, followed by colorful laser beams bursting like fireworks, trailing tails of light as they spread and fell in all directions. Among the marauders who entered the city, only a handful managed to escape, ultimately falling victim to the pursuing mechanical police, either shot dead or severely wounded. That a group of 4,786 frenzied rioters was reduced to fewer than 300 who survived to face judgment and imprisonment. It was later reported that the lights were the result of artillery fire from a formidable warrior of a protective organization, whose combat prowess was rated at 87. Thanks to him, the calamity was swiftly brought to an end. The incident involving Chinyu and Dugaming killing 4 bandits was cleaned up, with no traces left behind, and after a thorough search by the flying police, it remained unknown. However, the residents of the slums soon learned of the events and hailed the 2 boys as heroes, looking up to them with admiration. The negative emotions stemming from their act of killing gradually faded amid the cheers, applause, and accolades. They exclaimed, "Little U is truly remarkable. Little US base will henceforth be the stronghold of our heroes. No one shall pollute the environment there." They expressed their gratitude, stating, "Had it not been for Little US' timely intervention, many of us might have lost our lives to the rioters." Dugaming remained inseparable from Chinyu, sharing in the glory, yet he noticed a stark difference in treatment. People lauded Chinyu, often showering him with praise before occasionally recalling Dugaming's presence. This left him feeling somewhat discontented, particularly when he witnessed the girl he liked also fawning over Chinyu. One evening, Dugaming finally asked, "Brother Yu, being a hero feels good, doesn't it?" Without much thought, Chinyu replied candidly, "It is quite gratifying, don't you like it?" Dugaming responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Everyone remembers you but forgets me. How can I possibly appreciate it?" Chinyu chuckled, "There is nothing I can do about it. I haven't forgotten you. But people see my laser sword and assume my contributions surpass yours." Dugaming felt a wave of discontent wash over him, pondering the unfairness of it all. He remarked, "True enough. Besides, you possess the skill of shooting coins, which certainly makes you more formidable than I." Caught up in the vanity bestowed upon him by others, Chinyu agreed, "Indeed, therefore, you must endure, as my abilities are undeniably superior." "Wouldn't you say?" "Indeed," Dugaming concurred, turning to busy himself with nearby tasks. Chinyu, oblivious to his friend's discontent, continued with his own activities. As time passed, Chinyu gradually became aware of Dugaming's unease. He noticed that his visits to the girl had diminished, while she seemed increasingly eager to engage with him. Whenever they in the past, he would have expressed concern, advising Dugaming to limit his interactions with her to avoid inadvertently losing her affection. But now he refrained from saying anything. Feeling an unspoken distance growing between them, he inquired about Dugaming's relationship with the girl. Dugaming simply replied that there was nothing amiss, merely that he hadn't felt inclined to speak with her lately. After several inquiries yielded no result, Chinyu decided to drop the subject, but he began to avoid excessive conversation with the girl, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings with his friend. That a year passed in this manner. The aftermath of the bandit attack left many in the city fearful of a recurrence, leading them to distrust local protective forces and relocate. The Deep Blue government faced immense pressure from the populace and the international community, as neighboring countries were largely allied with the Red Nation. Ultimately, they were compelled to publicly apologize to the citizens and decided to enlist the assistance of the Red Nation as protective organization to ensure the safety of their people. This move did indeed stabilize the external security image and alleviated concerns from many. However, numerous bustling commercial areas, which had been prime scavenging grounds, became significantly desolate. The year was challenging for everyone. Survival required more effort, and resources had to be meticulously rationed. With the establishment of the protective organization, many children from impoverished neighborhoods across various cities began to apply to join. The resources needed by the protective organization were readily supplied without conditions by the Red Nation government or its affiliated corporations. Once their applications were approved, these children would be sent for training, securing a life free from want. This prospect shone far brighter than their struggles on the brink of poverty, making it an attractive opportunity for many young scavengers. Consequently, the population in impoverished districts diminished significantly. Chinyu harbored aspirations of joining as well. After all, it was a warrior from the protective organization who had saved their small town that fateful night, igniting a yearning within him. However, he could not abandon his mother and thus suppressed his ambitions for the time being. Dugaming also wished to join, but chose to temporarily set aside his aspirations for the sake of the girl he liked. The three other children who accompanied them were either too timid to confront violence or naturally decided to wait until they could join alongside Chinyu and Dugaming in the future. Although fewer in number, life in the slums remained arduous and fraught with difficulties. Many residents fell ill from exhaustion, and those who recovered often did so with weakened constitutions. Countless individuals found themselves on the precipice of death, unable to persevere. Tragically, the girl Dugaming adored became one of those struggling for survival. She had taken on nearly all household responsibilities after her grandmother's recent passing, living alongside Chinyu at the base. Despite Dugaming's support, her emotional distress from losing a loved one, compounded by her already frail health, took a toll. One fateful day while scavenging, she contracted a virus and fell ill. The community endeavored to provide her with the best possible nourishment, but to no avail. After more than 10 days of illness, it became apparent that her condition was dire. Chinyu, Dugaming, and a few other children gathered sorrowfully around her bedside, some unable to contain their sobs. Dugaming initially held back his emotions, but as he gazed upon her sunken, pallid face, he could no longer restrain himself and began to weep. It was evident that he was the one who cherished her the most. They had played together since they were barely able to walk, and as they grew older, he had expressed his desire to marry her one day. The girl had not spoken for several days, her frailty robbing her of the strength to utter a word. In that moment, her once dull eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, and even her parched skin regained some color, appearing vibrant. Dugaming, overjoyed, believed she was recovering. However, Chunyu's expression shifted. He recalled his mother mentioning that those who cling to hope might experience a phenomenon known as the moment of clarity just before death. The girl's gaze swept over her companions, pausing on Dugaming's face for a moment before she smiled and said, "Brother Ming, you've treated me the best, like a real sister in the next life. I wish to be your little sister." Dugaming sensed something was amiss with her words and felt an inexplicable dread, an intuition that she was nearing her end. After speaking, her gaze shifted to Chinyu, her smile widening as she said, "Brother Yu, I admire you the most, and have always liked you. I've dreamed of marrying you when I grow up. But it seems I can only wait until the next life." The fleeting moment of clarity was even shorter than anticipated. She wanted to say more, but her eyes lost their luster, and her vitality slipped away. Chinyu felt as if he could sense her body growing colder. The room filled with children erupted into loud cries of grief. When they had all begun to tire from their weeping, Chinyu urged the others to step outside to rest. Allowing Dugaming some private moments with the girl, he stepped out first, and the dimly lit room fell into a profound silence. Returning to the small adjoining room, Chinyu felt troubled, contemplating how to speak with Dugaming after the girl's passing. Her words weighed heavily on his mind. Before long, exhaustion overcame him, and he fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, a heavy rain began to pour outside, the sound of raindrops pattering loudly. Lightning illuminated the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder. Chen Yu once again found himself reliving the same dreams he had experienced over the years. The imagery unchanged. Despite his attempts to discern the face of the winged woman behind him, he always missed the opportunity, his gaze inevitably drawn to her form instead that in the end, no matter how he reminded himself. He would inevitably plunge the lightsaber in his hand into the woman's body, only to awaken in a state of fear, sorrow, and regret that as he opened his eyes, a flash of lightning illuminated the world. And in that fleeting brightness, he saw a half-formed silhouette, a colossal object hurtling towards his head with a whistling sound. Caught completely off guard, he hurriedly attempted to evade it, but the massive entity approached with astonishing speed. Lying there, he had no time to shift his head to safety before feeling a tremendous jolt in his mind, his consciousness clouding over, and his senses dulling to the brink of unconsciousness. When he regained a semblance of awareness, he felt a warm liquid oozing from his head, trickling downwards. Chapter 9. A Turning Point in the Journey of Life. Part 1. Chen Yu's consciousness gradually returned to clarity, and he saw a figure standing by the bedside, clutching a discarded metal post that was none other than Duga Ming. His face was a mask of terrifying rage, and the complex emotions in his eyes were something Chen Yu would never forget. Madness intertwined with struggle. "Have you lost your mind?" Chen Yu blurted out in anger, still oblivious to his true intentions at that moment. Duga Ming let out a strange laugh, followed by another chuckle. "Indeed." Saying this, he raised the heavy object in his hand and brought it crashing down towards Chen Yu's head. Surprisingly resilient, Chen Yu endured the blows. After a moment of confusion, he remained conscious. Duga Ming lifted the heavy object again, ready to strike, when Chen Yu shouted at him, "You truly are insane, but you shouldn't want to kill me. We've grown up like brothers." The deranged Du Ming froze at these words, his expression filled with turmoil. Finally, he hurled the object to the ground with fury and collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment, he rose, screaming in a fit of hysteria, "I am indeed mad. Mad with jealousy. Do you understand? I wanted to kill you today." Chen Yu, clutching his injury and panting heavily, gazed at Duga Ming's contorted face in bewilderment. "Why? I don't understand at all why you would want to kill me," Duga Ming cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse as he yelled. "Why? Jealousy. You don't understand. You've never known the taste of jealousy. Why is it that although our abilities are nearly the same, you're just a bit stronger, merely skilled at flipping coins? We have both accomplished the same amount of work. Everyone calls you brother and praises you. I never blamed you for that. It wasn't your fault. Others simply don't understand, but last year, with the bandit incident, can I possibly not care? You killed 2 with a lightsaber, and I killed 2 with a cleaver. In terms of effort, we are equal. In terms of risk, I took on even more. Yet everyone claims you are the hero, entirely forgetting about me. Do you truly believe your contributions outweigh mine? Do you even think you deserve more recognition than I do?" Chen Yu, incensed, could hardly fathom how his brother could harbor such murderous thoughts over these issues. "What nonsense are you spouting? I never forgot to mention that you shared half the credit. When did I ever think you shouldn't receive your due share?" Duga Ming spat bitterly. "You may have said it, but your words are meaningless. You aren't entirely at fault. If you were, I wouldn't have raised my hand against you today. You may think this way, but how you act suggests otherwise. Whenever this topic arises, don't you feel that the admiration from others is simply your due? Have you ever treated me as an equal? When your temper flares, you kick others just as you do me. I always believed we were brothers, that these things didn't matter, that if something truly happened, you would treat me differently. But then, on that girl's birthday, when I tried to speak kindly to you, you stuck to your rigid principles. Now that she is gone, that day was the only time in her life she could fulfill her wishes. If you had agreed, it would have been solely my achievement. She would have only remembered me. You insisted on borrowing from Wang Laoda. I couldn't bear to see you overshadow my contribution. She thought you were also good to her. Today, you heard it. Because of your past prowess with the lightsaber, everyone remembers you, reveres you as the sole hero. Even the girl dreamed of marrying you. What about me? I have done as much as you over the years, and you know how well I treated her, but does that matter? Damn it, does it even matter?" Listening to this, Chen Yu's anger began to subside slightly. He knew the girl's words must have hurt him. Yet thinking about Duga Ming's desire to kill him reignited his fury, and he retorted, I understand you feel wronged and hurt. But you should also know that I never had any intentions towards her. I was always afraid of causing misunderstandings. How many times did I deliberately leave you two alone to talk? You know it in your heart. Others may say those things, but I never believed it was all my doing. I always wanted others to recognize that you deserved half the credit. Even if you feel aggrieved, can you treat me this way, to the point of wanting to kill me? Have I ever done anything to wrong you? Have I? Dugaming could only cry, and after a while, when he had shed enough tears, he raised his face and looked at Chunyu, saying, Chunyu, stop talking. Consider it a moment of madness on my part that I have always thought of you as a brother. However, after everything that has happened, I truly can't bear it any longer. Today, I genuinely intended to kill you. I understand that as long as I am near you, regardless of how much I do, others will only remember you, not me. I initially thought that if you died, people would remember me in the future. But now, I still couldn't bring myself to do it. After all, the bond we shared is still there, and I don't want to sever it. Chinyu felt anger in his heart, but couldn't truly despise Dugaming. Their bond over the years had been as close as brothers. He said, let's just pretend this day never happened and we can talk things out. There's no need to discuss leaving. After all these years, we've lived together. How could you bear to part ways? I can't. Dugaming forced a bitter smile and replied indifferently, but I cannot stay, that I understand your temperament too well. After this incident, you can no longer trust me as you did before, and I can't remain under your shadow any longer. Now that the girl is gone, I plan to apply to join the Guardians that don't say anything more. I will take her with me, and I will also take my share from the base. Before I leave, I just wanted to share a few heartfelt words. You are good to people, but because of what others say, you've treated those around you like pawns these past 2 years. When you are busy, you expect everyone to listen, but outside of those times, you habitually order people around. Not just me, but others feel uncomfortable, thinking they have become your lackeys that I asked for the past. I don't know who is right. But now I feel that if you had spoken to me without that air of entitlement regarding your achievements, I wouldn't have felt this level of jealousy today. You should know, I am not ungrateful. I have always told myself that there was no need to compete for recognition. After all, the skills I possess were taught to me by you. Without you, who would have taught a poor child like me? I can't pinpoint any other faults on your part, that I have said what needs to be said. I am leaving now. Take care of yourself, regardless of whether you will harbor resentment towards me. I, on the other hand, am unsure if I will continue to feel jealousy towards you. Chinyu watched helplessly as Dugaming exited the room, his head still throbbing. Yet his heart ached even more. Tears streaming down his face that he stifled into silence. He was furious with Dugaming for treating him this way, for leaving him, that he felt deeply wronged. How could such a good brother have turned into this? The more he thought about it, the more painful it became, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out loud. Yet he had never cried like that before, not even when the girl and others he had known throughout his life had passed away. Holding his injured head, he fled the base, braving the pouring rain, and ran home. He collapsed into Lin Hongyan's arms, weeping uncontrollably, tears flowing like a fountain, the wound on his head bleeding profusely. His appearance startled Lin Hongyan, who, without asking what had happened, hurriedly began to dress his wounds. Once the injury was tended to, Lin Hongyan held him close, not uttering a word, allowing him to cry to his heart's content. She understood Chinyu's feelings. Even though she didn't know what had transpired, she recognized that he, like her, would not allow others to see his sadness. Chinyu cried for over 2 hours, releasing his pent-up emotions. Finally, after he had vented, he said, "Mom, I'm going to sleep," and turned to leave the room. Lin Hongyan called out to him, saying, "Chinyu, for some things, trying to force understanding on your own will only lead to a stubborn conclusion. Talking it over with someone else might help." Chinyu remained silent for a while, and his mother did not press him, quietly waiting for him to respond. Eventually, he recounted everything in detail. Finally, he asked, "Mom, how could this happen? How could he do this?" Lin Hongyan pondered for a moment before gently asking him, "Chinyu, have you ever reflected on your own actions in this matter?" Upon hearing this, Chunyu's expression darkened, and he replied irritably, "Mom, I did nothing wrong. What is there to reflect on? Others have spoken so highly of you." At that moment, did you feel any sense of pride afterward? Chunyu's face flushed crimson. Momentarily caught off guard by the question, of course, he felt pride. He had always believed himself to be quite accomplished. Chenyu, among the group of children, you were the leader. The rules were conceived by your mind and gradually took shape through your actions. Since you are at the forefront, your pride stands in stark contrast to his, for he cannot share in the glory even if he contributed. This pride of yours is something you cherish dearly, elevating it to a remarkable honor. How could those around you not have differing opinions? He wishes to bask in the same glory, but is the only path to do so not to take the lead? That child, Xiao Ming, is consumed by jealousy, a sentiment you have perpetually hinted at. Mother refrains from discussing this matter too extensively with you. Remember this. The root of every situation is often sown unwittingly by oneself. Now go and rest. Chenyu stood in silence for a moment before responding and departing. The following day, Chenyu resolved to test the validity of Du Gu Ming's words. Half a year later. One evening after dinner, the children conversed, remarking how ever since Ming Gu abruptly left this place, Yu Gu had changed noticeably. Chenyu feigned casual interest and inquired, "In what way have I changed?" His companions elaborated. "Yu Gu no longer relishes boasting about your exploits as you once did previously. If someone mentioned something, you would eagerly join in. Moreover, you don't constantly direct us to do this or that anymore." As Chenyu listened, he couldn't help but recall Du Gu Ming that he realized, as his mother had said, that he too bore some fault. His former heirs had left an impression on them. How could Ming, who deserved equal credit, feel any differently? Reflecting on this, he chuckled and remarked, "Did I used to boss you around so much that you felt like mere followers?" The two children appeared somewhat embarrassed. One of them scratching his nose, murmuring, "Not really," before quickly amending, "Well, maybe just a little of that feeling. A little is still something that I in fact, Ming said to me before he left that this was a flaw of mine." The three children suddenly grasped the situation, realizing someone else missed him too. "Yu Gu, did Ming mention where he went?" Chenyu was most eager to learn of his whereabouts, yet regrettably, no one had seen him since. His first brother-like friend, the one he cherished most in memory, had departed from him like this. Days passed, each one consumed by the hustle of daily life. Chenyu never contemplated where this life might lead. He had yet to entertain the notion of stepping beyond the confines of his world. 5 years later, he encountered a significant turning point in his life that on that day, the rain poured heavily. Thunder and lightning illuminated the night. Chenyu was diligently honing his internal skills in the base. While his three cohabitants engaged in idle chatter, Chenyu practiced until the pain in his meridians forced him to pause. He gazed out the window at the stormy night. The sounds of his companions laughing lightly intertwined with the relentless patter of rain. Creating a symphony that was quite pleasant to the ear, he played with a coin in his hand, tossing it into the air, watching it trace a silver arc before returning to his palm. He had grown taller and stronger, his hair longer, and beneath his sword-like brows, a pair of clear, phoenix-like eyes occasionally caught the flash of lightning. When a bolt of purple lightning cleaved the sky, Chenyu perceived a bright orb suspended in midair. Struck directly in the dark, rain-soaked night, it plummeted like a shooting star as it drew closer. He discerned it was a fiery ball, narrowly avoiding the buildings of the street. Landing precisely in the dilapidated alley before the base, with a howling rush, it stirred a powerful gust, creating a whirlwind. When it struck the ground, the flames erupted outward explosively, the metallic surface unable to withstand such force, resulting in a significant crater. The scattered metallic shards clanged against the already scarred walls of the alley. The rolling thunder and the relentless rain masked the chaos. Chenyu's heart raced, before he could clearly discern what had fallen. He barked at the three boys, forbidding them from drawing near the window. "If I see even a glimpse of your eyes, I shall pluck them out." Having delivered this harsh warning, he vaulted over the windowsill and leapt into the storm. The three boys, exchanging glances, were both curious and hesitant, whispering among themselves by the window. As Chenyu splashed through the puddles, he finally caught sight of the object in the crater at a pair of broad, overlapping wings enveloped a pristine body untouched by dirt. Delicate feet bare to the elements that a tremor coursed through Chenyu's hands as memories of a troubling dream resurfaced, one in which he invariably found himself killing that woman against his will. The pure white wings suddenly flickered, vanishing to reveal a youthful, flawless face, beautiful and unblemished. Chinyu exhaled in relief, hastily shedding his outer coat to wrap the semi-conscious, yet seemingly immobile girl, cradling her and racing toward his mother. As he burst into the corridor, he glanced skyward, noting several bright orbs appearing in the eastern night sky. Lin Hongyan carefully placed the girl on the bed and closed the door, severing Chinyu's line of sight. Sitting beside the bed, she stared at the girl in a daze. The girl's brows and facial contours bore an uncanny resemblance to her OWN. In an instant, she discerned the girl's lineage. Realizing that fate had played a cruel joke on them, the girl's biological mother had been the only person she ever truly trusted, just as that mother had been the sole individual to place her faith in Lin Hongyan. They had shared a sisterly bond since childhood, and the ancient martial arts book Chinyu possessed had been a gift from the girl's mother. Chinyu had long since matured, no longer needing her maternal care. Yet Lin Hongyan had always struggled to let go. Now, she understood that her life was drawing to a close. Outside, Chinyu stood by the window, gazing at the night sky. Watching as numerous luminous orbs continued to drift past, his heart raced with anxiety that the simulation training device, his comprehensive combat level, had already reached 25. He had faced these agile flying riders countless times before. He knew well how formidable these entities clad in microlight armor were by international standards. Their combat capabilities were monstrous in comparison. A 30,000-strong regiment would be decimated within 5 minutes by a single flying rider. During the infamous bandit incident in this small town, the valiant defenders equipped with microlight armor had effortlessly mowed down thousands of riders with laser cannons resembling a meteor shower. Chinyu remained vigilant until the early hours of dawn. Not witnessing any arrivals in the town, the luminous orbs had all flown off to distant lands. Only then did he finally relax, sinking into a chair within the room. Inside, the girl had already regained her mobility, sitting up with a sparkle of joy in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Hongyan. "Is it you, Aunt Hongyan?" Lin Hongyan smiled gently, replying, "I never expected you to recognize me. You weren't even born when I left all those years ago." There are many recordings of Mother and Aunt Hongyan at home. She often held me and spoke of you as her only confidant, the one she could entrust her life to. As the girl spoke, her eyes radiated the excitement of a long-lost reunion with a close relative. Lin Hongyan smiled, though a subtle bitterness lingered in her expression. "Did your mother name you Qing?" The girl nodded eagerly, affirming it, but her expression soon turned somber as she added, "Mother has passed away, and Father's fate remains unknown." Lin Hongyan's smile faded, and she replied calmly, "I understand. Had she not departed, you would not be here. Once she left, your father was bound to be replaced by an artificial counterpart." She sighed. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, unable to tolerate falsehoods. Even when you should consider the consequences of your father's replacement, you still feel compelled to act." The girl bit her lip in silence. Lin Hongyan shifted the subject, saying, "I will arrange for what comes next. Hide here for a few years and forget the past. How does that sound?" The girl raised her still youthful face, her expression grave, and replied with unwavering seriousness, "Aunt Hongyan, I cannot do that. Many lives have been lost for this. My uncle and his family of 5, my third and fifth uncles, 87 loyal guards from my family, 486 family friends. At this moment, the warlord is still drawing the attention of dozens of flying riders, fighting desperately. Their sacrifices are not merely for my survival, but carry all their hopes, wishing that one day I, the young lady, can topple that false father and reclaim control over the Chun family. If I only seek to survive, then the loss of so many lives would be in vain." Lin Hongyan ceased her persuasion. This plan was merely a test, and she had sensed that the girl would never choose the path of mere survival. "Understood that I will make arrangements. You may rest easy for 2 days." The girl did not press further, obediently lying down. And just as she was about to close her eyes, she seemed to recall something and softly asked who the boy was that saved her earlier. Lin Hongyan paused for a moment before finally responding, "My child. My biological son." The girl's face flushed suddenly, and Lin Hongyan, upon noticing, broke into laughter. "So you knew. Rest well now, ha." When Lin Hongyan emerged from the room, Chinyu could hardly recognize his mother. Her once rough, yellowed skin had transformed into a fair, radiant complexion. Her previously short, Stubby fingers had become slender and elongated, adorned with large sunglasses that concealed half her face, and she wore an exquisite long coat and a wide-brimmed hat. Chunyu was nearly unable to recognize her. Lin Hongyan cradled the child in her arms and stood quietly for a moment, then softly spoke. Chunyu, you are aware that my health has always been poor, and I fear I may not last much longer. There are matters that must be attended to, and it is uncertain whether we shall meet again, that I do not wish for you to witness my departure from this world. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment since childhood, Chunyu was taken aback, overwhelmed with sorrow, and unable to suppress his trembling, tears brimming in his eyes. He suddenly asked, Mother, is this because of her? Is it my fault that you are suffering? Lin Hongyan endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, responding, My dear child, do not indulge in wild speculation. This is unrelated to that. There are things I must accomplish before I let go. The girl in question is the child of my only close sister in this lifetime, and I am unable to protect her now. This responsibility must be entrusted to you. Hearing this, Chunyu felt somewhat relieved, but he fought against his sadness, wiped away his tears, and forced a smile, declaring, I will protect her with my life. Lin Hongyan smiled faintly, saying, If you encounter foes beyond your capacity, take her and flee. As long as you live, she must not perish. You may only succumb if both of you are doomed. Do you understand? Chunyu quickly promised he understood. After a brief pause, Lin Hongyan added, There is a reason I urge you to protect her. Chunyu looked at his mother with a puzzled expression, and she continued, I made a solemn vow with her mother years ago that if we were to have children, those of the same gender would become sworn siblings, while those of the opposite gender would become spouses. Chunyu was left speechless for a moment, unable to respond. Lin Hongyan released him, scrutinizing the child for a while. Still reluctant to part, she embraced her once more, and finally, with a heavy heart, she opened the door and stepped out. Just as she exited, the sound of Chunyu's suppressed, trembling cries echoed from within. She removed her large sunglasses, tilted her face to the rain, allowing the downpour to mingle with her tears, soaking her face before donning the sunglasses once more, clutching her aching heart as she vanished into the darkness. After Lin Hongyan's departure, Chunyu entered the house twice, finding the girl still asleep, that he then stepped outside, and by dawn, he went to the base. Joining 3 already awake companions to scavenge as usual, he recalled how his mother often praised him for being a strong child, and remembered her words that true strength meant persevering and doing what must be done, regardless of the circumstances. However, this day felt different. His thoughts were consumed by his mother and the girl he had brought home. When his 3 companions inquired, he simply stated that the object that had fallen last night was a meteorite. Chunyu felt that this girl was the one he had always dreamed about. After a busy day, he returned home to find the girl awake, clad in his mother's oversized coat, gazing out the window. Upon seeing him, she smiled and said, Thank you for saving me. Chunyu, preoccupied with his thoughts, responded absently. He kept his gaze on her eyes, causing the girl to feel somewhat flustered, prompting her to speak. My surname is Chun, and my name is Ching, as in the color green. What about you? I share your surname. My name is Yu, which means to protect. After stating this, Chunyu recalled his mother's words, finally summoning his courage. He asked, My mother said you were my fiancé, E? Chun Qing's face instantly flushed crimson, her small hands intertwining nervously behind her back. You make me quite shy with such words. Chunyu, having never encountered such a situation, was taken aback by her response, left momentarily speechless, and could only say, I am very sorry. I just felt it necessary to confirm. After speaking, he noticed the girl glancing out the window, her face still flushed, as she softly nodded and murmured, Yes, it is. Chapter 11. The unmatched war general. Once Chunyu received the confirmation he sought, he began to diligently care for Qing. Although suddenly thrust into the role of a stranger girl's fiancé, left him feeling somewhat bewildered. It did not compel him to shy away, and he made every effort to communicate with his fiancée E, who was entirely unfamiliar to him, fostering a deeper understanding between them, that he felt that these endeavors were not in vain. As Qing also endeavored to cooperate, and before long, the distance between them was no longer always 3 steps apart. Lin Hongyan still had not returned. One evening, while Chunyu was enjoying a meal prepared by the girl, A sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy and slow rhythm sent Qinyu's alert heart racing with anxiety, but he swiftly set down his utensils, grasped a pair of laser sword handles, and darted to the door, demanding, "Who is it?" The person outside remained silent, but Qing had already rushed out, stating that her protector had arrived. Only then did Qinyu relax, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with one hand while opening the door with his sword in the other. He was taken aback. Standing outside was a solitary figure clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, adorned with a large black felt hat. The woman, though seemingly youthful, possessed an aura that led Qinyu to instinctively believe she was of a similar age to his mother. In her hand, she held a dark silver cane, her attire somewhat peculiar. Were it not for her strikingly beautiful face and curvaceous figure, Qinyu might have mistaken her for a man. However, she was indeed a woman, her voice confirming it. Her cold gaze swept over Qinyu before settling on the girl, offering a greeting, then turning to Qinyu, asking, "You are Hongyin's child? Where is she?" Qinyu stepped aside to allow her entry while responding, "My mother has gone out to attend to some matters." The woman scoffed lightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "She still refuses to see me." She entered the room, her silver cane tapping on the floor, and after a few steps, she paused, removing her black hat and tossing it aside. Qinyu watched as the hat spiraled into his mother's bedroom, disappearing behind the wall, soundless. Curiosity piqued, he followed and found the hat hanging on a coat rack. Puzzled, he emerged and asked, "How did you know there was a coat rack there?" The woman smiled faintly, glancing at Qinyu, and replied, "The furnishings in Hongyin's bedroom have always remained unchanged." It was then that Qinyu began to believe this woman shared an unusually close relationship with his mother, prompting him to politely greet her. Qing then hurriedly introduced, "This is Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai. Her surname is Lin Wu Shuang." As Qinyu's expression reflected confusion, she further explained that he soon learned that Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai was an incredibly formidable figure. On Shindastar, the most powerful individual was the hero Wang Lingsan from 15 years ago, followed by two kings known as the Magic King and the War King, and then came the three generals, with Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai being the foremost among them. Qinyu could not help but regard her with newfound respect, yet Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai seemed indifferent to him, her gaze cold and her words sparse. Not long after her arrival, she bluntly informed Qing that she had urgent matters to discuss, adding that it was not suitable for others to know. Qing appeared somewhat hesitant and troubled, and Qinyu, not wishing for her discomfort, decided to leave and headed to the base. After Qinyu departed, Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai noticed the young lady's troubled demeanor and calmly explained, "Hongyin does not wish for Qinyu to know that she is dying, fearing that it might lead him to harbor resentment towards you." Qing's expression immediately darkened, and she hesitantly asked, "What does this mean? Are you saying, is Aunt Hongyin's plan going to cost her life? She was never expected to live long. Therefore, you need not feel guilty. Shortly after 3 in the morning, 30 miles southwest of the city outskirts, I will stage an ambush on the artificial human replacement, and Hongyin will disguise herself as the only person who can mimic her appearance, ultimately killing both the replacement and me." Upon hearing this, Qing's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she interrupted, "Wait, why must it be like this?" "Zhan Shuai," Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai interjected coolly, "it must be done this way. How can it be that Wu Shuang is not dead and you are? Even if someone were to kill you from my hands, no one would believe it. This matter must not be spoken of. 2 hours from now, the replacement will arrive, and then you will leave with the person delivering the replacement that I end the Red Kingdom. You will assume a new identity that leaves no trace. This identity will facilitate your investigation into your father's whereabouts and help us realize the hopes we have entrusted to you." Qing listened, silently sobbing. "In the end, both you and Aunt Hongyin will perish. I don't know how to face you, nor how to face Qinyu." Wu Shuang Zhan Shuai remained composed, unaffected by the girl's sorrow. Nor did she dwell on the imminent future. "I do not wish to comfort you, for we need you to be stronger. Oh, please, wipe away your tears. They are not what we desire or require." Qing, unsure if she absorbed these words, cried for a while longer before drying her tears. "Will Qinyu come with me?" "No, he cannot. It is Hongyin's wish that, for certain special reasons, you may only meet again in the future." Even if you see him again, you must never acknowledge that you have met before, that I hope you will remember this, for otherwise, our sacrifices may lose their meaning. Wu Shuang Zhan Shui concluded, and before waiting for the girl to respond, she swiftly moved to the window, gazing at the starry sky, where a cluster of lights moved like a swarm of fireflies, saying, "Miss, the enemy is arriving sooner than anticipated." Chun Qing sat in silence for a moment and suddenly said, "If I must wait for a substitute, I would like to spend some time alone with Qin Yu before that." Upon hearing this, the Wushuang battle commander stepped away from the window, approached the girl with a smile, leaned down, and gently kissed her on the cheek, saying, "Just like that, Miss, this is the you that we wish to see. Our parting should be so straightforward and uncomplicated. I hope you will continue to prioritize what truly matters in the future." After speaking, a sphere of light appeared in his hand, and with a gesture, a hat from the nearby rack was sent spiraling through the air to land softly atop her head, a marvel akin to magic. "Where is he?" Chun Qing asked. Remaining seated with a facade of calmness, it wasn't until some time after the Wushuang battle commander had exited that she lowered her head, her long hair concealing her face, as she struggled to suppress the trembling of her body and began to sob silently. Qin Yu was summoned by the Wushuang battle commander from their stronghold, and upon their meeting, the commander regarded him coldly. As Chun Yu politely bid farewell to go see the girl, the commander called him back and handed him a silver straight staff, saying, "This sword is named Wushuang, crafted by Professor X, and I give it to you, hoping you will be able to protect yourself and the young lady in the future." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, curious about the seemingly ordinary staff, and then asked, "This must be a micro-light weapon, right? It coexists with genes. Why are you giving it to me?" The commander rarely displayed a smile as he grasped Qin Yu's hand and held the staff. Qin Yu then witnessed a cascade of light flow from the commander into his hand, traveling up his arm and merging with his body. It felt akin to the time Lin Hongyan had gifted him a laser sword, and he could not help but show surprise that he understood that objects created with microlight technology could integrate with the user's genes, transforming through atomic fission into weapons or armor, as far as he knew. Once bonded to a specific user, it could not be given to another unless they were closely related. Just as he was about to inquire further, the Wushuang battle commander had already turned and walked away without uttering a word. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu knelt and bowed 3 times to her retreating figure. The Wushuang battle commander strode through the alleys, eventually stopping beneath a massive metallic monument in the center of the small town. Lifting her gaze to the countless names etched upon it, she stood there for a long time, when the sky suddenly flickered with a dazzling array of lights like a cluster of stars in the southwestern sky. A slender man clad in a long coat and wearing a silver mask approached her. Accompanying him was a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Qing. The Wushuang battle commander glanced at the pair, and the man spoke, his voice unmistakably that of Lin Hongyan. "Does he resemble her?" "Indeed. The transformation technique is still as astonishing as ever. I meant this artificial being." The man, whose voice echoed Lin Hongyan's, uttered with a hint of irritation. The Wushuang battle commander dismissed his concern, not even sparing a glance at the artificial being. How could an artificial being not resemble? Where it comes from, I already know without you telling me. Does my presence bring you such unbearable shame? The man removed his mask, revealing Lin Hongyan's true, unadorned face. "Let us not speak of the past. In the end, I chose to die alongside you, in the same place, fulfilling our original vow." The Wushuang battle commander laughed coldly, then mocked. "You betrayed our love for a man, and now you wish for me not to mention it. How is it that I never realized a cold-hearted person like you would care about appearances? Are you so afraid your child might learn of your heart's cruelty and malice?" Lin Hongyan inhaled deeply, steadying her emotions, and scoffed. "Well, I am dying soon. If that brings you some semblance of balance, then feel free to mock and ridicule me. I need not belittle you further. Just imagine a day when your son discovers that his mother is the cold-blooded battle commander who has taken countless lives, spent years as an undercover agent, and personally executed many once close comrades and dear friends. She has ruthlessly sacrificed tens of thousands of captives, and at the moment of death, remained unrepentant, choosing a battlefield position that would endanger the lives of the townsfolk. Oh, what a mother! Just thinking about it must bring him shame and pain. How delightful, how satisfying. My dear, how do you feel? Lin Hongyan stifled her inner tremors and spoke as calmly as she could. Chen Yu is a sensible child. He will surely understand. I initially intended to kill the 3 children around him, but unfortunately, their indiscretion has already spread word of the events of that night, for the sake of the plan's secrecy and his future safety. As a mother, I must do this. Hongyan, you truly disgust me. You speak with such righteous indignation, yet your motives are so shamelessly selfish. And what about me? I need not die, do I? Lin Hongyan coldly replied. You certainly must die. If you remain alive, I worry that Chen Yu may one day be harmed by you. How could I find peace in letting you live after this? Are you afraid? Did you not say that you would die with me one day? Is this not fulfilling our vow? After speaking, Lin Hongyan bent down, gently resting her hand on the shoulder of the artificial being, and smiled slightly at the Wushuang battle commander, saying, My dear, it is time for you to send this lovely artificial being to the battlefield to meet death. The Wushuang battle commander, momentarily still, suddenly laughed and led the artificial Qingqing away, leaving behind the words, They say evil deeds beget evil retribution. You may not see it, but do not rejoice, for it may yet come to haunt you in your flesh. Lin Hongyan watched her depart, then carefully donned the silver mask once more, murmuring to herself, My retribution has already come. It is just that you cannot see it, nor can you imagine it. Shrouded in the night, Lin Hongyan, now masked, was quickly enveloped in a suit of deep brown metallic knight's armor, and a pair of black bat-like wings, over 2 meters long, unfurled from her back, releasing a surge of energy that melded into the darkness as she soared into the sky, ultimately merging with the recently gathered storm clouds. Shortly thereafter, the heavens echoed with rolling thunder, and blue-violet lightning flickered continuously. Pouring rain fell abundantly from the sky. That moment, Chen Yu was just getting out of bed. Having just donned his clothes, the girl, Chen Qing, was beside him, also just finished dressing, holding scissors as she cut a blood-stained piece of cloth from the bedsheet. When Chen Yu asked her what she was doing, she blushed and simply said he was not permitted to ask. Quickly folding the cloth, she wrapped it in a clean piece and stored it away, then tidied her disheveled hair. She spoke seriously, Once I leave, do not touch the control button of the black flying car parked outside. It will take you northeast. When it stops, you must get out and run as fast as you can. You have 1 minute from the time it stops until it self-destructs. Chen Yu, utterly perplexed, queried, Why? I will tell you later that in any case, it must be done. The commander emphasized this. Now I must go. After speaking, Qingqing gazed at him longingly for a moment before turning to leave. Chen Yu hurriedly called out to her. She hesitated momentarily, but eventually stopped and turned to face him, waiting for him to speak. She anticipated that he would ask something or try to persuade her to stay. To her surprise, Chen Yu pulled a coin from his pocket. Rushing to her side and solemnly placed it in her hand, he said, I have nothing to give you as a gift, but this coin has been with me since I can remember. It bears marks and patterns that no other currency possesses, and I give it to you that if we meet again in the future, and I do not recognize you, show me this coin, and I will know it is you. Qingqing examined the coin in her palm for a long while, noting the intricate and varied scratches upon its surface. That a smile broke across her face as she looked up at Chen Yu, saying, This shall be our token. I will treasure it. Chen Yu, take care of yourself. I must go. With that, she turned decisively and exited through the door. Not far outside, a figure completely shrouded, obscuring any hint of gender, approached her and uttered a strange phrase, leading her into a black flying car. The vehicle sped away from the small town in a northeastern direction. Inside the car, Qingqing pondered the events unfolding on the other end, her heart heavy. Clenching her fist, the coin pressed painfully against her palm, but thoughts of Chen Yu eased her mood slightly. Unfolding the coin, she scrutinized it for a while, unable to suppress a chuckle. She discovered that amidst the seemingly chaotic scratches, a clear character for Chen emerged in the center, while on the reverse, illuminated by the light in the car, the imprints formed the character Qing, and the raised mark, slightly shadowed, revealed Yu, the two characters overlapping in harmony. Indeed, it was a special coin. After Qing's departure, Chen Yu stood in the room in a daze for a moment before stepping out the door, but he found no trace of her, and he surmised that the girl must have wished not to let him see the person she was meeting. perhaps fearing he might follow her. As he reached the ground floor, a black flying car awaited him, and as he approached, the door opened automatically. Chinyu did not hesitate to dive inside, and the car door promptly closed behind him. On the control panel at the front, amidst a dense array of buttons, a screen displayed a three-dimensional map with a particularly conspicuous red indicating the destination. The vehicle soon sprang to life, exiting the small town and proceeding northward along its route. The scenery outside whizzed by in a blur. In the blink of an eye, Chinyu deduced that they had traveled more than 30 miles beyond the city limits. Outside, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down. When Chinyu glanced toward the distant sky, he noticed a myriad of flickering lights far above, evoking memories of the chaotic scenes that had unfolded during the town's previous calamity. As the vehicle advanced further, the screen indicated they were nearing the red. Suddenly, Chinyu was struck by terror. In the far distance, a mass of purplish-red clouds erupted violently from the ground. Spreading rapidly in all directions, mountains crumbled, trees were uprooted, and debris was shattered by the overwhelming force of the onslaught. Chinyu understood the implications of this sight. It signified the presence of the infamous purple demon, a nuclear fission weapon known to almost everyone. The purplish-red mist surged outward, gradually darkening in hue. Chinyu's eyes widened as he watched the purple-black clouds, intertwined with the remnants of shattered mountains and trees, catch up to the rear of the vehicle, ultimately accompanied by a massive boulder, roughly a meter in diameter, which hurtled toward them with devastating force. Instinctively, Chinyu clasped his hands over his head and curled up, feeling a tremendous impact that sent his mind into a state of chaos before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Remarkably, the sleek black vehicle withstood the blow and did not shatter. However, the powerful shockwave propelled it higher into the sky. Unfortunately, the purple-black mist seemed to exhaust itself, ceasing its expansion. The flying car traced a long arc through the rain-soaked air, and upon reaching its apex, the system's self-diagnostic detected severe damage that could not be repaired autonomously. Consequently, it opened the roof and deployed a rescue mechanism, securing it to the unconscious Chinyu and ejecting him from his seat. Ultimately, the flying car detonated, obliterating itself, while Chinyu landed safely in a barren area devoid of trees. Still in a state of unconsciousness, the torrential rain continued to pour with increasing ferocity. Time passed, though Chinyu was unaware of how long it had been, when two bright lights appeared through the curtain of rain. Drawing nearer, a passing flying car came to a halt, and a middle-aged man in glasses and a white coat emerged from the back seat. After assessing the nearly lifeless Chinyu, he bent down and lifted him into the vehicle. The flying car ascended once more, speeding away until it vanished into the oppressive darkness of the night. Chapter 13. Unforeseen transformations. When Chinyu regained consciousness, he found himself submerged in a green liquid, with numerous red strands connecting various parts of his body as veins and arteries. Surrounding him were several green, cylindrical containers and figures clad in white coats that he was unaware of his location. Yet an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. This scene was anything but one of salvation. After a moment, he discerned that the green cylindrical containers housed others just like him, humans. Chinyu struggled to break the glass confinement, but found it impossible. Any attempt to move was met with sharp pain from the fine needles embedded in his body. Even the flow of his internal energy was obstructed by these needles. Despite his inner turmoil, he repeatedly urged himself to remain calm, to remain composed. Outside, the figures in white coats were either engrossed in their screens or hurriedly moving in and out, oblivious to his plight. After carefully analyzing the positions of the needles within him, he devised a plan to channel his internal energy, starting with the needle in his abdomen, attempting to gradually restore the normal flow of his internal force. Time passed, yet the needles remained immobile. Just as impatience began to gnaw at him, an elderly woman in a white coat approached his confinement, followed closely by a younger man in a similar garb. They whispered to one another, and the young man then injected a small vial containing a pale red liquid into the tubing connected to Chinyu's body. Chinyu distinctly felt the liquid coursing through the needles and into his bloodstream. As it spread throughout his body, he felt an increasing warmth, and the frequency of his breathing escalated. His heart began to race at an unprecedented rate. The rhythmic thumping echoed in his ears, each beat resonating with the weight of a hammer striking a wall. Within a mere 3 minutes, his heart rate surged from its usual 17 beats per minute to 80, then 120, 180, and finally 220 when it reached 560. Chinyu could see nothing but a crimson haze before him, and he sensed the liquid in the container beginning to bubble violently. The heartbeat continued to accelerate, and his body temperature soared. Unbeknownst to him, 56 figures in white coats had gathered outside, astonished by the sudden turn of events. Chinyu slipped into unconsciousness once more. The display on the confinement unit indicated that prior to his fainting, his heart rate had reached an astonishing 1,263 beats per minute, with a body temperature of 467 degrees, an alarmingly high reading that left the laboratory personnel in shock. This secret experimental facility had initially been funded by a corporation, but after financial setbacks, it had been repurposed to serve the interests of the Red Nation. The substance injected into Chunyu was the facility's most prized creation, a catalyst derived from the waters of the Red Lake, engineered to significantly enhance and augment the natural capabilities of biological organisms. The elderly woman believed Chunyu to be an exceptionally promising subject, and thus decided to employ the red formula. Yet the resulting data left her utterly astonished. Throughout her decades of research, she had never encountered such a terrifying capacity for aberrant transformation. When Chinyu awoke once more, his vision had returned to normal, and he discerned 3 figures in white coats in the vast space outside his confinement, that he surmised that it was likely nighttime. However, he soon realized that his body felt strange, his joints and muscles, as well as his thoughts, had grown noticeably rigid that as he attempted to flex his fingers, the sounds echoed in his ears. Crack. When he sought to think, the straightforward information seemed to take an inordinate amount of effort to comprehend, as if it required several seconds for his mind to process and confirm the simplest of thoughts. The bizarre sensations in his body filled Chunyu with trepidation. Despite several attempts to move his fingers, he found no improvement in his agility. Even more astonishing was the abnormality of his heartbeat. It was not merely rapid but excessively slow. Approximately 2 minutes had elapsed since he regained consciousness, and he had only felt a single heartbeat. His heart quaked with fear, yet his body seemed incapable of trembling, as if it were a mechanical construct. Chinyu bellowed, "What have you done to me? What have you done?" Yet his throat and tongue moved sluggishly and stiffly, unable to produce any sound. The 3 figures in white coats remained engrossed in their tasks, seemingly unaware of his awakening. Green liquid flowed into his open mouth, prompting him to clamp his lips shut. Resisting is futile. It is futile, Chinyu repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. Quickly regaining his composure, he placed his hopes on the ancient internal cultivation he had practiced. Focusing on expelling the needles from his abdomen, as he gathered his internal energy, he sensed a momentous change occurring within him. The internal energy felt akin to salt, merging seamlessly with his body, which resembled water. The needle in his abdomen silently detached from his flesh, soon followed by those in his waist, chest, back, neck, arms, thighs, wrists, and feet. At that moment, the lights outside the container abruptly extinguished. The 3 figures in white coats screamed in alarm. "Intruder! A magnetic wave esper has interrupted all functions of the laboratory. Director, what should we do? It's over! It's over! The assassins have discovered our base due to the nuclear explosion." A resounding roar shook the underground laboratory. Inside the containment unit, Chinyu listened to the panicked voices of the 3 figures in white as they fled. Fear surged within him, and he realized that the mask over his nose no longer allowed any oxygen to escape. Desperately, he gathered his internal energy, and, finally expelling the last needle embedded in his body, he felt an explosive surge of energy emanate from his lower abdomen, crackling through his limbs and digits. His mind momentarily blank, Chinyu then instinctively exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, everything became vividly clear, and he could see the entirety of the scene outside the containment unit, undeterred by the darkness. His body regained its elasticity. The temperature of his blood skyrocketed as if boiling, and his internal energy coursed throughout him, pulsating vigorously. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. His body radiated a crimson glow, and with a powerful punch, he shattered the glass before him, sending the green liquid within the container gushing forth in a tumultuous wave. Now free, Chinyu immediately bent down to inspect his body, confirming that he still appeared as he once did. The lingering clouds of doubt dissipated. The earlier sensation of rigidity had led him to question whether he had become a machine. Upon emerging from the container, he distinctly heard the cacophony of gunfire and explosions not far away. Chenyu did not contemplate fleeing just yet. He recalled the many others confined within similar containers that he began to examine each one, using his fist to shatter the glass and rescue them. Soon discovering a prominent button on the control panel that, when pressed, indeed activated an automatic opening mechanism. When Chenyu opened the glass of all the containers, he was disheartened to discover that, due to the lack of oxygen, only 4 children remained alive. 1 was a girl and 3 were boys, all of whom were in a state of unconsciousness, none aware of their surroundings, as he gazed upon the 37 lifeless bodies of children extracted from the containers. A profound sense of sorrow and terror engulfed him, nearly suffocating him. The cacophony of gunfire gradually subsided, and just as Chenyu was about to relocate the 4 surviving children, equally bare as himself, to a more concealed corner, the sound of heavy footsteps abruptly echoed from outside a nearby door. Suddenly, a laser sword pierced through the metal door, carving out an opening, and a pair of arms clad in metallic armor, each with a diameter of nearly 30 centimeters, emerged from the breach, forcefully tearing the door wider. That a colossal head followed, and then a towering figure, nearly 3 meters in height, fully stepped inside, adorned in a matte black, heavy metallic knight's armor. Chenyu instinctively swallowed hard. He recognized this as the most formidable form of microlight battle armor, impervious and fortress-like, with a thickness of 23 centimeters. The giant knight swiftly detected Chenyu's presence, showing no intent to attack, and surveyed the ground strewn with the bodies of children. Striding to the nearest open container, the armor illuminated with a white light, revealing everything within the laboratory. Chenyu held his breath, standing silently, watching the actions of the giant knight. That moment, another enormous head appeared through the broken door. That was yet another giant knight. The one at the container spoke first. "Find 5 sets of clothing for the little ones to wear." The giant who had just entered teased in response. "If our assassin organization were to rescue innocent experimental children and let the media know, it would surely stir up public opinion, wouldn't it?" The giant at the container clearly did not find this remark amusing and remained silent. The one at the door, seemingly bored, changed the subject. "However, we don't know if they are modified humans. Is that correct? These containers are not modification devices. They are merely innocent children captured for experimentation." The giant at the door had no further comment, withdrew his head, and departed with heavy footsteps. The giant before Chenyu turned his gaze upon him and inquired, "How did you get out?" Chenyu had anticipated such questions and promptly replied, "There was a sudden massive tremor, and several containers shattered simultaneously." The knight seemed to accept this without suspicion, glancing at the scattered bodies of children, and remarked blandly, "You little ones are indeed fortunate, but we apologize. Had we known of this situation earlier, we certainly would not have disrupted the laboratory's operations." Chenyu was taken aback by his statement and quickly replied, "This is not your fault. It is those in white coats who caused their demise." The giant knight chuckled at this. His tone softened considerably as he inquired where Chenyu had lived prior to being brought here. It was then that Chenyu recalled the catastrophic explosion from long ago, still uncertain if it had affected the small town. He hurriedly replied, "In the northern slums of Magic City." The giant knight's voice conveyed regret as he said, "Very unfortunate. 5 days ago, a nuclear explosion occurred in that vicinity, and the entire small town was engulfed." Chenyu's mind went blank, despite his vague preparations. The realization of this information, coupled with thoughts of the many people living in the slums, made it impossible for him to calmly accept the truth. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Are there any survivors?" The knight did not answer directly, responding vaguely, "For a time, the focus of public opinion will be on this incident. That if there are any, you will find out." Chenyu refrained from further inquiries, having grasped the implication of his words. Outside the door, the heavy footsteps approached once more, and another giant knight poked his head inside, tossing a bundle of clothing into the room with a single hand. "I suppose it's unnecessary for me to help them get dressed if I can assist them directly, right?" At this moment, Chenyu had already set aside his sorrow, swiftly dressing the 4 unconscious children in the warm garments, regardless of whether they fit properly. The nearby giant knight remarked, "Do you think I can carry all 5 children by myself?" The night at the door fell silent. Chinyu proceeded to walk, with two giants each cradling an unconscious child, making their way through the dilapidated underground laboratory, emerging into the open air. Outside the base, snowflakes drifted down. The entrance of the base lay at the foot of a barren cliff. Two other knights clad in microlight armor, both dressed in deep crimson light armor, clearly female, casually inquired, each taking a child into their arms. Chinyu climbed onto the shoulders of one giant knight. Grasping the giantess head, the four flying knights unfurled their microlight wings and soared away from the laboratory. Behind them, the location of the base erupted in a blaze, transforming into ashes amidst a towering inferno. Chapter 14. The journey the four flying knights brought Chinyu and the four unconscious children to a roadside in the wilderness. They then apologized to Chinyu, explaining that due to their own circumstances, they could only leave them. Their one lively female knight said that a flying vehicle would undoubtedly pass by this road within an hour, allowing them to catch a ride to a nearby town. Chinyu gratefully accepted their assistance, repeatedly thanking them. The female knight, referred to as the captain, had not spoken to Chinyu until now, her tone cold as she advised, "If anyone inquires, simply disregard any mention of our encounter to avoid trouble for yourselves." As she spoke, she handed Chinyu a sum of money that she had seemingly produced from nowhere. "Take this." Chinyu felt discomfort, interpreting it as a bribe, and refused, saying, "I won't say anything. Please rest assured." The female captain seemed taken aback, then chuckled softly. Another female knight seized the money, bending down to present it to Chinyu with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Oh, you child, the captain didn't mean it that way, that you're probably all alone now. And if we don't leave you some money, neither the captain nor we can feel at ease." Realizing his misunderstanding, Chinyu accepted the money with an apology, expressing his gratitude and asking if they could provide a way to repay it. This elicited another round of laughter. The female captain replied, "We'll discuss that when fate permits." She added, "It's nearly time. The nuclear explosion has drawn many heroes to investigate, so be cautious." The two male knights responded affirmatively. The female captain and another female knight then flew off into the nearby forest, disappearing from sight. The two male giants, including the one who had conversed with Chinyu first, bid farewell to him and his companions before turning to leave. One of them was called back by the other, who remarked, "Hey buddy, look, the captain and number 28 are clearly friends, always going together. Although we haven't known each other long, we're on the same team, which is akin to life and death together. Are you afraid that knowing your face will harm you? Why not become friends?" The giant knight scoffed coldly and replied, "I don't trust you, that I don't trust anyone at all, that I've fought alongside the captain for 7 years. And she has never seen my face, let alone you, a rookie who joined less than 3 months ago." With that, he turned and walked away. After a few steps, he paused and spoke without looking back. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice that don't build relationships with your teammates. Just consider yourself a normal person living. Even if your companions don't betray you, if something goes awry, heroes will first investigate those they know. You will inevitably suffer the consequences." After saying this, he swayed slightly and then dashed off, soon vanishing like a wisp of smoke. The last remaining giant, muttering in dissatisfaction, remarked, "Clearly, he is just a warm-hearted person. Why act so cold and devoid of humanity?" Before he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and called out to Chinyu, "Lucky little guy, goodbye, and good luck." His figure quickly blurred, and in a moment, he completely disappeared. Chinyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon looking again, he realized he was indeed gone. It dawned on him. Superpowers were the domain of those with supernatural abilities. In the desolate wilderness, as snow fluttered around, the surroundings were eerily silent. The trees and roads were blanketed in a layer of pristine white snow, and it had been a long time since any flying vehicles had passed by. Chinyu felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness wash over him, and he couldn't help but begin to think of his mother. He had no idea where Lin Hongyan had gone or if she was still alive. He also recalled his hurried farewell with his fiancée, and wondered if she had safely evaded the terrifying nuclear explosion. Finally, thoughts of the neighbors in the slums and the comrades in their base flooded his mind. The vast and desolate environment stirred his suppressed grief, and the four unconscious children rendered him devoid of restraint. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his emotions, gradually succumbing to tears, the more he thought. The more he cried, the more painful it became, until it transformed into uncontrollable wailing. Eventually, he simply collapsed onto the ground, elbows resting on the earth, weeping freely and losing himself in sorrow. Chinyu cried until he was exhausted. Finally quieting down, just as he ceased, he heard the sound of crying nearby. Realizing someone else had awakened, he turned to see a girl sobbing loudly, sitting upright, her face streaked with tears, her snot and tears flowing freely. He gazed upon her, a pang of sadness washing over him. Just as he was about to offer her some words of comfort, he heard the girl wailing, "I'm so scared, Mom. I'm so scared." Well, Chinyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself across the face. The embarrassment was too much to bear. How could he be weeping in the same place as such a person? He thought to himself, "My dear, there's no need to cry so dramatically," as if your parents had just perished before he could finish his thoughts. Two more children began to cry out in unison. "I'm so scared, Mommy." The noise was so incessant that Chinyu felt an overwhelming impulse to kick them one by one into the nearby thicket. Just then, the last boy began to stir. Chinyu thought, "Great, another one waking up, and I can't let this little brat add to the commotion." He swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to the boy's face. The boy, still dazed, blinked in confusion, realizing he was being struck by a stranger, and immediately grew angry, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? Why did you hit me?" This exchange silenced the three children who had been crying. Their tear-streaked faces turned to watch. Chinyu glared at the boy with wide eyes, his tone menacing. "What of it? You deserve that slap. Don't like it. Come on, hit me back." Upon hearing this, the boy's anger flared, and he scrambled to his feet, ready to retaliate. Chinyu, in a fit of rage, kicked the railing beside the road, and with a loud crack, the steel barrier shattered under the force, one piece colliding with another, producing a thunderous noise that warped the metal. Chinyu internally gasped, "My word, how sturdy is this railing? My shoes, with metal plates embedded, are causing me such pain," that he stifled a gasp, maintaining his composure externally. This display frightened the boy, extinguishing his fury, and he timidly sat back down, avoiding Chinyu's gaze. The three children, having just stopped crying, were now frightened again, their mouths opening as if to wail. Chinyu barked, "Whoever wants to get hit, cry even louder." Good heavens, the children were terrified, their hearts racing. Who would dare to cry again? Chinyu surveyed the scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, the girl who had been awakened next to him complained, "You were just crying for a long time. Why can't we cry?" Chinyu, taken aback by her words, felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, he retorted with feigned authority, "All the people I know have passed away. My tears are justified. What about you? What are you crying for?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the girl burst into tears again, crying out, "My mom is dead. My dad is dead. They were both killed by a silver car." Woo-woo. Following her lead, the other two children began to cry as well, echoing similar sentiments. Chinyu finally grasped the gravity of their situation. They had all lost their parents, and their tears were indeed warranted. He felt a pang of guilt for reprimanding them. Turning his attention to the last boy, who remained silent, he inquired, "Why aren't you crying? Are your parents still alive?" The boy rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, "I don't even know what my parents look like. How would I know if they are dead or alive?" Chinyu thought to himself, "Well, this one is even more unfortunate." He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his tone softening with remorse. "I hope you don't hold it against me for slapping you earlier. I was just worried you'd wake up and join in the crying." The boy didn't seem to appreciate the sentiment, casting a sidelong glance at him and muttering, "It's not like I can blame you. Who could withstand a kick like that?" Chinyu felt a surge of irritation and withdrew his hand, retorting, "I was trying to be nice, and you're holding a grudge. Do you expect me to beg for your forgiveness?" The boy lifted his gaze to meet Chinyu's, his expression softening as he said, "Forget it. I am not really mad that we're all just a bunch of unfortunate souls. The fact that we managed to escape that hellish place together is something to be grateful for. A slap isn't worth holding a grudge over." Upon hearing this, the other three children gradually ceased their crying and began to chime in. One complained about the loathsome white coat that constantly jabbed him with a large needle in his thigh and backside. Another lamented how the detestable white coat injected him with colorful liquids that caused him immense pain while they watched and laughed, claiming the results were excellent. Finally, the girl spoke up, stating that the large-faced white coat was the worst of all, having drained her bodily fluids at night when no one was around, using his fingers to probe her. The children began to chatter about their experiences in the experimental base, when suddenly one child asked, "Where did our clothes come from? How did we get out?" The other three shook their heads in confusion. The last boy answered, "I'm not sure, but before I passed out, I heard the white coat shouting something about an attack from a killer organization. Maybe they rescued us?" Another child interjected, "That's not true. Killers are the worst, most ruthless people. They're scarier than the white coats. How could they possibly save us?" Yet another child chimed in, "What if the white coats had a change of heart and let us go?" The girl countered, "Nonsense. The white coats would never have a change of heart. Perhaps the heroes arrived later and saved us." "Bah! My dad said heroes are just the dogs of the Red Nation. They aren't good people. Could it be that God saved us? If it were a person, why would they abandon us in such a place?" As Chinyu listened to their spirited debate, he thought to himself that he, too, had played a part in their rescue. Moreover, he had promised not to reveal any details about the flying riders, so he decided to take credit for it to quell their seemingly endless argument. Clearing his throat, he called for silence. "I'm the one who saved you. I heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions, and when the glass shattered, I rescued you. How come you weren't hurt?" "Because I'm clever. But how could you carry all four of us out by yourself?" "I'm just being righteous. I ran back and forth multiple times to bring you out one by one." "Why did you leave us by the roadside?" "I didn't know the way and was afraid I wouldn't find you again. So I just followed the main road and left you by the roadside." In the end, all four children somewhat believed him. When one child raised the question of what they should do next, they had no answers. The girl suggested that since Chan Yu was their savior, they should follow his lead, and the three boys agreed. Chin Yu, not one to shy away from responsibility, accepted their decision. Having been the little leader since childhood, he couldn't stand listening to other kids. Thus, under his guidance, the group of children followed the path of the flying cars, treading lightly upon the thin layer of snow. Waiting for a passing flying vehicle, that moment, Chin Yu had no inkling that he was embarking on a new journey. Chapter 15. War and Refugees. Chin Yu led the four children along the winding mountain path, blanketed in falling snow, for about half an hour. Suddenly, a deep green light burst forth in the distant sky ahead, rippling outward like waves that a cacophony of unpleasant sounds filled Chun Yu's ears. Akin to a persistent ringing, yet his companions seemed oblivious to it, chattering excitedly about the glowing light. The bizarre noise plagued Chun Yu's senses for what felt like half a minute before it faded. Confused and unsure, he chose not to dwell on it, fixing his gaze on the brilliant green light above, which he perceived as a powerful magnetic interference device, likely designed for widespread destruction of machinery and weaponry. This led him to wonder whether some unknown catastrophe was unfolding. After much hesitation, feeling lost in the situation, he opted to trust the guidance of the flying riders and continued along the main road in silence. After a while, they finally spotted a silver civilian flying car appearing at the end of the road behind them. The children erupted in cheers, pleading for help with shouts and waves. The silver vehicle landed smoothly before them, occupied by a young couple in their 20s who were quite warm-hearted. Without even asking a question, they beckoned the children to get inside. The woman in the passenger seat had a lovely face, her eyes shimmering with compassion. After rummaging through the vehicle-less luggage, she pulled out some food and distributed it among the children before inquiring about their circumstances. The two chatty boys eagerly stuffed their mouths while recounting their harrowing experiences. The couple listened with shock and sympathy, unable to fathom that such inhumane horrors existed right next to their lives. The woman's heart ached for the children, yet she was at a loss for how to express her comfort. Repeatedly assuring them that it was all in the past and urging them to eat their fill, promising to take them to safety, Chin Yu stopped eating after a few bites, claiming he was full. He couldn't help but ask what had transpired. Noticing the car was packed with belongings, resembling a hasty evacuation, the man driving explained, "Recently, the Purple Demon King nuclear explosion incident has led to unrest among groups dissatisfied with the government, escalating in a civil war, and it has now reached this area. Did you see the green light earlier? The city of Liuguang, which borders the Black Nation to the northeast, is already embroiled in conflict. We are hurrying northward to the Round Station, hoping to take an unblocked route to the Black Nation to seek refuge with relatives. A few children listened in trepidation, utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. Chunyu, perplexed, remarked, "Hasn't the Domestic Protective Agency been established for quite some time? How could this possibly happen?" The man replied, "We have all been deceived by the government. After the nuclear explosion, people began to doubt the reliability of the protective agencies. It was only in recent years, when the operational statuses of these agencies in various cities were made public, that we realized the government had consistently restricted their actions, and in reality, they had not been functioning at all. This is precisely why the internal turmoil erupted so swiftly. I have come to understand that we cannot rely on Deep Blue Nation. If we wish to lead peaceful lives, we must seek refuge in the Black Nation." As the man rambled on, his companion suddenly interjected, suggesting that since the children were vulnerable and alone, they might as well accompany them, as they could adopt two of them. Upon reaching the Black Nation, they could contact the relevant authorities, making it quite easy to find a new home. The woman's proposal left the man in contemplative silence for a moment before he smiled and agreed. Deeming it a good idea, that he then turned to ask Chin-Yu and the others if they would be willing to join them. The two impetuous boys eagerly affirmed their desire, insisting they wished to accompany this pair, whom they deemed the best people in the world. The woman's heart soared with joy, her laughter ringing out in response. The two boys excitedly called them Dad and Mom. The man, delighted by this, declared that henceforth they would be a family. He then assured Chin-Yu and the others that once they reached the Black Nation, he would ensure they found good families. Chin-Yu, initially hesitant and contemplating agreement, felt his resolve shift upon hearing the two boys calling the couple Mom and Dad. The thought of addressing strangers as parents was something he found utterly unacceptable. He did not know who his father was or where he might be, but in his heart, there was only one mother, and others could not replace Lin Hongyan. Having grown accustomed to independence from a young age, he was indifferent to the presence of caretakers. He promptly voiced his refusal. Observing the bewildered expressions on the couple's faces, he chose not to elaborate further and fabricated an excuse, claiming he had relatives in Flowing Light City whom he wished to find. The man responded that it was indeed fortunate to have relatives, suggesting it provided them with some assurance. That he then turned to the two remaining children who had yet to voice their intentions. The girl, hesitantly gazing at Chin-Yu, asked, "May I go with Chin-Yu?" Chin-Yu could not decline outright and merely replied, "That is fine, but I hope you consider it carefully." The girl, straightforward in nature, immediately brightened and declared, "Then I'll go with you. I do not wish to call strangers Mom and Dad, nor do I want to be adopted." Lastly, the boy, who had been struck by Chin-Yu upon waking and knew nothing of his parents, stated his intention to accompany Chin-Yu to Flowing Light City. The well-meaning couple, concerned about Chin-Yu's youth, inquired if he could manage. Chin-Yu, caught in a dilemma, had no choice but to assert that it would be no problem at all. He then took the opportunity to remind them to think carefully. The girl introduced herself as Shun Biu, while the boy called himself Gu Guai, a name he had given himself due to others deeming him peculiar. Feeling he had no proper name, he simply adopted this moniker. Chin-Yu mentally noted their names. Realizing that a casual lie had inadvertently caused trouble for the two, he recalled Lin Hongyan's past admonition to refrain from lying whenever possible, which proved to be sage advice. The couple transported them to a fork in the road, 30 miles from Flowing Light City, where they regretfully informed them that they could go no further due to the prior magnetic wave bomb interference. They were pressed for time to catch their flight and could not accompany them any longer. They left behind some provisions and a small sum of money for Chin-Yu, advising him to use it for food on the journey, and bid farewell to the tear-streaked woman. Along with her were the two boys who had only recently become acquainted with Chin-Yu. Once the vehicle departed, Shin-Biu cheerfully asked Chin-Yu if the relatives truly could take her and Gu Guai in. Chin-Yu pondered and spoke the truth. Shin-Biu was taken aback, while Gu Guai burst into laughter, saying, "Perfect! In fact, I had no intention of going to your relatives. I simply disliked the idea of being adopted. I was actually considering seeking refuge with the protective agency in Flowing Light City." "Chin-Yu, you are quite powerful. You can kick through metal railings, so why not take us both to join the agency?" Shin-Biu, upon hearing this, became animated, eagerly agreeing. "Yes, joining the protective agency sounds wonderful. The agency established by the Red Nation is quite formidable, doing good deeds and combating those wicked individuals who harm the populace. If we join, we can surely eradicate those loathsome white coats and exact our revenge. Chinyu had been contemplating such a future since the incident in the small town, and their words resonated perfectly with his thoughts. The trio of children, exuberant, began to discuss and fantasize about their future as they set off on their journey. Not long after, as they passed several forked roads, they encountered groups of travelers, all laden with luggage, heading toward Flowing Light City. Through their conversations, they learned that some of the nearby towns had already been ravaged by war. The government forces and the insurgents were locked in fierce combat. Due to the magnetic wave bomb's effects, transportation was rendered inoperable. Families were migrating toward Flowing Light City, believing it to be a larger and more secure refuge. In other words, these were all refugees. For reasons unknown, Chinyu suddenly recalled the cause of the small town's incident. Flowing Light City was not a large city. Compared to his birthplace, Magical City, it was inferior in both scale and economy by several levels. As they drew nearer to their destination, the number of refugees they encountered increased, causing Chunyu's unease to mount. Flowing Light City's magnetic wave protective shield had been activated, but its gates remained tightly shut. Outside, amidst the falling snow, countless refugees gathered. The chill of the air pierced Chunyu's heart. Chapter 16. The reason for battle. By the time Chinyu and the others arrived, they could already hear the agitated crowd ahead. Their voices filled with anger and fervor. "Let us in! Let us in! We are citizens of Deep Blue Nation. The flames of war are spreading behind us, and we need the protection of Flowing Light City. Why are we being kept outside? The fire of war will consume us. It will devour us." The refugees jostled, their bodies pressed together, and though the cold weather stung, the warmth of the crowd's collective heat caused beads of sweat to trickle down. Among the mingling scents of sweat, body odor, and an unidentifiable foul stench, Chinyu found the odors nauseating but had no choice but to endure them. The three of them were squeezed into the throng, and he could only strive to steady himself while protecting Shun Biu and Gu Guai from being crushed. He resisted with all his might against the relentless waves of pressure from the crowd. The cries of children and women, unable to withstand the crushing force, echoed through the air. The standoff persisted. The refugees were unable to enter the city, with no way to retreat. The gates remained firmly shut. Through the conversations of those around them, Chinyu learned that the word had spread from within Flowing Light City that it could not accommodate so many people. With the transportation routes surrounding the city severed and food supplies insufficient to sustain the multitude, they had no choice but to adopt this extreme measure to prevent enemy spies from infiltrating and causing destruction. Shin Biu, listening intently, interjected to ask about the protective agency in Flowing Light. Someone informed them that earlier, members of the protective agency had argued with the city's government forces for a long time. They had promised that resources could be delivered in a timely manner from elsewhere and demanded that the gates be opened. But their request was met with refusal. The government forces deemed the current situation unmanageable for timely assistance. Ultimately, the main leaders of the local protective agency were coerced and imprisoned by the government forces. "Those damned government troops," someone cursed through gritted teeth. "If I had a weapon, I'd be the first to charge in and blow open those cursed gates." Another voice, filled with resentment, swore similarly. Chinyu felt increasingly uneasy, visions of the chaotic gunfire from the small town's incident flashing through his mind. He quietly beckoned to Shin Biu and Gu Guai, attempting to maneuver through the crowd to retreat, but the densely packed mass made it impossible. Sweat soaked his body, both his own and that of others. The oppressive sense of crisis loomed ever closer. He sensed that something was about to happen, something dire. Chunyu exerted every effort to forge a path, inching forward with painstaking difficulty. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A series of rapid gunshots rang out from within Flowing Light City. The refugees outside began to stir, craning their necks to see, but they could discern nothing. Questions began to arise. What is happening? What is going on inside the city? Are the protective agency members fighting with the government forces? A brilliant blue beam of light suddenly illuminated the city, followed by a deafening roar as the magnetic protective shield of Flowing Light City crackled and flickered, only to vanish moments later. With a resounding crash, the gates were blasted open by a massive blue energy beam that a throng of government troops, armed with firearms, shouted as they pursued and opened fire on a heavy cavalry clad in standard black mechanized armor. The insignia on the armor bore a design reminiscent of a bauhinia flower, the emblem of the protective agency. The soldier stood his ground, unwavering at the gates, wielding a towering metal shield to deflect the government troops' barrage while counterattacking with a long-barreled energy cannon. The orange-yellow energy beams erupted against his shield, causing explosive reverberations. Little by little, he was pushed back, and damage began to appear on his massive shield, but he stood resolutely against the barrage of gunfire. Bellowing through a megaphone, in 6 hours, the clash between the government forces and the insurgents outside the city will escalate, bringing with it a multitude of devastating weapons. Yet the government forces of the Radiants do not permit your entry into the city, forcibly detaining our unit's leader. For years, the government of the Deep Blue Nation has stifled the operations of the protective organizations, resulting in the infamous Radiant Bandit incident, which claimed tens of thousands of lives, and the recent cataclysmic nuclear explosion caused by the Purple Demon King, which left hundreds of thousands of innocents dead or wounded. This is their legacy. They fear the political structure of the Red Nation and oppress the will of the populace. Disregarding our safety, arm yourselves. The weapons we have secured with our lives are now in your hands. Fight to defend your right to survive. The heavy cavalry shouted, rallying the crowd. Even as the relentless artillery shattered his massive shield, he stood his ground, resisting the onslaught of gunfire with his very body. Inside the city gates, the government troops were thrown in a disarray that a dozen warriors adorned with the insignia of the protective organization plunged into the throng like blades. As the heavy cavalry opened the city gates, their armor lay in ruins, charred black, and when they fell to the ground, a breach was finally made by the arriving warriors of the protective organization. A gigantic transport mech rolled out from the blood-soaked road, and an array of standard-issue energy weapons and lightsabers spilled from the open cargo bay onto the ground. The sight of the fallen cavalry ignited the spirits of the refugees. Filling their eyes with tears of fervor, one by one, the weapons were seized, and a surging tide of people poured through the city gates. Qin Yu and his companions were pushed forward by the overwhelming pressure from behind. Unable to retreat, the force of the advancing crowd could trample anything that stood in its way, crushing it underfoot. The throng swept Qin Yu and his companions past the transport mech at the city gate, where piles of weapons lay scattered on the ground. Yet Qin Yu did not pick any up. Inside the city, orange beams of energy weapons crisscrossed the streets, leaving havoc in their wake, claiming the lives of the comparatively fewer guards, who fought with vigilance. New, gleaming buildings and roads bore the scars of destruction, pockmarked with craters. The residents of the city, terrified by the errant beams of gunfire, cried out in fear as the crowds surged into the city. They gradually dispersed. Shinbiyu and Guai were pale with fright, and neither of them picked up any weapons at that moment. Fear gripped them, and they suggested to Qin Yu, "Let us hide in the ruins." Qin Yu remained silent, leading the two to a nearby high-rise where they huddled in a corner of the stairwell. Shinbiyu, still shaken, remarked, "It's terrifying, truly terrifying. The scene is madness. And that fallen heavy cavalryman was so brave." Qin Yu remained mute, his mind replaying the sight of the fallen cavalry. His feelings were complex. He could not fully align himself with the rioting crowd, having experienced the Radiant Bandit incident in a small town. He understood the potential horrors a frenzied crowd could unleash. He could not forget the sacrifice made by the fallen cavalrymen to save the lives of the tens of thousands of refugees outside the city. He was torn, unable to discern clear right from wrong. He simply felt that he could not pick up the weapons strewn on the ground, nor could he become part of the madness. Outside, the cacophony of gunfire continued unabated. In the stairwell, many residents, cowering behind closed doors, cried out in terror, most of them children, their voices piercingly clear. Qin Yu felt a surge of anxiety, and he heard a deranged voice shouting, "You wretched scum of Radiant City! Come out! Come out! Our homes are destroyed. We have nowhere to go. You have locked us out of the city, forcing us to watch as the raging flames consume us. You damned scum, come out!" Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu urged Shinbiyu and Guai to follow him quickly. The fearful reality had finally arrived. Descending to the third floor, they encountered a man with a contorted face, mercilessly striking another man with an energy gun. The victim, dragged from a doorway, was already teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The assailant showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly bludgeoning the innocent man's head with the gun, shouting, "Come out, you damned cowards hiding away!" From within the shattered door, the terrified cries of women and children echoed. Blood pooled on the floor. Shinbyu turned pale, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, and could hardly fathom the horror unfolding. The man, consumed by madness, continued to beat the lifeless body of the man on the ground. Oblivious to Chunyu's approach, he began to lose interest in the motionless victim and turned his gaze toward the doorway. Raising his gun, "Die, you scum!" Chunyu closed the distance to within 5 paces, biting his lip as memories of the 2 intruders from Huang Xiaoya's home flashed through his mind. Did I end the past? He had been filled with righteous anger. Now that emotion had dissipated, replaced only by sorrow, he realized that the only way to stop this bloodthirsty madman was to kill him. He had no grounds for negotiation. The moment the man spotted him, the gun would be aimed at him, and the trigger would be pulled without hesitation. Chunyu drew the dark silver laser sword gifted by his mother, and as he approached within striking distance, the man raised his gun toward the crying women and children behind the door, ready to fire. A crazed, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. In that instant, as Chunyu swung his sword, his thoughts sharpened, and he adjusted the angle, slicing through the air before the man. The gun was cleaved in 2, and the man, pulling the trigger, found the weapon rendered impotent due to its destruction. Realizing he had been thwarted, the deranged man turned to face Chunyu, first stunned, then filled with rage. He lunged at Chunyu in a wild manner, but Chunyu swiftly delivered a kick to his chest, sending the man towering at over 8 feet, flying 7 meters through the air, crashing to the ground in a stupor. Ignoring him, Chunyu hurriedly sheathed his laser sword, bending down to check the condition of the bleeding man, joyfully pulling him inside and instructing the women within to cease their weeping and use the self-medical device to administer blood transfusions. Shinbyu and Guai stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of emotions as they watched Chunyu diligently assist the injured. Chapter 17. The principle of choice and sacrifice. Under the care of the self-medical device, the injured man's condition stabilized. Although he had suffered a severe concussion, he was not in critical danger. The women felt reassured, no longer gripped by fear, and expressed their gratitude to Chunyu. Downstairs, the sounds of gunfire and curses grew alarmingly close. For reasons unknown, the woman found her courage and approached the window to take a look. With a sincere expression, she pleaded with Chunyu, "There are terrifying bandits below shooting recklessly at our neighbors. Kind sir, you are so capable. Could you please save us? I beg you, they are innocent." Chunyu peered out the window and saw 3 men, cursing and laughing maniacally, brandishing guns as they charged toward the entrance of the stairwell, indiscriminately firing at the windows of the residents below. He offered the woman a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not worry, the riot will soon pass. The protective organization will put an end to these out-of-control thugs. That I will deal with them." With that, he said no more, bidding farewell to the woman as he hurried outside. Shinbyu and Guai insisted on accompanying him, but Chunyu replied, "You are unarmed. Would you march to your deaths? Stay here and wait." He proceeded alone. The elevator in the building was rendered inoperable due to the interference from magnetic wave explosives, so Chunyu rushed down the stairwell. As he descended, he found the 3, though not entirely mad, had succumbed to abnormal behavior, shooting wildly at a door. The moment he entered the corridor, the 3 men, overly sensitive to his presence, turned their guns toward him in unison, facing real firearms for the first time. Chunyu was surprisingly calm that he drew his laser sword, angling the beam toward the gun barrels, and swiftly sidestepped in a diagonal line. In simulated training, he had encountered such combat scenarios countless times. As long as he accurately gauged the angle of the gun barrels and moved faster than the aim, he would not be hit. A barrage of beams whizzed past him as he sidestepped toward the wall. Suddenly crouching low, almost flattening himself against the ground, and with a powerful push, he propelled himself toward the opposite wall. The beams fired by the 3 men struck empty air, leaving a series of craters in the wall. As Chunyu approached the wall again, he was now close enough to the 3 men. With a series of swift movements of his laser sword, he severed their energy guns in unison. rendering them useless. One kick from him sent the men sprawling to the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, he sheathed his sword, saying, "Calm down." The two men groaned in pain, clutching their abdomens where he had kicked them. One suddenly raised his head, extending a hand to grasp a small energy gun. "Die, you bastard." The gun was aimed directly at Chun Yu's forehead. In an instant, his mind went blank. Without thinking, he instinctively flicked a coin he had been fiddling with. The gun before him, barely 2 meters away, glowed with a rapidly concentrating light. The flying coin cut through the air with a sharp whistle, embedding itself in the center of the man's forehead. Blood splattered across Chun Yu's vision, staining everything in sight, drenching him in the process. The small energy gun fell from the now limp hand, and the discharged energy beam left a small hole in the ceiling above the stairwell. For a moment, silence enveloped the corridor. Inside the ruined door, a family of 4 lay lifeless, their bodies charred black. Chun Yu stood frozen for a moment, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his face. A wave of dread washed over him, cold sweat trickling down his back. The horrifying image of an energy beam piercing his own head flashed through his mind. His heart raced, yet he fought to suppress the fear coursing through his body. Like Lin Hongyan, he was reluctant to have his emotions understood by others. After a long silence, he made no further movements until a light cough sounded behind him. Chun Yu quickly turned around. At the entrance of the corridor stood a heavily armored warrior adorned with the emblem of the Guardian Agency, standing silently. Chun Yu regarded him with indifference, not uttering a word. After a moment, the man took the initiative to speak, saying, "I saw everything just now. It is not your fault that you killed him." Upon hearing this, Chun Yu suddenly smiled, a self-mocking expression crossing his face as he replied, "I know. It was your fault, wasn't it? You incited the riots, provided weapons, stirred the emotions of the refugees, igniting their hatred and madness, turning them into a mob. Am I correct?" The heavily armored warrior raised his head slightly and replied in a booming voice, "Indeed." Chun Yu, both furious and agitated, could not restrain his tone as he questioned rapidly. "Is this what you call protecting the populace? Is this the duty of the Guardian Agency? How can you still proudly declare that it is? Where is your humanity and conscience?" The man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a scoff. "You do not seem like a child. Rather, you resemble a warrior. I apologize, but at this moment, I have no interest in idle chatter with you." The man then moderated his tone and spoke seriously. "I will not discuss the complex root issues with you. I only ask you, young warrior. The riots have resulted in over 16,000 casualties. There are over 130,000 refugees outside the city. If they cannot enter, it is conservatively estimated that 70,000 will perish in the ensuing bombardment. Tell me, as the Guardian Agency, how do you choose between the two when negotiating with the government forces? Both over 10,000 and 70,000 are innocent civilians. Can such a decision quell your anger and dispel your doubts?" Chun Yu was left speechless. His initial fury had subsided. After a brief silence, he posed his final question. "Is all of this not driven by political motives?" The man replied solemnly, "Absolutely not. The creed of protection exists solely for the benefit of the populace. The political context has never been a matter we consider or care about. Even in an environment like that of the Deep Blue Nation, which has exerted immense pressure on us over the years, we have never acted otherwise but to strive to overcome within our capabilities. Protection is unrelated to politics. It is precisely for this reason that we face rejection from governments like that of the Deep Blue Nation." Chun Yu sensed that the man's words were not insincere. There was an unmistakable pride hidden within his speech, a sentiment difficult to disguise. "I have no further questions." Upon hearing this, the man smiled again and raised his hand, saying, "Young warrior, tell me your name and then come with me. I am certain you will become an outstanding protector." The riot in Liuguang City was quelled in an incredibly short time. The sacrifices and efforts made by the members of the Guardian Agency for the refugees to enter the city became a guiding force for the people's anger and also a means to calm the frenzy. Once the situation stabilized, Chun Yu and his 2 companions were already waiting for the ship that would take them to the Guardian Training Academy in the Red Nation, the strong recommendation of the warrior who brought them back. The head of the Guardian branch in Liuguang City submitted an application to send them to the most prestigious academy for training and study. Whether they would pass the review was a matter for the future. The incident in Liuguang City led the local guardian agency to be deemed by the government of the Deep Blue Nation as another city controlled by riot organizations that in response, the warrior merely smiled and said there was no need to worry. He explained that, although he did not care about such matters, he understood that the government of the Deep Blue Nation was self-destructing, and as more places were unjustly labeled with the crime of rebellion, the tide would eventually turn against them. The ships ferrying Qin Yu and his group to various locations in the Red Nation were supply transport vessels that had timely broken through the external warfare to establish shipping routes. Accompanying them were several hundred children of a similar age. The warrior waved goodbye, smiling encouragingly as he said, "Young warriors, strive hard. I eagerly anticipate the moment you don the badge of the Guardians." The ship took off, leaving behind the besieged Liuguang City of the Deep Blue Nation. Along the way, mechanical warriors could be seen patrolling near the flight path. Shin Biyu and Guai were far from calm, chattering incessantly, their excitement undiminished as they discussed and envisioned the unknown future. Half an hour later, the ship would arrive at a transfer station in the Black Nation, where they would switch to a comfortable dedicated flight directly to the capital of the Red Nation, Red Dream. Chun Yu gazed out the window at the ever-changing scenery below. The lingering shock from the energy gun that barely grazed his forehead had yet to dissipate. However, at this moment, he felt a greater anticipation for the perfect nation that so many yearned for. Chapter 18. The Dark Organization of the Crimson Moon Banner. The Red Nation is often referred to as the perfect country. Rumor has it that there are no classes there. The government provides for the daily needs of all citizens, with machines offering free service 24 hours a day. Since the Red Nation fully occupied the spatial resources, discussions about abolishing the monetary system have commenced, and it is said that implementation is forthcoming. The productivity of the Red Nation has reached an astonishing level, no longer requiring trade and resources with any other country. The government acts as a treasure trove, allowing the populace to extract their needs without limits. In fact, much of the land in the Red Nation has long since ceased to engage in monetary transactions. The majority of those involved in various industries do so merely out of personal interest or to pass the time. Such a nation, of course, would become the ideal in the hearts of many. Qin Yu, who grew up in a slum, was no exception. From a young age, he had heard many tales of the Red Nation and, like his peers, longed to become a part of it in the future. The departing ship swiftly cast away the misfortunes surrounding Liuguang City, as if also shedding the sorrows of not long ago. The children aboard began to animatedly discuss their future, the atmosphere lively and joyous. While Qin Yu gazed out the window, he suddenly noticed the patrolling mechanical warriors and several guardians converging in one direction. As he pondered this, a bright red energy beam suddenly illuminated the end of that direction. Rapidly crossing the sky, .3 mechanical warriors could not completely avoid it and were struck directly that an alarm blared throughout the ship. Immediately, a voice from the control room announced over the intercom, "This ship is under threat of hijacking by the Dark Organization of the Crimson Moon Banner. However, children, do not be afraid. Please remain seated and do not move around. The nearby Guardian patrol teams will soon respond with assistance, and this ship has dispatched 18-level mech warriors to confront the threat." These words did little to reassure the group of children, and chaos erupted throughout the ship's compartments. None of the children had heard of such an organization and were filled with fear. Several staff members on the ship dispersed into the compartments, calmly soothing the children's emotions, though the hidden dread in their eyes was unmistakable. The guardians protecting the ship had already ventured far beyond the attack direction, the beams of guns and artillery veering far away from the vessel. This brought Qin Yu some measure of relief. It was evident they were not targeting destruction, that a man in his 40s entered the noisy compartment, with bushy eyebrows, a narrow face, and a tall, slender frame, that he appeared very calm, wearing a smile, as he gently repeated, "Dear children, please be quiet. Please be quiet. You may not know what the Crimson Moon Banner is. Let me tell you a story about them." His words captivated the children's attention, and his calm demeanor gradually calmed their panic. Within a short while, the compartment fell silent. The man displayed a reassuring smile, his eyes sparkling with energy as he scanned the children's faces. "Dear children, do not be afraid. Our ship is protected by trustworthy guardians. What is there to fear? Furthermore, although the Crimson Moon Banner is a dark organization that often commits misdeeds, They have one redeeming quality. They do not harm children. And you are all children. ISNT, that's something to be thankful for. The children's emotions gradually stabilized, and some bold ones asked, why do they want to hijack the ship? What exactly is their organization? Why are they here? The man patiently explained each question, maintaining a composed demeanor and a gentle smile. The Crimson Moon Banner is a dark organization formed by those who enjoy fighting. Whenever there are internal conflicts in any country, their members appear there. They also love children, often hijacking planes carrying children from the Red Nation, wanting to take the lovely children back to care for and raise children. ISNT, that an interesting organization? Some children listened with curiosity, giggling, and others inquired why the Crimson Moon Banner liked to take children back to care for them. Would they provide delicious food? Would they scold and hit the children? Chinyu discerned that the man's words were somewhat reserved. Yet he did not understand why the Crimson Moon Alliance would want to abduct children. He pondered this with suspicion. Shinbiyu suddenly asked, Chinyu, do you think the people of the Crimson Moon Banner are taking children back for experiments? This statement resonated with both Chinyu and the Peculiar One. The former, reflecting on his brief experience in the laboratory, felt a chill in his heart, yet feigned composure as he gently shook his head and remarked, it shouldn't be the case. Surely, there is no need for so many children. Right? Shinbiyu, feeling somewhat reassured by his words, agreed, saying, indeed, it is good if that is not the case. Those places are far too terrifying. She then turned her gaze back to the elderly man who continued to converse with the children, whispering, do you all think this uncle is, well, quite handsome? The Peculiar One responded dismissively, I don't see it. Chinyu, intrigued, interjected, you mean to say he is quite charming, don't you? Shinbiyu shot a glance at the Peculiar One, and, upon hearing this, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, precisely, he exudes charm, a warmth that makes me feel safe that I am not afraid at all now. Just as Chinyu was contemplating this sentiment, he noticed Shinbiyu suddenly freeze, followed by two streams of tears cascading from her bright eyes, leaving him perplexed that he hastily inquired, Biyu, what is wrong? At this question, Shinbiyu began to sob sorrowfully. The Peculiar One, equally bewildered, stared at her with concern, offering words of comfort. Shinbiyu, however, did not wipe her tears. She merely gazed mournfully at the man who was speaking, and when Chinyu grew increasingly anxious, she bit her red lip and said, Chinyu, Peculiar, I must tell you something. Since childhood, I have had sudden visions of events about to unfold, and they have all come true. Before my parents passed away, they too had such visions. Just now, I saw a burly man shoot him, an orange beam piercing through his chest. Yet he wore a smile on his face, looking at us huddled together, saying, do not be afraid. We will not be harmed. They adore lovely children. He is going to die, and we will be captured. What should we do? What can we do? This, Chinyu's expression was one of disbelief. Hearing such a revelation was more than he could calmly accept. In contrast, the Peculiar One appeared unfazed, contemplating what to say next when the spaceship suddenly jolted, as if something had collided with it. Although the tremors did not harm the seated children, a wave of panic erupted among them. Several standing crew members stumbled chaotically, creating a scene of turmoil. Before the ship's vibrations had fully stabilized, four warriors clad in crimson armor appeared at the entrance of the cabin, brandishing high-energy rifles, aimed threateningly at the adults still on the ground, shouting commands. Hands on heads, crouch down, resist, and we will shoot you dead. Amidst the terrified wails of the children, one imposing figure shouted menacingly. The children's cries only intensified, their fear spilling over into uncontrollable sobbing. The burly man raised his armored hand and struck a child across the face, causing blood to gush from the child's nose and eyes, leaving him lifeless and motionless on the floor. This brutal display, intended to instill fear, failed to yield the desired effect. While some children fell silent in shock, many others wept even louder, overwhelmed by terror. The burly man searched for his next target. The previously calm man, who had been speaking with the children, stood up, his gentle smile unwavering, reassuring the children. Do not be afraid. Do not cry. If you remain quiet, you will not be harmed. They cherish lovely children. Just then, Chinyu noticed the man's hand moving swiftly, pulling out a small energy pistol and aiming it at the man who had just killed the child. However, before he could pull the trigger, a nearby guard reacted swiftly, firing first. An orange beam pierced the man's chest. Just as Shinbiyu had foretold moments earlier, he collapsed, still smiling as he fell. Shinbiyu stifled her sobs, her heart heavy with sorrow. Chunyu's vision blurred with rage. In an instant, he lost his composure and stood up, ready to resist, only to have a rifle pressed against his forehead, a woman's voice coldly commanding, "Kid, are you seeking death?" Like a bucket of cold water, dousing his fervor. Chunyu regained his senses, his body trembling with a mix of anger and humiliation. Yet he understood that moving would mean certain death. A gun was aimed directly at him. The recollection of a recent encounter with a gun nearly claiming his life flooded his mind. And an overwhelming fury spread through him that he chastised himself internally. Useless. Worthless. Once again, a gun is pointed at my head. I despise this, I loathe it, that I vow I will never again allow a gun to be aimed at my forehead for a third time. Absolutely not. The burly man, glaring at Chinyu, approached him angrily, while the female armored warrior maintaining her aim at Chinyu warned him, "Enough, we are not here to kill children. We are here to take them back. Do you want them to die at your hands?" The burly man, for reasons unknown, complied, tempering his anger as he grumbled, "These bothersome brats. We are here to rescue them, to prevent them from being turned into fools by the Red Nation, so they can find their true worth." None of the children paid him any heed, but gradually, they ceased their cries, the man they had taken a liking to now lifeless on the ground. Drawing their sobs to a close from their fear, they began to regain their composure. Chinyu's gaze remained fixed on the man's corpse, his body still trembling with rage. The female warrior repeatedly commanded him to sit down. But he remained steadfast that he knew that such resistance was futile. Yet he felt that sitting down would bring an unacceptable humiliation. As the burly man's temper flared once more, he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike. Just then, another female warrior entered the cabin, her armor markedly different, darker in hue. Upon entering, she commanded the burly man, "Stop." The raised arm, clad in metal, halted mid-motion. The burly man turned to her and exclaimed, "Captain, look at this brat." The female warrior surveyed the chaotic scene, her eyes landing on the dead child and the man, interrupting him with a question, "What happened?" The burly man quickly explained, "That dead brat wouldn't behave. That guy tried to resist with a gun. Truly a fool seeking death." As he spoke with derision, he suddenly fell silent. Noticing the captain was paying her respects to the fallen man, his tone shifted to one of confusion. "Captain, what are you doing? If even one child here can understand and inherit his spirit, then his death will not be in vain." Chinyu, hearing her words, paused momentarily, as if awakening, and slowly sat down, but he felt as though he grasped the meaning behind her statement. The female captain, speaking as if to herself, then shifted her tone to issue commands. "You two, remain here in this chamber. Remember, I do not want to see any more children's corpses." She then instructed the remaining warriors, "The rest of you, come with me to deal with the 2 squads of mechanical soldiers approaching." With that, she led her team out, leaving only the burly man and a shorter companion behind. Soon, the two began to converse. The burly man, brimming with stories of glory, ridiculed those he deemed foolish and cowardly, often punctuating his tales with phrases like, "That coward, that fool, that coward." Chinyu continued to stare at the man's corpse not far away, his internal fury roiling while he listened to their exchange. Shinbiyu, her expression sorrowful, kept her head bowed, unwilling to speak. Suddenly, an idea struck Chinyu, compelling him to act. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming, uncontrollable desire for someone's death, and he was certain this person deserved it. Chunyu's gaze fixed upon the burly man's face, who was busy chatting with his companion, scanning the chamber with disdainful glances. Soon, he noticed Chinyu, whom he already found irksome, and approached him, cursing, "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Chinyu held the burly man's gaze, a cold smile of contempt forming as he replied, "I am observing a coward, a weakling, a worthless piece of trash who only finds satisfaction in wielding a gun against children." The burly man was taken aback by Chunyu's audacity, his fury bubbling over as he halted in his tracks, momentarily stunned. Then he roared, "What did you say, you little brat?" As he shouted, he raised his hand, but his companion quickly cautioned, "Don't waste your time on a child. The captain ordered not to kill any more kids." The burly man, slightly calming down, lowered his hand, seething with a mix of anger and frustration. "You little brat, if I don't kill you today, I will make sure you're half dead." Chinyu made a dismissive expression and scoffed. "Of course. This is all you are capable of. Put down your gun, and you are nothing but a coward, a waste." The burly man, enraged, was about to charge forward when Chinyu suddenly shouted at him with urgency. "Coward! Do you have the guts to fight me barehanded? Put down your gun, remove your mech suit, and do you still possess any true skills?" Upon hearing this, the burly man halted abruptly, bursting into laughter. "Buddy, did you hear that? Is this little brat insane? He actually wants to fight me one-on-one. Haha." Without waiting for his companion to respond, Chinyu fired off another barrage of words. "Unlike you, who is merely a coward, devoid of any ability other than your mech and gun, that I doubt you even have the courage to face off against a half-grown child like me. You are a coward, a waste." The burly man bellowed, "You little brat, you are seeking death." As he hurled his energy gun towards his companion, he swiftly discarded his heavy mech suit, revealing a physique of robust, dark, iron-like muscles, his face obscured by a mask. His companion, caught off guard, could not utter a word of caution before the burly man lunged at Chinyu, shouting, "Little brat, let me show you the might of my fists." Chinyu chuckled inwardly. The burly man, despite his muscular build, moved with surprising agility. With a deft motion, he pushed off the back of a chair and soared toward Chinyu, delivering a powerful kick. The sound of the air being displaced was thunderous. Chinyu was unafraid. Although he lacked experience in combat with true warriors, his countless battles and simulation training, coupled with his internal martial arts mastery, instilled confidence within him. Furthermore, he was prepared for the unexpected. With a slight exertion of his legs, he deftly sidestepped the burly man's formidable kick, which sent the man off balance as he pressed down on the chair's back. The burly man, now airborne, adjusted his momentum midair, chasing after Chinyu for a second assault. Chinyu, drawing upon his internal strength, spun to confront the burly man with a kick, deflecting the attack and swiftly retreating a couple of yards. The burly man landed in the center aisle, exclaiming, "Oomph, is that all you've got, little brat?" With an even more disdainful demeanor, Chinyu lightly brushed off the impact on his arm and replied, "Your size is impressive, but regrettably, you lack any real strength. It's like a massage. Waste, come back when you can truly demonstrate the power of your legs." In truth, his arm tingled from the impact, even with his internal energy shielding him. Facing the burly man's assault directly was somewhat taxing. The burly man, infuriated, charged forward like a whirlwind. Chinyu feigned an advance, posing as if to kick, which led the burly man, blinded by rage and underestimating his opponent, to deliver a genuine kick. Chinyu suddenly changed tactics, maintaining his forward momentum as he dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the burly man's kick while simultaneously delivering a vicious strike to the man's supporting leg. With a cleverly targeted strike, the powerful internal force shattered the burly man's bones, causing him to stumble forward, losing his balance. Chinyu supported himself with one hand as he spun up, seizing the burly man's thick neck and twisting him to face him, delivering a crushing blow to his spine with his knee. The burly man gasped, cold sweat pouring down his face, his features contorting in pain, yet he refrained from screaming. His companion, sensing the dire situation, raised his gun, yet found himself aiming at the burly man's contorted face. Chinyu, concealed behind the burly man, swiftly maneuvered him closer to the corner of the cabin wall, commanding, "Fire, a single shot will take us both out." The burly man's companion hesitated, daunted by the sight of Chinyu gripping the hilts of two laser swords, doubting his ability to eliminate both without collateral damage. "Micro-light weaponry. Kid, are you a hero?" he questioned, only to dismiss his own thought. "No, that's not right. Let me go, and we can spare your life." Chinyu scoffed. "Don't assume others are fools. Enough with the chatter. Either shoot us both or endure this standoff." After stating this, Chinyu ignored the burly man's pained curses and his companion's pleas that he knew he could not leverage the situation further. His only option was to prevent them from reclaiming their hostage. Temporarily at a loss, the burly man's companion ultimately activated the communication device to seek assistance from their leader. They heard the voice of the female captain, exasperated. "Fool, Inform Ada that Team 507 has encountered a microlight armored warrior from the Hero organization. And we must retreat. Since that kid is determined to stall for reinforcements and is unwilling to release him, you must eliminate them both. Consider it revenge for him. I trust he will understand the necessity of this decision. The burly man's companion visibly flinched at the captain's words. On the other end of the communicator, it seemed silence had fallen. Chinyu felt a tightening in his chest. The burly man Ada turned to his companion, saying, "Follow the captain's orders. It is my own inadequacy that has led us to fall into the hands of this brat. But I am not a coward who fears death." The companion's grip on the gun trembled as he struggled to pull the trigger. Suddenly, he reactivated the communicator, resolutely addressing, "Captain, I request to stay behind. The heroes and guardians will surely prioritize rescuing here. With the child in our possession, they will have no time to pursue the rest of us. Worst case, I will join Ada in this ship's descent into hell." From the communicator, the female captain responded, "I approve, but I still hold on to the hope for a miracle. Wishing you can return alive, farewell." "Thank you, Captain." The burly man appeared somewhat moved, his body trembling slightly, a sensation Chinyu could perceive. Chinyu felt an inner conflict. The turn of events was unexpected. He realized he faced two choices, as he could not doubt the resolve of the two men seeking death. Perhaps it was a trap. But his instincts suggested otherwise. Should he feign releasing the burly man, seeking a subtle opportunity for survival among his companions aboard the ship? Or should he continue this standoff, hoping that timely reinforcements would arrive to eliminate the burly man's companion and save all lives? As Chinyu hesitated, he caught sight of Shinbiyu and the peculiar mix of concern and fear in her gaze that he suddenly recalled the guardian at the gates of Liuguang City and the one who had sent them aboard this ship. He remembered the principle of choice. This predicament arose because of him, and he must bear the responsibility. Contemplating the potential consequences of releasing the burly man, images of being brutally slain in a fit of rage flashed through his mind. Fear gripped Chinyu's heart, yet he clenched his teeth. Forcing himself to dispel the terror of death and to remain calm, he calculated the time, an uncertain duration, from the captain's tone and attitude. He surmised that the formidable figure in microlight armor would arrive soon. Chinyu resolved to take responsibility for the situation, but also decided to take a risk, allowing these two men to no longer endanger the lives of the other children aboard the ship. He believed that even a flicker of conscience and emotion within the burly man and his companion could be awakened by his actions, and that even a momentary shift in their behavior would suffice. With a deep sigh, he moved slowly, appearing dejected as he leaned against the burly man, sitting down in a position that a nearby child wisely vacated. The burly man and his companion, perplexed and tense, aimed their guns at him. Chinyu forced a smile, addressing them. "Go on. Kill me to vent your anger, and you will have ample time to retreat, that if you can imagine the feelings I share with you. Not wishing to see companions perish, akin to the emotions you share among yourselves, please spare my companions. But do not point your guns at my head when you take my life." With that, he calmly settled down beside the burly man. Both the burly man and his companion were taken aback. The injured Ada, surprisingly, refrained from insults and fury. After a moment of hesitation, enduring his injuries with the support of his companion, he donned his mech suit that he stated, "Report to the captain. We are retreating." Then, turning to Chinyu, he remarked, "Kid, should we meet again in the future, I won't underestimate you again. You are a warrior. It's a pity, though, that you are not one of us." The burly man's companion supported him, glancing back at Chinyu, his lips moving as if to speak, yet ultimately saying nothing before they both disappeared into the ship's passage. Once they departed, Shinbiyu and the peculiar one erupted in cheers, exclaiming Chunyu's name as they rushed over to embrace him. "Chunyu, well done! Chinyu, well done!" The other children quickly followed suit, filling the cabin with exuberance. Trapped beneath the enthusiastic children, Chinyu let out a deep breath, silently grateful that his mother had not misnamed him, that fate had favored him, making this decision the right one. Everyone was alive because of in that moment. A pang of guilt and regret washed over him as he realized he had calculated against the burly man and his companion, that he had deliberately delayed. Believing it highly likely that, burdened by Ada's injuries, they would not escape the approaching heroes and guardians. Ada sustained injuries of an extraordinary nature, inflicted by an attack laden with concealed explosive internal energy. In mere moments, his vertebrae would be shattered by the lurking force within. His companions would undoubtedly not abandon him to his fate. A mech transformed into a vessel for two individuals' weight would yield a dire outcome. The implications are self-evident that in the 20th chapter, titled Red Dream, Chinyu did not linger in self-recrimination for long. Amidst the jubilant cheers of his comrades, the body of the man being lifted from the ground served as a stark reminder that while the emotions of the Red Moon Flag members might warrant respect, they were indeed individuals deserving of their grim fate. He had committed no error. The Guardians arrived swiftly, taken aback by the tranquility within the ship's cabin. The children, brimming with excitement, recounted the events that had transpired, extolling Chunyu's prowess and bravery. That a dozen male and female Guardians listened intently, praising Chinyu and affirming his courage and sound judgment. They were filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for the 14-year-old boy. They informed Chinyu that the two members of the Red Moon Flag had not escaped. Their comrades had caught up mere moments ago, with one dragging the other, moving at a sluggish pace. After a brief resistance, they detonated the explosives on their bodies in a shared act of suicide. One child inquired about the whereabouts of the formidable warriors from the Hero Organization. The Guardians explained that upon learning that everyone was safe, the Hero Organization member had requested them to convey his regards before departing. Noticing the children's despondent expressions, they quickly added with cheerful smiles that the members of the Hero Organization were exceedingly busy, rushing off to assist others in need and eradicate the fearsome dark organization. The children soon brightened at this news. Chinyu felt fortunate. He had heard from his mother that the combatants of the Hero Organization numbered only a little over 300, each donning a shimmering battle armor, all extraordinarily powerful warriors. Like the Guardians, they protected the entirety of the Red Nation and its allies. However, their focus lay on grander matters, unlike the Guardians who took on every task. Large or small, to encounter one of them here was indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, Chinyu found himself less certain and enamored with the Hero Organization than with the Guardians. Whenever he broached the subject of the Hero Organization with Lin Hongyan, he sensed a certain indifference in her attitude, as she preferred to share tales about the Guardians instead. Thus, from a young age, Chinyu speculated that the Hero Organization likely fell under the direct jurisdiction of the Red Nation's government, possessing a nature not easily comprehensible to the uninitiated. Consequently, he viewed it through a somewhat tinted lens that a few female Guardians gathered around Chinyu, alongside the ever-present Shun Bu and Guai. Their initial conversation was filled with praise for Chinyu, but soon they began discussing the deceased man. It was then that Chinyu learned that this man had been a renowned Guardian with shimmering battle armor 13 years prior, only to have it stolen by his own wife. Chinyu was astonished to discover that even shimmering battle armor could be susceptible to theft. The female Guardians, however, were reticent to elaborate on this matter, merely stating that they would come to know the details in due course. After losing his shimmering battle armor, the man felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, resigning from his original duties to become the captain of the ship. That in recent years, he seldom engaged in battle. He bore a rather unique moniker, earning the respect of many who referred to him as the Elder. As the Guardians spoke, their expressions were tinged with both regret and melancholy. Who would have thought that the Elder, having faced so many challenges throughout his life, would ultimately meet his demise here? The members of the Red Moon Flag are indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, they could not have slain the Elder. They then inquired about the appearance of the armor worn by those individuals, including details such as the size and patterns of the emblems, as well as their height and gender. They informed Chinyu that those individuals belonged to a renowned elite combat team within the Red Moon Flag, led by a female captain known as the Crimson Scorpion. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the ship had arrived in the Black Nation. Chinyu and the group of children waved farewell to the Guardians as they boarded a larger vessel, specifically designed for passenger travel, embarking on a journey to the capital of the Red Nation, Red Dream, where they would encounter no further crises or upheavals. Shortly after entering the airspace of the Red Nation, the children erupted in excitement, crowding by the windows, eager to see more and linger a while longer. The vibrant array of buildings before them was breathtaking and astonishing. The staff attending to the children in the cabin smiled warmly as they addressed their questions. The environmental development of towns and cities across the Red Nation, much like many other matters, was determined through public discussion and voting among the local populace, resulting in diverse architectural styles, colors, and materials, culminating in this kaleidoscope of hues. Children, soon you will also be members of the Red Nation, able to cast your own decisive vote. Before long, the children noticed that many mountainous regions were adorned with floating cities. Strangely, the entire exterior of these cities appeared almost transparent, with faint silhouettes of people and flying vehicles visible within, along with towering buildings and streets, all shrouded in a delicate haze. They learned that these unique aerial metropolises were constructed with special materials to maximize resource utilization while safeguarding the natural environment. The translucent design allowed light to permeate, rendering them nearly invisible from the outside, yet those within experienced life as if they were in a traditional urban setting. Amidst the children's incessant curiosity and the staff's patient explanations, the ship reached its destination, the capital, Red Dream. True to its name, the city appeared cloaked in a soft red mist when viewed from above, enchanting and dreamlike, the hue a gentle blush that it was said that this phenomenon had persisted for as long as anyone could remember, attributed to the presence of unique substances in the air, which, under the illumination of light, created such a spectacle, thus inspiring the city's name. As Chinyu and the other children disembarked from the vessel, they noticed that the city below lacked the pale red mist visible from the sky, revealing vibrant, distinct colors. Filled with joy and curiosity, they boarded the next flying vehicle to their upcoming destination. Chinyu observed that the atmosphere here was not as bustling as he had imagined. The streets were sparsely populated, and vehicles on the thoroughfares were few and far between. Numerous service establishments lined the way, each boasting unique decorations, some featuring a pure silver metallic theme, while others utilized dark wood as their base. Yet, as they passed through these areas, they encountered no one entering or exiting. Instead, the figures they saw were predominantly robots, clad in uniforms indicative of their service roles, easily distinguishable like labels. The vehicle carrying the children eventually came to a halt at the Red Dream Academy, Division 222. The size of this place was unknown to Chun Yu and the other children. From the moment they approached, they were greeted by seemingly endless walls. The individual escorting them explained that the academy covered an area of 130,000 square meters. The children had no clear concept of this figure, only understanding that it was vast. Their primary concern was whether they would become residents here. Chinyu, Shinbiyu, and Guai were assigned to adjacent temporary accommodations upon request. The living quarters were pristine and spacious, equipped with all necessary amenities, including a robot servant that appeared indistinguishable from a human. Shinbiyu, curious, stripped the robot of its clothing and ran over to inform Chinyu that the robot seemed male, yet below was flat. Guai soon followed suit, claiming that his robot appeared female and had nothing below. Chinyu found their inquisitiveness rather exasperating, but he watched as the two of them stripped their robot's servant bare. Then they all enjoyed the food prepared by the robot, which was visually appealing and delicious. "My goodness, these people are truly fortunate," Shinbiyu exclaimed without thinking. Guai, rarely smiling, nodded in agreement. Chinyu felt elated. But as the excitement waned, he began to ponder the upcoming assessment, stating, "I wonder how the evaluations will be conducted. I hope we can all train and learn together." Shinbiyu was uncertain and grew somewhat anxious upon hearing this. "However," Guai remarked, "I've heard that there is an elderly man who once served as a guardian in that place, but he shared many stories with me, which made me particularly yearn to become a guardian." The assessment involves testing through instruments to evaluate physical fitness, intelligence, and genetic data. Based on the results, scores are assigned to determine placement and level. Both Shinbiyu and Chunyu listened with curiosity. Asking if such a procedure truly existed, Guai affirmed, "Of course. Let me tell you, this academy is the best in the Red Nation, with over 500 divisions, and the training programs are categorized into numerous levels. The highest is the Special Advanced level, which is not publicly disclosed. It is said to accept only those with exceptional abilities or those who are likely to possess such abilities in the future." Shinbiyu immediately interjected, asking if someone like her would qualify. Guai nodded affirmatively, indicating that the two of them would most likely be placed together. Chinyu, hearing this, curiously inquired of Guai, "Do you possess exceptional abilities as well?" Guai smiled faintly and replied, "Yes. but it's somewhat special and not convenient to discuss with you. Shouldn't be you, intrigued, pressed for further details, but Guai deflected, changing the subject. In any case, the two of us will most likely be placed together. But Chunyu, that remains uncertain. The special advanced class does not exclusively accept those without exceptional abilities. There have been precedents, but I cannot ascertain if you meet the criteria. Chunyu felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing that both individuals beside him possessed supernatural abilities while he did not. The thought of potentially being separated from them filled him with a sense of regret. Yet, Shen Biyu assured him, Chunyu will undoubtedly succeed. He is so talented and brave. How could he possibly not be placed in the best program? I hope so, he replied. Quirky spoke thus, then turned to discuss other classes, specifically those categorized based on genetic data and relevant physical and IQ assessments. After a round of idle chatter, dusk had settled in. Chunyu and his companions received a notification and proceeded downstairs to gather with others who had arrived together. They boarded a flying vehicle and traversed the academy for several minutes, ultimately arriving at a deep red standalone building. The sign at the entrance read Testing Department. Inside, apart from themselves, there were a few other children, each accompanied by an adult. The children took their numbers and dispersed to various floors and rooms. Chunyu's number was 030303 on the third floor. In the third hall, room 3, that he mused alone on the dullness and peculiarity of his number as he ascended the third floor. Suddenly, he heard a boy's indignant shout and turned in surprise to locate the source of the noise. He was momentarily stunned. The one shouting was a boy, strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a girl. Chunyu's gaze did not linger long on him before it fell upon two women beside him, both of whom astonished him. One wore a long black dress, had long black hair, an oval face, and phoenix-like eyes with delicate brows that at first glance. She bore a striking resemblance to Lin Hongyan, but upon closer inspection, Chunyu realized it was merely an impression, particularly due to her piercing gaze, refined temperament, and poised stance. Her demeanor was equally sharp and refreshing, standing there quietly with one arm crossed and the other slightly bent, resting against her slender thigh. Behind her stood another woman, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and dressed in formal attire of a masculine style. The contours of her face immediately reminded Chunyu of someone, Wushuang Zhanshui. Yet upon closer examination, he found this not to be the case. The woman in the black dress was now observing him, and inexplicably, Chunyu felt her gaze linger on him, scrutinizing him intently. Finally, her brows slightly furrowed, and she turned her head to whisper something to the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Wushuang Zhanshui. Chunyu's attention remained fixed on the two women for an extended period before finally shifting to the beautiful boy who was vociferously berating a robot. I'll say it again. Your assessment is undoubtedly flawed. It's preposterous to deny entry to the elite class simply because one lacks special abilities. I possess a perfect IQ, and my physical prowess is unparalleled in this nation. I am well-versed in astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and linguistics, having undergone simulated special training since childhood, achieving a combat level of 23. I am merely 14 years old. Do you comprehend the implications? You wretched, inflexible robot, a 23-year-old standard guardian possesses such combat capabilities. Yet you insist that I cannot enter the elite class. The enraged, beautiful boy continued to shout at the robot, which maintained a serene smile, repeatedly apologizing and informing him that it was against the Academy's regulations, which it could not amend. I've had enough of your idiotic machine. Bring the person in charge here, and I want to speak to a human that I have no interest in conversing with you. You foolish machine. The robot, unperturbed by his insults, informed him that according to regulations, his situation did not warrant the presence of the dean. The beautiful boy hurled a few more curses before suddenly turning to the woman in the black dress, exclaiming, "Master, why won't you assist me?" The woman merely smiled gently at him, remaining silent and shaking her head slightly. Frustrated and exasperated, the beautiful boy ran his fingers through his long hair and reiterated his grievances to the robot. The response remained unchanged. That it seemed this standoff had persisted for an indeterminate duration. That in the hall, a few other children stood by, clutching their numbers and murmuring, "How much longer will he keep this up? We're waiting to receive our results from that robot." Exactly. He is so irritating. And that woman in the black dress, Isanti, intervening. Chunyu hesitated briefly, but ultimately made his way to the room designated for his assessment. Upon entering, he found the testing process to be uncomplicated by connecting special instruments to his nervous system. He was transported into a virtual world, where random events were generated to evaluate his judgment and problem-solving abilities, with corresponding scores recorded alongside his genetic and physical data. This process, though it felt like half a day in the virtual environment, lasted merely a minute in reality. When Xinyu emerged from room 3 into the hall, the beautiful boy was still repeating his earlier complaints, his anger unabated. It appeared he would not relent until the distribution was altered, that a few children awaiting their results remained impatient. Xinyu, disinclined to wait any longer and feeling that the beautiful boy's behavior was disruptive, approached him directly, smiled slightly, and said, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xinyu. May I interject a few words?" The handsome boy turned his gaze toward him, and Xinyu sensed that the woman in the black dress had been watching him since he exited the room. "Who are you?" the beautiful boy replied, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Xinyu reiterated his introduction. "I am Xinyu with the characters for old and blessing." The beautiful boy scoffed, turned his head, and regarded him with a look of disdain, asking, "What do you wish to say?" "I believe that someone as exceptionally intelligent and talented as you, if they were to demonstrate their superiority outside the elite class, would shine even brighter." Upon hearing this, the beautiful boy's expression softened slightly as he tilted his head in contemplation, chuckling. "There is some merit to that thought. However, it is only natural for someone as rare as I to belong in the elite class. It is a fitting distribution based on merit. Why should I be relegated to train among a group of fools?" Xinyu thought to himself that this boy was indeed troublesome, and such reasoning would not easily sway him. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "I too believe there are flaws in this system. Yet I contend that you, as a genius, are precisely the type needed to prove its necessity for change." The beautiful boy laughed heartily. "Your words are quite comforting. However, the moment I consider your intentions, it becomes rather discomforting. Do you take me for a fool? That a few flattering words could resolve this matter and persuade me to willingly mingle among the dullards? Preposterous. My future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. My abilities are constant, regardless of the class I enter, and my achievements will remain unchanged. Are you not merely jesting with me? The notion that I would shine brighter outside the elite class is nothing but mockery." Xinyu sighed inwardly, mentally bestowing a grand compliment upon the beautiful boy. He had to admit that this tactic would indeed be ineffective. As he pondered his next move, the woman in the black dress suddenly spoke, her voice melodious and reminiscent of a motheress. "Xiao Shang, that is enough. Venting emotions is one thing, but rules will not be altered for a single individual." The beautiful boy seemed to heed her words, exhaling dramatically and responding affirmatively, agreeing to listen to his master. He then surveyed the other children who had been waiting for quite some time and declared, "All right, you bunch of fools, have I kept you waiting long? I trust you're feeling fortunate now. You shall finally receive your pitiful test results." He said this without regard for the angered glares that followed, then turned back to Xinyu, adding, "Of course, I include you in that remark. Come, let me see your lamentable assessment results. It has always been one of my pleasures to pity the foolish." Xinyu, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. Finding amusement in the situation, that he exhaled and addressed the beautiful boy, saying, "You have a remarkable ability to provoke a genuine urge to strike you." The handsome boy smirked derisively, retorting, "Why not give it a try?" "Oh, but you dare not. You know what the outcome would be, a mere humiliation." Xinyu laughed again. "Indeed, I do not dare. First, I fear I might inadvertently kill you. Second, I am aware that fighting here would result in expulsion, and I know you would relish that." The beautiful boy scoffed, a typical excuse from a coward seeking to justify their ineptitude. Xinyu countered, a typical feudal struggle from one whose schemes have unraveled. The beautiful boy scoffed again, then turned to the robot, saying, "You foolish machine, inform me of this coward's assessment results." The robot, impervious to his scorn, remained unflustered, conveying in a gentle tone that, according to order, Qinyu's results would be revealed after those of the 6 other children. This prompted the beautiful boy to curse once more, declaring the machines to be idiots. Qinyu chose not to engage any further, waiting as the earlier arrivals collected their results while casting glances at the woman in the black dress. She had been watching him closely, making it difficult for him to look away, yet he could not decipher her thoughts, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Hongyan, her eyes holding a gentle smile that was unchanging, making her inner feelings inscrutable. The beautiful boy ceased his provocations toward Chenyu, listening to the results of the other children, then laughing boisterously while mocking them. This infuriated several children until one finally retaliated with a sharp remark, prompting the calmer peers to persuade the irate child to depart. Chenyu's assessment results, as he had anticipated, were also surprising that he lacked special abilities. His intelligence test yielded a score of 991, just 9 points shy of perfection. However, the genetic data and physical assessments indicated to him by the robot revealed that due to the extraordinary nature of his genes and physique, a detailed analysis must be submitted to the Academy's research department, with results to be communicated separately thereafter. This was a stark contrast to the past that a cloud of unease enveloped Chenyu's heart, prompting memories of his experiences at the experimental base. He pondered what changes had transpired within his body. In the 22nd chapter, titled That Woman, his face betrayed no sign of his turmoil as he calmly thanked the robot. Just as he turned to leave, the voice of a handsome boy echoed from behind him. "Hey, have you ever undergone a comprehensive combat assessment?" Although Chenyu harbored a dislike for him, he did not feel animosity, and thus paused to face him, replying, "I have not undergone a systematic and thorough evaluation. I barely achieved a combat power level of 20. This was indeed the answer the handsome boy sought, and he immediately beamed at Chenyu, saying, "What a rare encounter with a kindred spirit. If you hold no grudges regarding our earlier encounter, why not become friends?" Chenyu hesitated at the proposal, not out of spite, but because he sensed a discord in temperament with this boy. Reflecting on the earlier incident, he found it difficult to readily agree to friendship with someone who seemed to derive pleasure from humiliating others. The handsome boy, sensing Chenyu's reluctance, chuckled lightly, saying, "Oh, what a grand misunderstanding. You must understand the frustration of a genius like me, who, lacking superpowers, is barred from entering the best class for training. What I expressed earlier was merely a venting of my anger. I am not typically like this." Although Chenyu could not ascertain the truth of his words, he sensed a hint of sincerity in the boy's demeanor and decided to give it a chance. Thinking it wise to observe further before forming a judgment, he smiled and affirmed the boy's invitation. The handsome boy then introduced himself as Lu Wushang, a name that made Chenyu chuckle in surprise. Throughout this exchange, the woman in the black dress observed silently that Lu Wushang did not forget to introduce Chenyu to her, stating, "This is my master, her surname is Chun, and her name is Exa." He then proudly inquired, "Surely you must have heard of my master's name. I suspect you recognized her earlier and were examining her closely." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chenyu replied, "I apologize. I have just arrived from the Deep Blue Nation and am entirely unfamiliar with the affairs of the Red Nation." Lu Wushang was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. "You do not even know who my master is? Have you not seen her countless reports?" Chenyu shook his head apologetically, stating that he knew nothing of the Red Nation's matters. "Then what were you staring at my master for?" This question deepened Chenyu's embarrassment. After a moment's thought, he candidly replied, "I merely felt she bore an uncanny resemblance to my mother." Upon hearing this, the woman in the black dress chuckled softly. Lu Wushang, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Chenyu, you are quite the lecher." Chenyu, realizing he had been misunderstood, quickly clarified that it was indeed true that Lu Wushang, evidently unconvinced, did not press the issue further, stating, "In any case, let me inform you that my master is the current Minister of Defense of the Red Nation." Chenyu stood there, stunned. It was not disbelief but sheer astonishment that such a beautiful woman held such a position that Lu Wushang, appreciating his expression, began to introduce another woman, saying, "As for this lady, she is my master's junior sister. I cannot divulge her name, but she is known by the moniker Unmatched Combat General. Surely you have heard of her?" Chenyu nodded in a daze, having indeed heard of her, but he mused, no wonder they bore such a resemblance. Could they be related by blood? If so, would that not make her a potential relative? At this moment, Chenexin, Lu Wushang's master, smiled and said, "Xiaoshang, I am pleased that you have made a new friend, that I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you any longer. You are most welcome to invite Chenyu to my residence for a visit later." With that, she led the taciturn combat general away amidst Lu Wushang and Chenyu's farewells. leaving behind a trail of fragrant air. Chun Yu inhaled greedily, gradually recovering from his astonishment that Liu Wushang, now with a familiar arm draped over Chun Yu's shoulder, guided him outside, remarking, "Do you not believe me? I wonder why you did not speak up for me just now." Chun Yu shook his head, saying, "It is not that I once heard my mother say that in the Red Nation, everyone is treated equally. There was an occasion when Chairman X passed by a bustling eatery, enticed by the aromas, and queued like everyone else to savor the offerings." Liu Wushang nodded in satisfaction, affirming that this was indeed the case. That he further inquired, "Then you find it strange that such a beautiful woman, appearing delicate and fragile, could be appointed as the Minister of Defense?" Chun Yu nodded in agreement. That Liu Wushang continued, "You cannot comprehend the intricacies at this moment. My master's achievements in the Red Nation are unparalleled. Speaking of her abilities, I wonder if you have heard of ancient inner strength?" "I have heard of it. Does she understand it?" Liu Wushang seemed taken aback, exclaiming, "You have even heard of ancient inner strength? That is quite rare. Who told you about it?" "My mother." "Your mother must be an extraordinary person. May I ask her name?" Chun Yu hesitated slightly, recalling his mother's past admonitions not to disclose her true name to those around him. Suspecting there were special reasons for it, that he replied, "My mother prefers that I do not mention her name to others. I hope you can understand." Liu Wushang nodded in understanding, assuring him it was no trouble. He then returned to the previous topic, speaking softly, "Since you have heard of ancient inner strength, you must also be aware of its mysterious powers. That my master's mastery of ancient inner strength is unparalleled. Can you imagine a person soaring through the skies without the aid of flying devices? Are you joking?" Chun Yu could not fathom such a feat, as Lin Hongyan had never disclosed to him that humans could accomplish such incredible things. He had neither seen nor heard of such occurrences. That Liu Wushang, pleased with his reaction, proudly stated, "I knew you would find it hard to believe. With such abilities, you must recognize my master's formidable prowess. Which is why she is my master." Chun Yu remained unconvinced, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Are you truly not joking? I assure you, this is no jest, nor is it an exaggeration. However, let us put this topic to rest for now. The reasons my master is qualified to serve as a minister will become apparent to you in due time. That I have shared quite a bit about myself. Now it is your turn to share something I can listen to." Chun Yu thought to himself that the boy was insufferable, yet he was reluctant to play into his hands by pursuing the matter further. Thus, he began to discuss other topics. The two engaged in casual conversation as they descended a level, chatting amiably. Chun Yu's group of children had gathered by then, and Liu Wushang finally learned how he had arrived, chuckling as he noted the residence number, saying they would arrange a time to connect later before bidding farewell. As anticipated, Shin Biyu and the peculiar testing results were assigned to advanced training, much to their relief. Though disappointed, they felt gratitude that as long as Chun Yu remained at the academy, they would likely continue to share the same living quarters. Upon returning to their residence, Shin Biyu and the peculiar one inquired about Liu Wushang, and Chun Yu provided a brief account. The two were both astonished and curious, pressing him for more details. Their light-hearted chatter persisted until dusk, when the robot in the room entered, announcing a visitor, Liu Wushang. Upon hearing this, the three hurried out to greet him, and Liu Wushang, clad in a light-colored suit, greeted Chun Yu and introduced himself to Shin Biyu and the peculiar one before saying, "Come with me. We are going to my master's house for a visit. It will be far more entertaining than here, and Biyu and the peculiar one can join as well. From now on, we are all friends." Chun Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Are we going right now?" Liu Wushang nodded. "Of course. Do you think my master was merely being polite earlier? Or do you think she has ample free time? Today is a rare occasion for her to carve out time for me, her devoted disciple." In the 23rd chapter, titled Apprenticeship, Part 1, Chun Yu, Shin Biyu, and the peculiar one all assumed that Liu Wushang's master's residence was located within the Red Dream City. The hovercar soared at a speed of 630 kilometers per hour for over 2 hours before finally arriving. It was situated far from the city, in a suspended city above a forested area in the south. The entire complex housed the Ministry of Defense, and it was essentially Minister Chun Xian's home. The environment was markedly different from the Red Dream City, characterized by uniformly shiny metallic buildings of varying heights and orderly designs. That as they entered, Liu Wushang slowed the vehicle and began to introduce the surroundings, saying, This area is dedicated to the research of new mech technology. All the mechs in this square are in the observation phase. Before them lay a spectacle of uniformly equipped robots clad in mechs, varying in thickness and reflecting a cold sheen, with an array of firearms of differing lengths and calibers, leaving one utterly dazzled. Shun Biu, having no prior knowledge of mechs, bombarded Lu Wushang with questions. What kind of mech is that? What about that weapon? What are their features? Are they formidable? Initially, Lu Wushang patiently answered each question, but soon realized she lacked any foundational understanding and thus began from the basics, explaining. Mechs are classified into 3 categories: light, medium, and heavy. They are further divided into 6 grades: A, B, C, D, E, and F, based on the strength of their energy systems. In the realm of mechas of equivalent energy levels, the lighter the construct, the higher its maneuverability. However, an excessively thin armor compromises its resilience against attacks. Energy rifles of the same tier can dismantle the most fortified sections of light mechas with merely 5 shots, while mid-tier mechas can withstand up to 16 strikes. And heavy armor can endure as many as 56. A mecha of a lower energy class exhibits a destructive capability diminished by 50%. The standard configuration for alertness is classified as F level. Equipped solely with the smallest, weakest energy pistols, with an overall combat effectiveness defined as level 12, that the E level represents the international standard for mecha warriors, boasting an overall combat power of 18. In practical combat, a single unit can obliterate 10 F-level mechas. This tier also signifies the minimum combat effectiveness requirement for graduates of the Guardians. Shunbiu listened with rapt attention and eagerly inquired, what special weaponry is available in higher configurations? Lu Wushang replied with a smile, of course. C-type mechas with a comprehensive combat power of level 40 and above are classified as advanced mechas. Due to their intricate manufacturing process, the energy propulsion systems and armor materials are produced in limited quantities, making mass production impractical. Advanced mechas, owing to their meticulous design, can harness natural abilities to supply greater energy, allowing for prolonged combat durations, swifter flight, and the capability to equip laser guns and swords. Their destructive power against lower-tier mechas reaches a level where a single strike can annihilate them. The superiority of their metallic composition imparts a degree of resilience, significantly enhancing flexibility for both robotic and human operators, beginning with the B-type, which has a comprehensive combat power of level 60. There exists a further distinction, known as B, that the difference lies in the fact that enhanced B-level mechas are outfitted with extraordinary super-energy cannons. After a brief accumulation of energy, their attacks can simultaneously obliterate over 300 D-level mechas, and concentrated attacks can devastate a 100-square-meter area. Our Red Nation boasts exceptionally skilled mecha warriors, with nearly 100,000 C-type advanced mecha warriors and 20,000 B-type warriors, surpassing the combined totals of all other nations by more than double. This is fundamentally why other countries remain hesitant to engage in conflict. As Shun Biu listened, she remarked, the combat prowess of B-level mechas is astonishing. Quirky, also intrigued, interjected, what about the combat power of A-type mechas? Lu Wushang, feeling parched, retrieved a drink from the vehicle's storage compartment, took a few sips, and continued. A-type mechas are exceedingly rare, with our nation's current production capacity limited to a mere 60 units annually. They feature a diverse array of equipment, mostly tailored to the user's individual requirements, and possess formidable destructive weaponry. By the way, you hail from Deep Blue Nation. Are you familiar with the bandit incident in Magic City a few years ago? Chen Yu thought to himself, how could one not know? Yet he merely nodded slightly, akin to quirky. Shun Biu, however, excitedly speculated, is it true that the Guardian warrior who ultimately defeated the bandits and broke the stalemate used an A-type mecha? Lu Wushang chuckled. Indeed. However, A-type mechas are no longer referred to as mechas, but rather as microlight armors, with a comprehensive combat level of 80, while it stands at 95. The microlight armor can only be produced by our Red Nation, even if other nations acquire the manufacturing process. They cannot replicate IT. IT embodies an advanced, even miraculous power that harmonizes with the user's genetic makeup. IT can alter molecular arrangements, concealing the human body within, emerging only when needed. The formed armor can withstand virtually any energy weapon's destructive capabilities. And some level microlight armors can even refract laser attacks. Their movement speed can reach between 3,000 to over 8,000 meters per second, with flexibility that scarcely affects mobility, rendering them unmatched by lower-tier mechas that in the Magic City Bandit incident. Did that warrior not simultaneously annihilate over 3,000 targets with a single strike? Shinbyu and Quirky gasped in unison. Heavens! The combat power of the microlight armor is simply akin to that of a deity in Tales. Not entirely so. It does have an unresolved limitation. The energy of the microlight armor derives from atomic fission. Thus, the duration of sustained combat is fixed at 20 minutes. After that, a recovery period of 8 hours is mandatory before it can be utilized again. The two marveled. That is indeed formidable. Oh, if only we could possess microlight armors in the future, we would no longer need to fear anyone. Unbeknownst to them, this remark cast a shadow over Lu Wushang's expression, who was aware of their academy's allocation situation. After a pause, he managed a strained smile, saying, "You will both have them. Each year, a small portion of the produced microlight armors is allocated for the enhancement of humans and synthetic beings, while the rest is distributed to heroic organizations and the most exceptional guardians. If the number of microlight armors is scarce, then the number of those with extraordinary abilities is even scarcer. Given your possession of such abilities, it is essentially guaranteed." Upon hearing this, Shinbyu was immediately filled with joy. Unable to believe her ears, she eagerly asked, "Is that true? We will definitely be able to possess them?" Indeed. With his affirmative reply, Shinbyu was elated. Quirky was also very pleased, but soon pondered another question, hesitantly asking, "Are you implying that we will all become members of the heroic organization?" Lu Wushang smiled broadly. "Of course. The members of the heroic organization, aside from a few exceptionally talented synthetic beings and modified humans, are predominantly those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Therefore, being assigned to the special training class essentially means becoming part of the heroic organization." Chenyu, upon hearing this, finally understood why Lu Wushang had been so animated earlier. He cast a sidelong glance at him, only to find Lu Wushang coincidentally looking back, his eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and a shared sense of sympathy. Shinbyu and Quirky, caught up in their own excitement, remained oblivious to this exchange. As the thrill of the moment subsided, Quirky and Shinbyu soon recalled the circumstances of their two friends, leading to a moment of awkwardness, yet unable to offer any comforting words. They diverted the conversation to the floating city and mechas. Before long, they were immersed in the joy of new discoveries, with Shinbyu wistfully expressing a desire to explore more of the city and gain further knowledge. Lu Wushang hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Thus, the vehicle resumed its leisurely course through the city for over an hour, finally arriving at the residence of Lu Wushang's master. It was a naturally picturesque area, starkly contrasting with the city's metallic environment, featuring stone-built houses, a lake, rows of willows, wooden pavilions, 3-story towers, and 7-story structures. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this scenery, Chenyu felt a profound sense of tranquility. The swaying willow branches and the ripples created by raindrops on the lake's surface were utterly delightful to behold. He had never encountered willows or such lakes before. Noticing Chenyu's captivated expression, Lu Wushang chuckled and remarked, "You seem to find this place fascinating. Your expression mirrors that of my master." Chenyu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "It is truly beautiful here." Lu Wushang chuckled softly, then inquired, "Do you also enjoy the rain? My master particularly adores it. The rain here is artificially generated, persisting throughout the seasons." Chenyu replied with a smile, "It rained on the day I was born." "Indeed," Lu Wushang acknowledged. Chenyu mused to himself that many significant opportunities and experiences in his memories also occurred on rainy days, making it impossible not to cherish them. The vehicle eventually halted before a stone palace's grand entrance, where several robotic servants awaited them with rain gear, ushering them inside. They soon learned that Lu Wushang's master was still engaged in a meeting, with no indication of when it would conclude. However, he had left a message expressing a desire for them to stay for a few days. Given that the hour was late, Lu Wushang arranged for the robotic servants to prepare guest rooms and promised to take everyone out to explore the following day. before bidding them good night. After settling into the stone structure, Chen Yu, curious and restless, explored the surroundings for a while, but found himself unable to sleep that he contemplated the lakes and willows he had seen earlier, yearning to approach and observe them more closely. However, not wanting to wander aimlessly, he leaned by the window, gazing from a distance. Before long, Lu Wushang returned, mentioning that he too could not sleep, and they engaged in casual conversation for a while. Gradually, Lu Wushang began to share details of his life, revealing that his mother had passed away early, and his father, who raised him, was the head of the Guardian organization in the Green Nation. His father had once been a trusted assistant to Chen Xian, forging a bond that was anything but ordinary, which is why he could study under her tutelage to learn ancient internal martial arts. After chatting for a while, Lu Wushang noticed Chen Yu's gaze fixated on the distant lake and asked if he wished to see it up close. Chen Yu candidly expressed his desire, and Lu Wushang lightly chuckled. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You need not be restrained here. Come, since you can't sleep anyway, I'll take you there." Chen Yu promptly agreed, expressing his gratitude. As they left the guest room and descended the stairs, they were met at the door by Wu Duizhen, the battle commander. Before they could greet each other, Wu Duizhen, with a demeanor as cold as that of Wushang, commanded, "Wushang, come with me." Uncertain of the reason, Lu Wushang reluctantly turned to Chen Yu and said, "Chen Yu, you go explore on your own. I'll catch up with you later." Chen Yu hesitated, contemplating suggesting he should return to rest. But Lu Wushang already smiled. "I told you. No need to be reserved. You want to sleep if you go back now." Chen Yu had also intended to go, so he refrained from further politeness. Watching Lu Wushang leave with the commander, he took the rain gear from the robotic servant and strolled towards the lake area. Chapter 24. The Master, Part 2. Chen Yoshuan strolled along the stone path by the lake, inhaling the fresh air infused with the sense of damp earth, rain, and willow leaves, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort. The wind tousled his long hair, the ends brushing against his face and skin, creating a ticklish sensation. Gradually, he spotted a wooden pavilion at the edge of his vision that as he drew nearer, he discerned the silhouette of a figure within. Curiosity piqued, he quickened his pace. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw a person, a slender figure clad in a flowing white dress. She stood gracefully, one arm folded across her chest, her other delicate, pale arm resting lightly along her slightly bent leg. Her long, silken black hair danced in the breeze, and a gentle smile adorned her face, her eyes gazing at him with a depth of emotion. An instinctive thought crossed Chen Yu's mind. "Is she waiting for me?" Lu Wushang's master, Chen Xian, he dismissed the notion as absurd and continued to approach. Memories of a beautiful angel he had dreamt of since childhood surfaced in his mind, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to that enchanting figure. His heart began to race, the once leisurely rhythm escalating from a few beats per minute to a fervent tempo of over 30. That this sensation made him feel as if he had suddenly come to life, resurrected from a state of near lifelessness into a vibrant being. Chen Yu found himself hesitant to meet her captivating gaze, yet he was irresistibly drawn to it. He halted, unable to move closer, each step forward causing his heartbeat to quicken further. That a sense of anxiety enveloped him, a feeling akin to suffocation. He stood transfixed, watching as Chen Xian in the pavilion extended her slender, pale arm to beckon him. Her expression shifted, tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if she were silently communicating, "I've been waiting for you. Why do you hesitate to come closer?" Chen Yu felt he could no longer remain still. His heart raced uncontrollably. Though the distance was merely 50 paces, he could not summon the strength to traverse it, fearing he would collapse from the overwhelming pressure. In a moment of determination, he propelled himself towards the pavilion. With a few swift strides, he leapt into the air, deftly snapping off a willow branch, breaking it into several smaller pieces. That he launched them ahead of him, landing on the nearest segment, using it to spring forth. Then on to the next. Ultimately, he burst through the curtain of rain, crossing the pavilion's railing, landing steadily before her. She straightened slightly, her delicate, pale hands gently clapping, her eyes filled with admiration. Chen Yu's heartbeat began to slow, and as he gazed upon Chen Xian, he recognized the affection in her eyes, an expression reminiscent of the tender glances he had often received from Lin Hongyan. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. a sense of shame for his earlier emotional reaction, that he opened his mouth to greet her, to inquire, yet hesitated, unsure how to address her. Senior? Aunt? Too old? It felt like an insult to the beauty before him. Just then, Chen Xian smiled and spoke. Your internal martial arts are quite impressive. Has someone been guiding you? Chen Yu hurriedly replied that he had no guidance, that he had merely been practicing with the secret manuals on his own. Chen Xian chuckled lightly. Suddenly shifting the topic, she continued, For some reason, I took a liking to you the moment I saw you, that I thought you would appreciate the ambience here. So I decided to wait for you. Chen Yu, upon hearing her words, felt a rush of shame and awkwardness at the implications of her gaze. Then, in a tone of relief, she added, Fortunately, I truly waited for you. She then softly asked, Do you enjoy rainy days? If not, I can have someone turn off the artificial rain. Chen Yu quickly responded, I absolutely love it that I was born during a torrential downpour, and many of my most vivid memories occurred on rainy days, often bringing to mind those bittersweet, beautiful moments of the past. Chen Xian's expression shifted, surprise and joy mingling on her face as she gently brushed aside a few strands of hair blown by the wind. Is that so? How fortuitous that I feel the same way, just like today, right now. Chen Yu momentarily faltered, an inexplicable shyness creeping over him, making it difficult to respond. Do you truly believe so? She inquired, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Summoning his courage, Chen Yu met her gaze and replied, I do believe so. Chen Xian smiled radiantly and remarked, Are you nervous? Chen Yu considered denying it, but realized such a denial would lack credibility. He could easily imagine how flustered he appeared at that moment. So, he confessed, I am indeed quite nervous, though I cannot quite fathom why. I think a bit of physical activity might alleviate your tension. Would you be interested? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her suggestion. She then asked, What weapon did you train with since childhood? I would like to see it if I may. Finally, understanding her intent, he replied, Dual swords. Very well, then, Chen Xian declared. With that, a sudden gust of wind surged around the pavilion, filled with intense martial spirit, crashing down upon them. The rain cascading from the sky began to swirl violently, only to be deconstructed and reformed into countless razor-sharp blades, converging from all directions. Chen Yu felt his breath catch, the air around him seemingly vanishing. In an instant, he was engulfed by fear, having never witnessed such a terrifying display of internal strength, making him question whether it was a supernatural ability. Without a moment to think, he instinctively conjured the dual swords gifted to him by the unparalleled combat master. The slender, dark silver blades emerged simultaneously from both ends of the silver staff, swirling with his added azure energy. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, water blades and wind blades clashed incessantly against his swords, producing a cacophony of metallic ringing. Chen Yu managed to deflect over 300 blades of mixed rain and wind, the continuous tremors numbing his arms until exhaustion set in, the force of the blows causing him to stagger. Countless blades surged towards him, imbued with the power to shatter him in an instant. Chen Yu found himself powerless, watching helplessly as the blades approached, feeling the pressure of the air against his body, a painful sensation creeping in as they threatened to tear him apart. Just as despair began to envelop him, the martial spirit dissipated, and the tumultuous winds suddenly calmed, the multitude of rainwater blades fracturing and scattering like droplets, merging seamlessly with the rain outside the pavilion. Chen Yu stood motionless for a moment, his body gradually regaining awareness, his heartbeat resuming its rapid pace before gradually settling, his mind becoming clear once more. Gazing at the still affectionate Chen Xian before him, he felt a sense of disbelief. You must be wondering if that was an exhibition of internal martial arts. At that moment, Chen Yu realized he was soaked in cold sweat, the chill of the wind biting at his bones. Words eluded him, and he could only nod in affirmation. Indeed, that if you apply yourself diligently, you will soon learn this ability. Chen Yu, I truly admire you, and the moment I saw you today, I wish to take you on as my disciple. Would you be willing to learn from me and become my apprentice? As she spoke, her expression radiated hope, her eyes revealing a hint of fear at the possibility of rejection. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for reasons to decline, nearly blurting out his acceptance. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, He hesitated, but he forced himself to remain calm, contemplating for nearly a minute, ultimately finding no reason to refuse. Finally, he spoke up. The internal martial arts techniques Chen Xian had demonstrated were precisely what he had longed for, what he yearned to possess. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, forehead to the ground, and proclaimed loudly, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Chen Xian, dressed in her flowing white gown, smiled joyfully, bending down to assist him to his feet. She gazed at him with fondness, gently cupping his face in her hands, stroking it tenderly before enveloping him in a warm embrace. Resting her head on his shoulder, she closed her eyes, remaining silent for an extended period. Chen Yu found himself at a loss, unsure whether to embrace her or let go. The fresh scent emanating from his beautiful master quickened his heartbeat once more, for what felt like an eternity. He struggled to find the words that as time passed and his emotions began to settle. He eventually realized that his master had fallen asleep while holding him. Chapter 25. Number 03. Chen Yu held the beautiful woman in his arms. Initially exhilarated, but as dawn began to break, he felt his legs growing stiff and numb, and his arms fatigued. Torn between the desire to awaken his master and the reluctance to release the warmth he held. He hesitated as discomfort mounted. He found himself too shy to disturb her slumber. Time slipped by, and eventually, fatigue overcame him. Despite his efforts to keep his eyes open, he gradually succumbed to sleep in his dreams. Chen Yu once again found himself reliving that haunting vision that on a rainy night, a white-winged, naked woman fell to the ground, her sorrowful voice echoing the words, "Kill me." Grasping the doomsday laser sword bestowed by his mother, he pierced through her wings, through her body. Sadness and anguish engulfed him, and he cried out once more, "No, I will not kill you. I do not wish to kill you." Chen Yu awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, just as he had in the past. Before him stood Chen Xian, her beautiful face reflecting both concern and curiosity. As he regained consciousness, he realized they were still in an embrace. Sweat glistened on her shoulder, a testament to their shared slumber. He immediately released her, taking a cautious step back, apologizing. "Master," Chen Xian interrupted him with a smile, "no need for apologies. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you." "Did you have a nightmare?" Chen Yu hurriedly confirmed that he had. Chen Xian's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "I had thought that such a deep sleep would bring you pleasant dreams." Chen Yu's face flushed upon hearing those words, and he hurriedly explained, "It's a nightmare I've had since childhood. I've grown accustomed to it." Curiously, Chen Xian inquired about the nature of the dream, asking if he could share it with her. Chen Yu thought it was merely a dream and proceeded to recount the details meticulously to his surprise. She listened intently and, in the end, asked about the color of the light when the woman fell to the ground. How many wings she had, their width and length, what the woman's eyes looked like, and the general environment surrounding the incident, among other inquiries. Chen Yu found it somewhat peculiar, but continued to recall the dream's content and answered her one by one. Finally, he asked, "Master, could this dream be an omen?" Chen Xian chuckled lightly and replied, "It is a possibility, or perhaps it is merely a manifestation of some psychological trauma leading to an environmental fear." Listening to her, Chen Yu couldn't help but wonder if his childhood fear of walking home alone from the outskirts of the city was the cause, though he felt it couldn't be that severe. Chen Xian then spoke again, inviting him to sit with her in the pavilion. With a tone that took on a serious and solemn note, she said, "Chen Yu, there is something I wish to seek your opinion on. I hope you will consider it carefully, for it pertains to a significant matter that will affect your entire future." Chen Yu was unaware of what the matter was, but adopted a serious expression, urging her to continue. "Have you heard of the Hero Organization?" Chen Yu nodded. She then asked, "What are your views on heroes?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Yu candidly replied, "Neither fond nor disdainful." Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged as she continued, "I hope you can become one of the members of the Hero Organization. Specifically, I wish for you to enter the Special Advancement class. However, this requires your willingness." Chen Yu harbored some reluctance about joining the Hero Organization, but did not rush to refuse. Instead, he subtly inquired, "May I ask why you hold such expectations for me?" "Master?" Chen Xian smiled warmly, and her words led Chen Yu to agree to the matter. The role of a guardian is to provide visible protection and assistance. while heroes engage in the less visible act of saving humanity. After agreeing, Chinyu learned from his master that the hero organization is divided into two branches. One is directly under her supervision, while the other falls under the jurisdiction of the current ruling X. The so-called Special Advancement class is essentially a specialized definition for training hero members. Just as Chinyu was about to ask more questions, Wu Zhanshui approached, and Chen Xin left with her. Before departing, she instructed him to let the three of them stay here together. Upon returning to his guest room, he found Xin Baiyu and Gu Guai amusingly gathered with Lu Wushang. Upon seeing him return, they all chimed in reproachfully. Without waiting for him to speak, Xin Baiyu exclaimed joyfully, "Chinyu," Lu Wushang's master said, "he could also become a part of the Special Advancement class. We were discussing how you have been practicing ancient internal skills since childhood, so why not let him talk about it and take you as a disciple too?" Lu Wushang's face was alight with joy as he eagerly pulled Chinyu to sit down. He began, "Exactly. Look how great my master is. Despite being so busy yesterday, she still took the time to accompany me. She shouldn't have done such an unconventional thing, but for me, her disciple, she broke the rules. My master's ancient internal skills are formidable. If I were to speak on your behalf, she would undoubtedly agree. Then the four of us could be together." After listening for a while, Chinyu finally interrupted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, I have something to tell you all that I have already taken Lu Wushang's master as my own, and she has accepted me into the Special Advancement class." Lu Wushang and the others stared in astonishment, dumbfounded on the spot. Once the decision was made, Chinyu, Xin Baiyu, and Gu Guai settled in at Chen Xian's home. During the month leading up to their formal training, Chinyu would meet with his master almost every evening by the lake, learning ancient internal skills from her. Most of the time, she would come hurriedly, staying only briefly before departing, yet it made Chinyu feel deeply cared for. Over the course of that month, he gained significant insights. Previously, he had been practicing on his own, but now, with proper guidance, his practical application of skills saw a remarkable increase in power. Xin Baiyu and Gu Guai spent most of their time playing, becoming familiar with the locals, and without Lu Wushang's presence, they felt emboldened to explore the city. They were particularly interested in the matter of the micro-light armor, initially thinking he had a sparring partner. Chinyu soon realized that Lu Wushang's interest did not lie in ancient internal skills. He preferred firearms, particularly long-range sniper rifles. His father was a renowned sniper, and while he had a natural talent for ancient internal skills, he was not particularly enthusiastic about them. When asked for his reasoning, Lu Wushang confidently stated, "I asked my master if a laser gun could harm her, and she said of course it could. Hence, the sniper rifle is the true path that I in close-range shooting. A skilled person can gauge the opponent's movements based on the gun's position, making it difficult to hit. However, at a super long distance, it's a different story. One shot can end it all." Thus, Chinyu often practiced alone. Having developed a curiosity for ancient internal skills, he was even more enamored after witnessing his master's partial prowess that night. Time flew, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The night before their departure to the academy, Chen Xian rarely found time to join them for dinner and casual conversation. When it was time to rest, someone brought out 4 uniquely crafted metallic masks. Chen Yu and the others were puzzled about their purpose. Just as they were about to ask, Lu Wushang explained, "I forgot to tell you, all members of the Special Advancement class must wear these special masks, as it's crucial that no one knows your true identity." "Why is that?" Chinyu asked, bewildered that Lu Wushang shook his head, admitting he didn't know. Chen Xian patiently elaborated, "The Special Advancement class is essentially sending you to another location for training. Due to some very special reasons, this place has existed as a unique, independent entity for many years. Strictly speaking, it does not belong to any country, nor is it under anyone's control. Thus, besides the most outstanding talents from the Red Country, there are many from other nations as well. The backgrounds of these individuals are complex. Some may belong to enemy organizations opposing the Red Country, but neither you nor we could ever know. All the information about those who go there is strictly confidential. To ensure your future safety, the best way to avoid exposure is to conceal your identity. Not just you, but everyone who goes there will wear a mask that cannot be removed." This explanation left all 4 of them with a sense of realization, and in the end, Xin Baiyu became curious and asked, "Where is that place?" Chen Xian smiled, and shook her head gently, saying, "I do not know. Although I once underwent training there myself, I still do not know its location. It is a very independent city, and no images of it can be found in satellite pictures of the starry sky. It's as if it exists in another dimension altogether." This response left the four children in awe. Their curiosity about this enigmatic destination piqued. Chen stood to take her leave, wishing them a restful night and hoping they would soon return to complete their studies. The four children began discussing and speculating about the masks. Liu Wushang informed Qinyu and the others that the masks were made from a special material. When it's hot outside, they remain cool, and when it's cold, they provide warmth. Wearing them did not feel stifling at all, and they had the ability to reflect lasers and various rays, as well as alter sound amplitude. They were extremely sturdy and hard to damage. As he spoke, he casually picked up a black mask adorned with intricate patterns, tried it on, and asked, "Isn't this one nice?" Shen Baiyu and Gu Guai each took a green and a golden mask respectively, while Qinyu chose the remaining dark silver mask, which had no patterns. When Lu Wushang asked if they liked their masks, each of them expressed their approval. He then laughed, saying this must have been prepared by their master in advance, as she must have already determined who would prefer which mask. He added that this way, they wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow to receive their assigned masks, which might not meet their preferences. Shen Baiyu remarked, "Your master is truly wonderful. It's a pity that Gu Guai and I aren't so fortunate." Lu Wushang chuckled. "This just shows that fate is fair. You have supernatural abilities, yet you lack our great master." This provoked playful banter and light-hearted teasing among the three. Qinyu couldn't help but reflect on how much Lu Wushang seemed to care about this matter. That night, the four of them found it difficult to sleep, endlessly discussing and speculating about the next day. Qinyu mused that they had been on the move, running from the fantastical city of Deep Blue Country to Liuguang, and then to Black Country, thinking they would finally settle here, only to find they hadn't had a chance to understand this city before they were off to another place to by dawn. Chen, still accompanied by Zhang Shuai, personally escorted them to the academy, where they boarded a spaceship with a group of other children, all wearing masks. The spaceship departed the borders of the Red Country and ultimately landed at the border of Black Country. There, hundreds of similarly masked children gathered before boarding a large black spaceship that bore no identifying number. The ship had no windows, obscuring any view of the outside world. The large group of children wondered how far their destination might be. The ship moved, seemingly only swaying slightly. Then, an announcement echoed through the speakers, stating that they had arrived at their destination and should prepare to disembark. The children were all taken aback, and one of them exclaimed, "Are you kidding us? We haven't even taken off, and you're saying we've arrived? What a cold joke." Laughter and shouts erupted. A few masked adults entered the cabin, their voices cold as they urged the children to disembark. Amid the commotion, the children eventually filed out one after another. They passed by several adults. Each received a badge, purportedly a symbol of their identity in this place. From the very beginning, Qinyu did not perceive this as a jest. Hence, he rose early, acquiring the number 4236, belonging to the January group of that year. Once the children disembarked from the spaceship, they exchanged bewildered glances, for the surroundings were starkly different from those when they boarded. Some could not help but check their timepieces, noting that merely 23 minutes had elapsed since their departure. After accounting for the commotion and the waiting for takeoff, it appeared that less than a minute had truly passed. Lu Wushang, equally incredulous, quickly activated his locator, then, with wide eyes, informed Qinyu and the others, "This place is not even on Shinda Star. The positioning is impossible." Chapter 26. The Captain. The spacecraft had landed in a docking area. Mechanical warriors, all B-class mechs, were bustling about. The boisterous children had never encountered such an abundance of advanced combat machines, which instilled in them a sense of awe, when a few individuals responsible for leading the way commanded them to board the vehicles. Very few dared to engage in frivolous banter, as they had aboard the ship that a total of 10 vehicles were prepared for them, that on the vehicle that Qinyu boarded, 37 children were seated. Throughout the journey, Lu Wushang persistently attempted to pinpoint their location, only to find it futile. The wireless network was utterly inoperative. He ultimately concluded that they were certainly not on Shinda Star, for there was no magnetic interference whatsoever. A heavy silence enveloped them. Suddenly, he grabbed Qinyu, speaking earnestly, "Punch me. Are we dreaming?" Chun Yu ignored him, although he too found the situation hard to believe. Yet Lu Wushang was relentless, insisting that Chun Yu strike him, claiming that if he pinched himself, it wouldn't hurt. It must be a dream. Chun Yu, exasperated by his insistence, replied, "Does it not hurt? Stand up." "Here, yes." Just like that. With that, he abruptly kicked Lu Wushang in the stomach, sending him flying 3 meters away, crashing into the vehicle door, which rattled the entire cabin. This drew the attention of all the children aboard. Nonchalantly, Chun Yu inquired, "Does it hurt? Are you dreaming?" Lu Wushang, clutching his abdomen in agony, could hardly muster a response. After a prolonged moment of suffering on the floor, he finally managed to raise a finger at Chun Yu, struggling to regain his breath before muttering through gritted teeth, "You scoundrel, are you trying to kill me?" By this time, Chun Yu had already risen, helping Lu Wushang back to his seat, softly stating, "This is to remind you not to obsess over trivial matters in the future. Besides, you insisted I hit you, did you not?" Lu Wushang, still fuming, retorted, "I will remember this kick. You are seeking revenge, undoubtedly holding a grudge from our first meeting, seizing this opportunity for retribution." Hearing this, Shin Biyu and Guiki pressed for details, eager to learn what had transpired. Lu Wushang, feeling embarrassed, insisted they drop the matter of the kick, adamantly stating it must not be mentioned. The two, intrigued, implored Chun Yu to share. Amidst the playful chaos, the vehicle reached its destination. They entered a tall building in the city. The interior layout was exceedingly peculiar, a labyrinth of windowless rooms connected by thick metallic corridors. After a brief walk, they halted in what appeared to be a sealed chamber resembling a doorway. The passage behind them was sealed shut by a heavy metallic door. The man leading them turned, his tone icy as he addressed them. "Here, we only train the most exceptional talents, existing solely to cultivate formidable warriors. As for the inept, they must be eliminated. Elimination does not mean sending you back, but rather, it means disappearance. How will you prove your excellence and strength? Among the 37 of you, only 5 may leave alive. Those who survive will be the most outstanding." His words sent a wave of panic rippling through the group that Lu Wushang, filled with indignation. "Challenge, this is utterly absurd. We came here to learn and develop skills, not to be taught the cold-blooded art of murder. What authority do you possess to enact such barbarity?" The man, unfazed, replied coldly, "You have only 10 minutes. If more than 5 of you remain alive after that, I am afraid you will all perish in this room." That he then barked, "The timer starts now." As he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and when it faded, he donned a suit of glimmering armor, brandishing a high-energy laser gun aimed at them. The children fell into a frenzied panic, a palpable atmosphere of terror permeating the room. The initial clamor ceased as they stared blankly at the muzzle of the gun. Some children began to tremble and warily scrutinize their companions. However, Chun Yu stepped forward from the crowd, turning to face the other children. "Please, everyone, listen to me. Do not act rashly. Hear me out. He is but one man. You are not supernatural beings, but individuals with exceptional abilities that I, too, share your fear of death and pride in myself. His gun is aimed at us, but right now, it is directed only at my back that I fear death. Yet I cannot fathom the thought of resorting to violence against my companions. Even if I were to survive, how would I face my friends, family, and future loved ones once I leave this place? We are not machines for killing. We are warriors, if we must fight. It should be against the one who is forcing us." Lu Wushang immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Exactly. Number 3 is right. They claim only 5 may survive, but they never said we must turn on each other. If we must fight for our lives, why not eliminate this scoundrel? At worst, 32 will die, but at least the 5 who endure will not feel ashamed for not having killed." Shun Biyu and Guiki, trembling with fear, found their courage and echoed his sentiments. Stepping forward to confront the man with the gun, that a wave of children surged forth, shouting, "They're right. If we must fight for our lives, let us take down this bastard instead." Chun Yu slowly turned, conjuring a pair of laser swords, and directed his words at the man. "If this is a jest, it must end here. If it is not, I will surely sever your head." The crowd swelled, gradually advancing towards the gunmen, their angry shouts growing louder, many voices trembling with fear, yet gradually ignited by the fury of others. "End this farce quickly, or you shall face the consequences." The gunman remained silent for a moment, refraining from firing. Chinyu tightened his grip on the laser swords, sensing this was indeed a jest, though he could not be certain. Yet he was convinced that this course of action was justified. Just as he prepared to question the man once more, the gunman unexpectedly lowered his weapon and removed his armor. The atmosphere relaxed instantly, and it became evident to all that this was indeed a jest. He then spoke in a light-hearted tone. "This is certainly not a joke. Rather, it is a test. Within this room, no one can kill using supernatural abilities. As your mental strength is no match for mine at this moment. Allow me to introduce myself. I will be your head instructor from now on, and you may call me Sanjio. The earlier test was designed to select the captain and vice captain for your future training. Of course, I need not say, you should already know who among you qualifies." With that, he lightly clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over Chinyu and Lu Wushang, ultimately resting on the former. The group of children, now at ease, erupted in unison, calling out, "Number 3 and number 4. We choose reluctantly." Chinyu sheathed his laser swords, feeling quite unwilling to accept the position of captain, that he understood that he lacked supernatural abilities and felt he had no right to command respect among the others, rather than endure future friction. He preferred to decline the offer now. He was about to voice his refusal when the head instructor anticipated his words and interjected, "Regardless of whether your combat prowess is the highest within this small team, you were the first to boldly step forward and guide everyone. Perhaps others share the same thoughts, but they either lacked the courage to act or were too slow. Thus, this team requires you to lead as captain. The strength of one's combat abilities will determine future rankings, which is irrelevant to this." Shinbyu and Guiki began to cheer. "Number 3, you are the captain." This incited a wave of enthusiasm among the children, and soon, fervent cheers filled the air. Chinyu still wished to refuse, but he heard the instructor say, "Of course, if your insecurities lead you to fear this position, I can consider selecting someone else." This statement rendered Chinyu speechless. He recognized it as a provocation, yet he could not find the words. Ultimately, he and Lu Wushang inclined their heads in acknowledgement to their companions, accepting the roles of captain and vice captain, pledging to fulfill their duties to the best of their abilities. Once this was settled, the instructor Sanjio activated a thick metallic wall behind him, revealing a magnificent garden beyond, at the center of which stood an imposing palace-like structure. Sanjio informed the children that this was their collective dormitory, the place where they would reside in the days to come. Observing the children's exuberant expressions, he added, "But hold your horses. We must wait for other companions to arrive." A child, puzzled, inquired, "Who else are we waiting for, coach? Does this place need to accommodate several teams?" At that moment, Chinyu and Lu Wushang simultaneously grasped the coach's implication and exchanged knowing smiles as they explained to the others, "There must be certain teams without recognized leaders, and those companions will undoubtedly be reassigned to different squads." Coach Sanjio immediately raised his hand in a gesture of approval towards the two, clarifying for the children, "The judgments of these two captains are indeed correct. You should be delighted, for 3 teams are being disbanded, and you will gain 8 new companions." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously sealed passage gradually opened, and a man entered, leading 8 children in single file. The newcomers were all girls, much to the delight of the boys from Chinyu's team. The arriving coach, with an air of exasperation, spread his arms and lamented to Sanjio, "I am truly unfortunate. I have missed the opportunity to be the head coach for 3 consecutive quarters. Shouldn't you buy me a drink?" Sanjio jested in response, "Perhaps next time. I have a feeling you will miss out for yet another year." After handing over the girls, the man cursed under his breath as he departed. "Damn it, I curse you." Coach Sanjio asked the 8 girls to state their identification numbers before explaining the situation here and what the future would entail. The children soon learned that they could reside in this place unconditionally for 3 months. After that, they would be required to pay exorbitant rent. Otherwise, they could only enter during training sessions, at which point their daily lives would be entirely their own concern, with no obligations for assistance. Only the local currency would be accepted, and there would be no exchanges from outside. All items brought, except for weapons and masks, must be surrendered for safekeeping until graduation. In other words, everyone must find a way to survive here. This city boasts a population of 70 million, with its own unique regulations and social structure. Moreover, it was stated that there are over 100 independent passageways leading out of this building, each varying in distance, allowing everyone to comfortably remove their masks and integrate into the outside world. This is a normal society, entirely unlike the children's preconceived notion of a training base. Lastly, it was clarified that this was to better observe each individual's comprehensive abilities. Upon departure, everything possessed in this city must remain behind. Not even a single coin may be taken, that he added jokingly. Of course, should you choose not to leave and instead wish to settle here, exceptions may be made. After these words, amidst the children's laughter, they were directed to their new accommodations to rest, with the reminder that the allocation of individual living spaces would be managed by the two captains. Then, as if it were of no consequence, he left, humming a tune with an air of ease. Chinyu smiled wryly at the coach's final admonition, aware that the initial annoyances of this assignment were about to manifest. What would it be like to have a group of children, each with unique backgrounds from sheen to star and an inherent sense of pride stemming from their extraordinary abilities, gathered together? Even a simple matter of housing led to over 3 hours of disputes. Excluding peculiar children like Shun, Bai and Guai, 17 individuals fought over room placements, refusing to yield an inch. It was a foolish scenario where the authority of the captains was ineffectively imposed through force. Both Qin Yu and Lu Wushang understood this principle, so they hurriedly dashed about, mediating and persuading, until they were parched and utterly exhausted. Ultimately, they conceded their preferred room positions to others. When the two finally concluded this debacle and returned to the door adjacent to the kitchen on the second floor, Lu Wushang, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Had I known it would be like this, I would never have accepted the role of captain, even if I had to beg on my knees." Damn it! What could Chen Yu say? He had always believed that captains were the unluckiest souls. After shaking his head with a bitter smile, he pushed the door open, took a shower despite his fatigue, and collapsed in a bed in the dead of night. Chen Yu awoke from his dreams that it was 3 a.m. This was not the first time. He knew he could not fall back asleep. Outside his palace-like dwelling, darkness enveloped everything, obscuring his vision. Out of sheer boredom, he activated the function of his mask, which obscured his eyes with a black lens, revealing a three-dimensional reflection within. Suddenly, everything transformed into a brilliant light, rendering the previously murky surroundings clear. Concurrently, Chen Yu discovered that the mask contained some peculiar information, that he immediately chose to access it with his mind, unlocking a series of questions sealed with a key. "Where were you waiting for me that night? When you hesitated, unable to approach I?" Upon reading these inquiries, Chen Yu understood their significance, realizing they were indeed prepared specifically for him by his master. The events of that night were a secret between him and his mentor. This thought made him feel special, as if he and the other person had a unique bond unknown to anyone else. The content was purely textual, devoid of sound or visual imagery. It was Chen Xian's first lesson to him as a master. "Chen Yu, I have pondered this for a long time, and I still do not wish to teach you the art of killing just yet, although it is inevitable that you will need to learn it in the future. For these years, focus on mastering the skills that will save your life." Inside, he taught Chen Yu that if he could guide his internal energy outward, he could begin to attempt to attach it to the air and light surrounding his body. Chen Yu understood how a warrior could respond to a gun barrel aimed at close range, but what of the distant, unseen, and elusive cold guns? Now, he comprehended that when internal energy cultivation and application reached a certain level, it could form a unique external energy layer, the size of which was limited by one's cultivation ability. Within this energy layer, the external world would be unable to detect any energy emanating from those inside it. Even with battle armor, what was seen through the mask's lenses was merely aeriality refracted and distorted by the energy. In simpler terms, if the energy layer created was sufficiently vast, then the target that the enemy aimed at would always exist off the mark. It may appear aligned, yet when a laser gun or energy weapon fired, it would invariably miss. The angles of distortion and refraction of the energy layer followed no fixed patterns, preventing machines from accurately calculating the correct firing point. Even when they suspected anomalies, ancient internal energy certainly cannot withstand laser gun fire, but it must still be engaged. Chen Yu felt a sudden clarity as the long-standing quandary in his mind found resolution. Lu Wushang had repeatedly questioned him about what methods ancient internal energy could employ against cold firearms. Could one even see the laser beams in time to evade them? At that moment, he mused that the targets they saw were always illusions. How could they be hit? He then recalled Lu Wushang's earlier inquiries to Chen Xian. Why had the master not disclosed these insights to him back then? Chen Yu found himself in a conundrum, pondering how the master seemed to favor Lu Wushang greatly. Choosing not to dwell on this issue any longer, he devoted himself to practicing the newfound techniques imparted by his master. To his surprise, he found that the execution was far simpler than he had anticipated. Chen Yu, who already possessed an excellent foundation, had merely lacked the guidance of a master and had been struggling to decipher the practice on his own. Now that he had received the master's techniques, he found it easy to apply them, that in less than half an hour. He successfully created an illusionary energy layer approximately 30 centimeters from his body. Chen Yu rushed to the large mirror in his room, activating the lights with the robot. Upon inspection, he immediately noticed the difference. The reflection of himself in the mirror bore no resemblance to his position in the external environment, and it was constantly shifting and altering to at first glance. One might have thought he was rapidly and continuously drifting without moving at all. To achieve such a simple application was a source of immense joy for Chen Yu. His admiration for ancient internal energy and his confidence in his future grew even stronger. Thus, he continued to practice and summarize his training, allowing the night to pass unnoticed. The following morning, at dawn, Coach Sanjiu gathered them together. Each individual was to introduce themselves and their special abilities in turn that everyone shared. Chen Yu finally learned the reason for Guai's earlier embarrassment. His supernatural ability was the power of clairvoyance. When he introduced himself, it was not only Shun Baiyu who looked at him oddly. All the other boys and girls did as well. Once all the companions had introduced themselves, Chen Yu realized that the world was indeed full of peculiar and extraordinary abilities. Ordinary powers such as telekinesis and mind reading were to be expected, but there were also those capable of generating magnetic waves to disrupt mechanical operations. Becoming invisible or intangible, altering matter, creating illusions, or manipulating minds, as well as abilities that intensified physical capabilities, levitated, or allowed for the fusion of matter to burrow through earth and water, and even merge with trees and stones. There were those whose senses surpassed even a dog's by 100-fold, and others who could perceive the color of a chopstick from 1,000 miles away, and so on. Among these, some abilities were simply strange, seemingly lacking significant value in combat, yet many possessed powers that were irreplaceable lethal weapons beyond the reach of machines. Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart. With each introduction he heard, he envisioned various scenarios of confrontation with the newcomers. After all the team members had introduced themselves, Coach Sanjiu spoke up. Excellent. Now let our captain demonstrate their special abilities. Just as Chen Yu was about to step forward and speak plainly, he noticed Lu Wushang, with a hand resting behind him, his fist clenched tightly and exerting immense strength. This unintended observation immediately altered his decision, given that ancient internal martial arts were seldom known. What was the point of subjecting himself and his companions to unnecessary scrutiny and disdain? Thus, he asked Coach Sanjiu for a sturdy metal rod, one of ordinary thickness, akin to a man's arm. Channeling his internal energy into it, the rod was soon enveloped in an ethereal blue glow. Chen Yu declared, "The abilities of the vice captain and I happen to be the same. We can amplify our physical capabilities." As for the effect, behold, while speaking, he gathered his breath, appearing exceedingly relaxed on the surface, twisting and pulling the metal rod, which contorted like a twisted braid, before it was forcefully snapped in two. That the team members gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Oh, my heavens, that's incredible!" They had never witnessed such astonishing destructive power emanating from a mere physical form. That a curious teammate inquired, "Captain, can your abilities enhance the physical strength of others? This is truly remarkable. Is this not the result of material transformation?" "Regrettably, my vice captain and I cannot apply this ability to other individuals," Chen Yu responded. Another teammate, struggling to believe, asked, "Number 132, did Captain truly not alter the material structure? Was that feat accomplished solely through physical strength?" "Indeed, the structure of the metal remained unchanged. It was merely shattered by brute force. Does the vice captain possess the same ability?" At this moment, Lu Wushang, in high spirits and with a strong sense of pride, was reluctant to be looked down upon for lacking special abilities that he knew that very few had heard of ancient internal martial arts. Yet this method was undeniably effective. With a smile in his tone, he remarked, "My powers are slightly inferior to the captain's. I can only manage with a somewhat thinner metal rod." After the lively demonstration, Coach Sangio led them to the simulation training hall, where they would learn how to guide consciousness into simulated real-world scenarios and environmental factors for practical exercises. Finally, the session concluded, and they dispersed to return to their quarters. Lu Wuxiang placed an arm around Chen Yu's shoulder, praising him for the excellent display earlier. Chen Yu teased him. "Who told you to be so sensitive about your pride? Look at how agitated you were. Your nails nearly dug into your flesh." Lu Wuxiang, feeling a bit embarrassed, decided to change the subject, saying, "Let us consider this a personal favor. Your hand isn't broken, is it?" Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not that serious. Lu Wuxiang, knowing that the earlier demonstration was somewhat forced, saw that Chen Yu was unscathed, and then shifted the conversation. "Tomorrow, we need to familiarize ourselves with the outside environment. Let us go together." Chen Yu understood his intention and felt it was only natural. He casually replied, "Of course, the four of us will go together." To which Lu Wuxiang laughed self-deprecatingly. "Brother, you're quite naive. How could Shin Biyu and Guai possibly join us?" Chen Yu furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean by that? They are not from the same world as us. Haven't you noticed? Shin Biyu and Guai have increasingly spent less time with us." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu pondered thoughtfully, realizing that since arriving in the Red Country, at Master S place, it had indeed become that way. Lu Wuxiang observed his expression and chuckled. "I don't know what your relationship was like before, but you must understand that those with special abilities have often been regarded as outcasts since childhood, struggling to accept their own normalcy. However, the existence of a special training class brings together those of similar backgrounds, transforming their inferiority into a sense of superiority, creating a new consciousness of being a distinct race. Which is why I am so concerned that if they were to discover that our abilities are not true special powers, their perception of us would be akin to how we view the mentally challenged. Is it really that exaggerated?" Lu Wuxiang exclaimed. "Trust me, my father has many individuals with special abilities around him, and I've interacted with them frequently since childhood. I know them well." As they spoke, the two returned to their residence. Upon reaching their floor, Lu Wuxiang playfully tapped Chen Yu and said, "So, from now on, we are brothers and partners. With them, there is no way we can connect until we achieve some accomplishments." After saying this, he bid farewell and continued upstairs. Chen Yu, puzzled, called out to him, asking where he was going and if he wasn't going to rest. That Lu Wuxiang chuckled lightly and turned back, leaning in close to Chen Yu's ear. "You still don't know my preferences and dreams, do you?" Chen Yu shook his head, having never heard him speak of them. "Now I shall tell you that my preference is to engage physically with beautiful women, and my dream is to interact with as many stunning women as possible in that manner." Chen Yu was left speechless. "Thus, I am heading to the 5th floor. Yesterday, during the housing allocation discussion, I hit it off splendidly with number 76, and we arranged to meet today. Understand?" Chen Yu, uninterested in prolonging the conversation or wasting either of their valuable time, waved him off and turned to head to his quarters. That Lu Wuxiang grasped his arm and kindly suggested, "You might want to consider this preference too. I can teach you how to get started. And it's quite simple. Just spend some time each day listening and conversing with your desired woman, and in no time, you'll be able to engage physically." Chen Yu interrupted his lengthy discourse, saying, "Hold on a moment. I need to say something." Lu Wuxiang, intrigued, paused to ask, "What is it?" "Animals that dig holes everywhere, like rats, are filthy, stinky, and disgusting." After returning to his room, Chen Yu couldn't help but think of his fiancée, whom he had not known for long, and then his master, but he quickly stopped himself, feeling shameful for such thoughts. How could he be so fickle-minded, so rebellious? How disgraceful! Just as he was berating himself for this notion, the doorbell rang. The robotic assistant in the house approached, speaking in a voice indistinguishable from a human's, informing him that a guest, identifying herself as number 138, wished to see him and asked if she might enter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately recalled the woman who had been quite insistent during the housing allocation discussions. She had left a deep impression on him, particularly due to her exaggerated physique. As he recalled how her ample bosom had vibrated unconsciously, he had been tempted to ask about it but deemed it too forward that he had restrained himself. But Lu Wushang had inquired, revealing that her bust measured 159 centimeters. Chen Yu welcomed number 138 into the room, once again noticing her quivering bosom. She surveyed the surroundings and explained that she had come to express her gratitude, acknowledging that she had caused him trouble the previous day and realizing it was unnecessary. As she spoke, she took a seat and introduced herself, saying she was from the Green Country and the daughter of the Minister of Defense, her real name being, just as she was about to reveal it. Chen Yu quickly interrupted, "Perhaps it's best if you refrain from sharing your name, as I prefer not to disclose mine either." Number 138 chuckled lightly, tilting her head slightly, and suddenly removed her mask, revealing a captivatingly alluring face adorned with a smile. "The captain need not disclose his name, but I am willing to trust you." She continued, "My name is Su Ran, with Su meaning wish and Ran meaning like that." Chen Yu was instantly struck by a sense of obligation to respond. Yet he ultimately held back. He recalled Lin Hongyan's words, stating that a woman's greatest flaw and strength lay in her reluctance to say no, that he did not wish to be like a woman. Thus, he endeavored to maintain a gentle and polite tone, saying, "I apologize, but I truly cannot reciprocate that information that as for yours. Regardless of what occurs in the future, I shall remain unaware." Su Ran maintained her smile, commenting, "You are far more serious than I had anticipated." After a few casual exchanges, Su Ran took her leave, expressing her desire to thank the vice captain as well. Chen Yu did not mention that he was absent and bid her farewell. Feeling quite perplexed about whether she was overly naive, that Lu Wushang returned only in the evening, knocking on Chen Yu's door and entering to share the day's findings. Number 76 is also of noble descent from the Green Country. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu, concealing Su Ran's privacy, shared his thoughts, questioning whether all women from the Green Country were like this. That Lu Wushang laughed, saying, "You're truly momentarily foolish. Have you not considered that someone with a figure like number 138's, if unable to modify her physique through ancient internal martial arts, would be recognized by fools in the future? Rather than that, wouldn't it be better for her to be more forthright?" Chen Yu slapped his forehead, cursing his own foolishness for pondering over such matters for so long. That it was indeed absurd. He had forgotten that others were not like him and could not alter their forms through ancient internal martial arts. He also felt a tinge of misfortune for Su Ran regarding what he presumed to be the world's most impressive bosom. That moment, Lu Wushang leaned in excitedly and asked, "What do you think number 138 looks like without any clothes?" Chen Yu was left utterly speechless. The next day, the official simulation training finally commenced. All the children were ushered into a simulated consciousness space. The mechas utilized were all classified as C-level, representing the initial tier of universal mechas in training. To later exchange them, one must accumulate battle points through training achievements. Completing a primary operator's training session grants 1 point. A victory awards 3 points to each team member. Destroying an enemy mecha provides 1 point. Commanding a ship yields 5 points, while serving as a deputy grants 3. Conversely, being destroyed incurs a deduction of 2 points. It was only at this juncture that Chen Yu and his companions realized they were not the sole participants in this simulated training. Included were cohorts from 3 years prior. Now on the cusp of graduation, the simulation training results featured a leaderboard with a total ranking of 100, showcasing the names of the top 100 graduates. The first position on the leaderboard, designated as 0, had engaged in over 730,000 simulated battles, boasting no records of death or defeat, and had destroyed command ships at a rate 3 times the number of battles entered, while the number of enemy mechas destroyed was 30 times that. The second-ranked individual, designated as 3, similarly had no records of death or ship destruction, with participation numbers identical to 0, yet his enemy kill count was only 1. 2 times that of 0's. The coach informed the children that the first on the leaderboard was the legendary hero Wang 03's data, while the second belonged to the formidable War King. As Chen Yu and the other children gazed upon these astonishing statistics, they were filled with both admiration and disbelief. One child inquired about the achievements of the equally formidable Mage King. The coach replied that he did not rank among the top 100, as the Mage King had frequently perished during his training, yielding dismal results. The children further inquired about the renowned General Sanjan and other contemporary luminaries in the realm of mecha warfare, to which the coach responded in kind. Chinyu perused the existing leaderboard, noting a stark disparity compared to those on the total leaderboard. The top individual had only participated in just over 200,000 battles. After considerable searching, he found one with 60,000 battles, yet at the bottom, with a death count of 100,000, that he then glanced at the defense leaderboard, discovering a curious coincidence. The rankings were predominantly occupied by the top 10 of each year. At that moment, in the evaluation of sea-level mecha combat capabilities, Lu Wushang's data revealed a sea-level mecha combat level of 40, with personal mecha adaptability rated at 100, combat skills at 60, mid to long-range shooting results at 95, close-range shooting at 80, impact resistance at 20, and assault capability at 30, culminating in a comprehensive combat power of 109 for the sea mecha. Chinyu's data indicated a combat level of 40, adaptability of 100, combat skills of 100, shooting capabilities of 50 across all ranges, impact resistance at 20, and assault capability at 30, resulting in a comprehensive combat power of 97 for the sea mecha. The first simulated training battle commenced swiftly. Chinyu's entire squad participated, with the battlefield featuring 4 opposing squads. Unfortunately, Chinyu's team faced an established veteran squad comprised of 327 members, boasting 5 level mechas among them, with the remainder being of lower tiers. They also possess 5 auxiliary ships capable of energy weapon resupply. Team members began to grumble, voicing their discontent over the apparent unfairness, asserting that such a disparity in combat power rendered victory impossible. One team member suggested, "Captain, why not let the enemy destroy our command ship while we all abandon our vessels and hide? Though we may lose, it won't cost us any points." Lu Wushang wholeheartedly endorsed this notion, leaving Chinyu perplexed. While he admired the quick thinking, he found it difficult to accept such an idea. This was training, after all, and to forfeit the opportunity for points seemed to invert the priorities. Contemplating this, he stated, "Deputy, attempt to contact the other 2 squads first. If we can persuade them to form a temporary alliance, we shall engage, and if not, for those concerned about points, they may abandon their ships." The proposal met with no objections from the team members. After Lu Wushang connected with the other 2 squads, Chinyu engaged in discussions, succinctly outlining the stakes involved. The captains of both teams expressed their willingness to form an alliance, yet one queried, "What happens among the 3 of us if we defeat the formidable enemy?" Chinyu felt a surge of frustration. Cursing the captain internally, such matters could certainly be addressed later. At this critical moment, any delay could preclude the possibility of an alliance altogether. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "My stance is to discuss that after the fact. For now, we must swiftly unify our efforts against a formidable foe. Over 2 minutes have already elapsed, and the enemy's mechas are nearly upon us." On the screen, the dissenting male captain insisted that a promise be made regarding each team's own arrangements post-battle. Chinyu, unwilling to waste further time, acquiesced. However, another squad outright rejected the proposal, leading to an immediate dispute between the 2 captains. Chinyu, exasperated, covered his face and muttered, "Damn it," he decisively declared. "Deputy, lead those concerned about their scores to abandon their ships. Whether or not we form an alliance is of no consequence now." Lu Wushang curiously inquired, "And what about you?" At that moment, Chinyu was hastily making his way to the mecha bay, responding without looking back, "I am an idiot who will never surrender." This declaration reverberated clearly through the command ship's intercom. Chinyu chose a lightweight, high-speed mecha, the type he had grown accustomed to from a young age, equipped solely with a mid-range rapid-fire energy gun, an energy sword, and a shield. He donned his mecha and prepared for action. Lu Wushang and several team members rushed in. Before Chinyu could inquire, Lu Wushang exclaimed, "What kind of captain are you? Let's just fight." The other team members echoed his sentiment, dismissing the possibility of defeat, reminding each other that it was only training. Chinyu ceased his objections, promptly stating, "Heavy mechas will withdraw to safety. Light mechas split into 2 groups and follow Lu Wushang and me towards the yellow and black enemies. Our positions will be diagonal to the red ones. They will take over 3 minutes to reach us, while we can arrive at yellow and black in just 1.5 minutes. If they engage the red forces, we can launch a surprise attack, potentially eliminating some foes, and with luck, even destroy their command ship. Our ships will be abandoned. Nearly half of the heavy mecha team members began to grumble. Captain, this is unfair. You're leaving us behind. Amidst the laughter, the remaining members donned their lightweight mechas, activating their wings and departing the command ship in succession. Chinyu, leading 8 companions clad in non-reflective black mechas, consoled those remaining. This situation is unique. You powerful warriors will have your chance to shine. That'll be why the time you arrive, those 2 squads may already be decimated. One among them voiced dissatisfaction. Then let us guard the ship. We might take down a few. A more knowledgeable teammate chuckled. Give it up. B-level mechas are equipped with laser guns that could obliterate us in an instant. The auxiliary evasion targeting systems simply cannot be matched by C-level mechas. As they jested, Chinyu's group approached their target, the Black Command ship. Here, the battle had indeed erupted, with over 30 red command ships ruthlessly bombarding the black vessel. Chinyu succinctly instructed, those lacking experience should maintain long-range fire, continuously employing random speed variations to simulate movement. And when the moment arises, retreat into the clouds or low-lying woods to evade artillery fire. The rest of you, follow me into the ship. With that, Chinyu unleashed a torrent of energy jets, propelling himself towards the visibly crumbling black ship. Checking the rearview mirror, he noted that his 7 companions had scattered in all directions, trailing vibrant light streaks. With none following him, he felt a wave of frustration but dismissed it, having trained solo against multiple adversaries in the past. He held no fear for B-level mechas. In fact, the rapid movement of mechas meant that most individuals relied solely on auxiliary targeting devices, which contributed to the generally consistent combat capabilities of mechas. Additionally, the randomness in flight patterns rendered auxiliary targeting systems only capable of probabilistic aiming. Chinyu believed that true geniuses with near-zero reaction times were rare, thus he felt confident he would not be easily destroyed. He charged towards the Black Command ship in a curved trajectory, skillfully avoiding sporadic artillery fire. Just as he intended to showcase the skills his master had taught him, he realized that within this cursed simulation space, he could only employ the ordinary functions of his internal energy. The manipulative capabilities he wielded in reality were utterly absent here. Disappointment and frustration welled within him. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the designers, likely unfamiliar with the intricacies of such techniques, would not have incorporated them into the simulation training apparatus. In no time, Chinyu burst into the Black Command ship, which was riddled with gaping holes. Command ships were notoriously difficult to destroy through standard artillery fire. The quickest method was to infiltrate from within. Chinyu surmised that the red team, aiming to maximize their scores and underestimating the new third squad, would not use overwhelming firepower to secure an immediate victory, but would instead seek to systematically dismantle their foes to augment their points. The current situation appeared to support this theory. Upon entering the ship, Chinyu immediately spotted 2 red-clad warriors, who swiftly turned their guns towards him. Chinyu paid them no mind, expertly controlling the energy jets at the rear of his mecha. Gliding close to the ground, the screech of metal grating against metal resonating as he approached the 2 red warriors. With his energy gun holstered, he brandished his laser sword, deftly slicing between the 2 mecha warriors, severing their bodies with a brilliant flash of energy. The 2 red mechas, now cleaved, crumpled to the ground, unable to move. Chinyu swiftly maneuvered down the corridor, maintaining his speed as he passed through 17 doors, encountering yet another red warrior along the way. The opponent barely had time to react before Chinyu dispatched him in 2 swift strokes, easily eliminating 3 foes bolstered Chinyu's confidence. As he had surmised, these individuals did not enhance the combat capabilities of the mechs. The battles within such confined quarters were of a rather lackluster caliber, relying entirely on auxiliary combat devices. They were incapable of mastering the rapid tempo of combat within a limited range. As Chinyu advanced, nearing the energy supply chamber, the communicator crackled with the excited shouts of his team members. Captain, this is so much fun. A red mech chased me for ages but couldn't hit me at all. Later, I darted into the forest to hide, and when it followed me in, it stood there foolishly, completely unaware that I was behind it, and I pierced it through the head with my energy sword. Amused by this, Yu thought to himself that this person indeed had quite the audacity to shed their armor and use stealth to outwit the enemy. He then heard another voice exclaim excitedly, "The vice captain is incredible. He has taken down 27 enemies." Yu was puzzled. Could it be that Lu Wushang had brought along a high-energy laser gun? Was there a microlight mech involved? It seemed utterly implausible that such a number of enemies could be dispatched in such a brief span of time by the capabilities of a C-class weapon and its auxiliary targeting systems. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the wings, trailing a black light, burst into the energy supply chamber. Before Yu's visual nerves could process the scene reflected in the optics, his instinct had already pinpointed the locations of 6 enemies within. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged upwards, swiftly gliding towards the top. And in the blink of an eye, he closed in on the energy furnace, thrusting his sword into it and controlling the jet device to swiftly circle around. The laser sword in his hand obliterated the energy furnace completely. With another sword, he struck at the approaching red-armored foe's .2 B-class warriors fell to his blade, yet one managed to evade, simultaneously charging at Yu with a sword. Another shouted, "Damn it, where did this bastard come from?" Originally waiting for their teammates to eliminate the enemies before destroying the furnace, they were now furious at Yu for stealing their combat points. The evading warrior quickly retaliated, following Yu's movements with precision, leaving him little room to dodge the sword strikes that he could only parry with his own blade, realizing that this was a microlight mech. Its combat prowess far exceeding that of an average B-class. Determined, he crashed through the concealed wall to escape, hoping that the enemy's spatial speed control would not exceed the limits of a C-class mech. 3 B-class foes were indeed shaken off, yet the microlight mech pursued relentlessly, refusing to let go, and no matter how Yu twisted and turned, the enemy closed in rapidly, utilizing its speed advantage. Aware that escape was futile, Yu abruptly turned, maintaining his speed while countering with a slash. The acceleration of both parties left no time for response. Yet, he failed to land a hit, as the enemy forcefully deflected his attack, causing Yu to be propelled backward by the jet's inferior performance, crashing through 7 layers of heavy metal walls. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, quickly adjusting the jet's orientation. He angled his body downward, narrowly avoiding the enemy's center of gravity, and delivered a swift kick that sent the foe flying, that he thought to himself, "This should incapacitate you," almost colliding with the ground. He spun around and pursued the microlight mech, striking once more that he was confident that his enhanced leg strength would inflict pain sufficient to incapacitate the enemy without causing internal damage. However, from behind, the enemy evaded his slashing blow, leaving only its right arm severed. The retreating warrior raised its weapon, the cannon's barrel, as thick as an arm, aimed directly at him, startling Yu. Without hesitation, he accelerated forward, bursting through the wall to escape. The standard cannon unleashed a torrent of laser beams. At this range, hitting him was nearly guaranteed. "This is it," Yu thought, but as he glanced back, he was surprised to find no laser blasts swirling towards him. Just then, a notification chimed. Battle concluded. Blue team victorious. Blue team number 4 destroyed 52 B-class mechs, obliterated the yellow command ship and the red command ship. Blue team number 3 destroyed 5 B-class mechs and the black command ship. Yu was taken aback, utterly bewildered as to how Lu Wushang could have claimed so many enemy lives and even destroyed the red command ship that as the first training session came to a close. The coach allowed the children a brief respite. The coach, brimming with joy, appeared exceedingly pleased, while the team members shared in the excitement, albeit with an air of bewilderment, uncertain of how they had triumphed. In the 31st segment, Promises, Yu glanced over at Lu Wushang, who stood with one hand propping up his chin, a pretentious cold smile gracing his lips, as he regarded Yu with inscrutable eyes. He then slowly turned away, casting a sweeping glance over the team members, their faces beneath their masks a mixture of admiration and confusion. The coach applauded, calling forth Yu, Lu Wushang, and 5 other outstanding team members. One by one, he lavished them with praise. First and foremost, let us celebrate and take pride in our 2 captains. Captain number 3 was the only one to engage a microlight mech without defeat, single-handedly infiltrating the Black Command ship, slaying 5 B-class mech warriors, and severing the right arm of the microlight warrior. Here, I must mention that his opponent ranks 65th in combat strength on the leaderboard. After a deliberate pause, the team erupted in enthusiastic applause. The coach continued, "Your vice captain, number 4, as you all know, is a true sharpshooter, one who does not rely on auxiliary shooting systems, but rather achieves perfect accuracy through human instinct and reflexes." In the final decisive moment, he used the Dream Sniper Cannon to penetrate the energy supply furnace of the Yellow and Red Command ships, securing this improbable victory. The team members, including Chen Yu, had never before heard of such a feat, and they erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Lu Wushang repeatedly nodded in acknowledgement, insisting that this success was the result of collective effort and determination. Subsequently, the coach praised the other 5 team members who had also performed admirably, including the one who had utilized stealth abilities to eliminate foes. Another, while not having defeated any enemies, had consistently followed Lu Wushang during the battle, shielding him from potentially fatal attacks, exemplifying the spirit of teamwork. This individual bore the number 76. Finally, they learned why the coach was so elated. The red opposing team was ranked number 1 in the realm and had not suffered a defeat in over a year. Chun Yu found this hard to believe. Aside from the microlight mech, the combat prowess of the other B-class warriors had been rather average, comparable to the artificial mechs he had faced in simulations. He was unaware that his own speed control abilities had reached an exceptionally high level, having always compared himself to the artificial data, mistakenly assuming that others were equally or more formidable. When the coach concluded his remarks, Chen Yu and his equally puzzled teammates inquired about the Dream Sniper Cannon. Liu Wushang replied in a restrained tone, "The origins of this weapon remain unknown. Its name, however, is due to its unparalleled range and power. It is the only one of its kind on the entire Shinda Star." After a lengthy discussion, the curiosity of the team gradually subsided. That day, Chen Yu and his companions engaged in over 30 additional training battles, encountering no formidable opponents, and they continued to achieve flawless victories until fatigue compelled them to rest. Upon returning, Lu Wushang revealed to Chen Yu that the Dream Sniper Cannon originated from a little-known secret location, an ancient relic. Indeed, there was only one in existence, and the current technological prowess of the Red Nation had yet to replicate it. His father had obtained it due to his remarkable achievements and later gifted it to Lu Wushang, classifying it as a micro-light level weapon. Wouldn't this expose you easily? Chen Yu expressed concern for both Lu Wushang and himself in the future. Anticipating his worry, Lu Wushang reassured him, "Don't fret. My father has considered these matters since my birth. No one will discover the truth." Noticing Chen Yu's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "To put it simply, who my father truly is remains a mystery to everyone. So how could they possibly know who I am? The only information he allows to be known is that he is the head of the Green Nation Asgardian Agency, nicknamed the Sniper King. Are you reassured now?" Chen Yu felt a sense of relief and then inquired about the weapon, asking, "May I see your unique weapon?" Lu Wushang conjured it into existence, a silver, 7-meter-long cannon with a barrel diameter of 9 centimeters. He explained that this weapon could also serve as a shield, completely reflecting any amplitude of laser attacks, rendering energy projectiles ineffective and impervious to theft. That it required no energy replenishment, capable of sustained fire for up to half an hour, and could automatically replenish its energy within an hour. That it was truly the foremost cannon on Shinda Star. Chen Yu observed it for a while and then asked, "What is its range?" Lu Wushang replied with immense pride, "That is not important. I don't know either. However, my father once used it, assisted by the Red Nation's satellite positioning system, to shoot down 13 foreign space stations. Of course, he executed the shots from the ground." Chen Yu could hardly believe it, exclaiming, "Is that for real? That sounds too extravagant." "Absolutely true. It was after that incident that this weapon was awarded to my father for use. Originally, the Red Nation and 3 other country space satellites discovered a third drifting resource planet, leading to a fierce struggle for dominance. That battle was poised to escalate into a grander scale, likely devolving into a war of attrition. My father, along with my master, the 3 war generals of the heroic organization, the Enchanted King and the Battle King, swiftly determined the outcome of the conflict. That a total of 21 space command stations were annihilated within a short span, 13 of which were claimed by my father. Chen Yu listened with great interest, surprised to uncover such a historical narrative. Liu Wushang remarked, "Of course, there are countless hidden histories. That's why I say, sniping is the true path to victory. My father always claimed that even if he were to perish, Our Red Nation's monopoly on space resources would endure, as long as one of us remains alive. No other nation shall dare establish a combat command center in the cosmos. Chen Yu could vaguely comprehend the pride that Lu Wushang and his father felt. Indeed, it was a bold proclamation, deserving of admiration and pride, that it was truly inspiring, that he then recalled Lu Wushang's earlier words and jestingly scolded. What a charade! Just today you spoke of abandoning the ship. Ha! Wasn't that just to uphold my role as captain? Aren't you the same? You clearly yearn for battle, yet feign relinquishment, that we must consider the aspirations of our comrades. Lu Wushang retorted. He added, You are quite formidable yourself. Surely your combat prowess exceeds level 20. I've yet to hear of anyone in C-class armor defeating those in microlight armor. Implied therein was a slight reproach towards Chen Yu for deceiving him. Chen Yu laughed and clarified, Indeed, it is level 20. However, that was while I was in F-class armor, as my mother insisted that donning superior armor was trivial. Defeating a B-class adversary while in F-class is what qualifies as passing. At last, Lu Wushang understood, giving Chen Yu a thumbs up, praising, Your mother must be an extraordinary person. Chen Yu wholeheartedly agreed, then recounted the first battle of the day, commenting on how the opponent's combat abilities were shockingly subpar. Far weaker than he had anticipated, Lu Wushang nodded in agreement, adding that had he not been limited by C-class armor, moving slowly with poor defensive capabilities, he would have annihilated the Red forces entirely. Chen Yu chuckled, saying that Lu Wushang was underestimating the microlight armor pilots he had not yet faced. If I were to don microlight armor, I would surely take them out one by one. He then boasted of his superhuman reflexes, demonstrating right then and there that it was a simple color reaction test. Every time the colors on the screen changed, he clicked with zero delay. Chen Yu was left in awe, exclaiming that such quick reflexes were truly inhuman. Lu Wushang proudly asserted, Of course, not even artificial beings possess my neural reflexes. Auxiliary targeting systems pale in comparison to my abilities. Finally, he added, So, how about it? Am I not the perfect partner? We must continue our cooperation in the future. Chen Yu found it odd that Lu Wushang frequently emphasized this, as if implying they would have no other companions, as though he would seek others. When he inquired, Lu Wushang simply stated that he was merely expressing how much he valued Chen Yu. Unable to resist teasing him, Chen Yu remarked, Why do you resemble a woman in both looks and sentiment? How about this? I'll swear an oath to put your mind at ease. Lu Wushang feigned anger, retorting, Don't say I look like a woman. I cannot abide that. Chen Yu quickly apologized. All right. I retract that statement and will never mention it again. Lu Wushang exhibited a satisfied expression, nodding that this was acceptable, forgiving him, that he then added, However, I actually think your proposal to swear an oath is quite good. You should do it now. Chapter 32. The Strange, the Mortal Realm. Chen Yu, of course, did not swear an oath, but instead kicked Lu Wushang out. Hearing such words and gazing upon Lu Wushang's face, which was more beautiful than many women he had encountered, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Lu Wushang, incensed, shouted and cursed outside for quite some time, challenging him to come out for a fair fight, questioning the reason behind the unprovoked kick. Ultimately, he declared their friendship over and stormed off in anger. This prompted Chen Yu to reminisce about his childhood companion, Duga Ming. Softening his heart yet remaining unfazed, he resolved not to apologize. Apologies were debts that could never be repaid, and he did not necessarily consider Lu Wushang a lifelong companion or friend. Thus, Chen Yu focused on cultivating the internal skills left by his master. The following day, the new arrivals began contemplating venturing out to familiarize themselves with the environment and seek economic sources for their future. When Chen Yu stepped outside, Lu Wushang was already waiting for him. Neither mentioned the incident from the previous day. Instead, Chen Yu noted he had sought out Guai and Shin Biyu, the former having been lured away by a woman, and the latter having gone out with a man. Chen Yu could only manage a wry smile. Shin Biyu's naive was expected, but Guai's actions were perplexing. Lu Wushang remarked, It's number 138 that who would have thought. Guai isn't particularly clever, yet his preferences are so peculiar. The passage leading out of the training building was entirely enclosed. Each individual was free to select one of the electric cars, which ultimately transported them to a private room where they could change clothes and remove their masks. After traversing a long or short dark passage, they emerged into the city. Chen Yu and Lu Wushang found themselves exiting in a public restroom situated along the city street. The bustling street was filled with people casting curious glances at them. Two men emerging together from a single restroom stall was indeed an odd sight. Lu Wushang, feeling both embarrassed and furious, muttered curses under his breath, while Chen Yu glanced at his chest and quipped, "Next time, you should stuff something in there, and it won't be so awkward." To which Lu Wushang, unperturbed, responded with a smile, mimicking a woman's voice in an exaggeratedly delicate manner. "All right, darling, I'll wear a dress and, upon emerging, passionately kiss your lips. How does that sound?" After a moment of silence, Chen Yu seriously replied, "You should consider getting a gender reassignment surgery. I think I could accept you then." The two engaged in idle chatter. Wandering through the city for half a day, they began to realize that this was not merely a city, but a nation, indeed a world. The locals referred to this place as the mortal realm. No one had ever heard of Shinda Star. They claimed the only nearby planet with life was the mortal star. The mortal star had a diameter of merely 340 kilometers. There was only this one nation, with the rest being oceanic territories. This revelation piqued their curiosity, and upon reviewing relevant materials, their questions only multiplied. The sun they observed here was identical to that of Shinda Star, and the orbital path of the mortal star was clearly the same as that of Shinda Star. The positioning within the star system was also identical. Lu Wushang confidently asserted that there was absolutely no similar presence to the mortal star within the star system of Shinda Star. Fortunately, the two felt a sense of curiosity and mystery, but held no desire to delve deeper. They merely grasped why their master had described this as a unique and independent place, one that could not be located even after visiting. After gaining a general understanding of the issues present in the mortal realm, their primary concern shifted to the societal structure here, strangely akin to the mortal realm itself. There were 13 governing officials in the mortal star, collectively managing the nation's affairs. That a new official was elected once a year, and those who had previously served could not be re-elected within 3 years. The authority of these 13 individuals was meant to balance and support one another. While the position was indeed honorable, it was hardly a desirable job. It was said that there had been numerous instances where candidates wore pained expressions, with some even openly pleading not to be elected. The two found these past tales amusing and intriguing, yet soon deemed them tedious. Here they worshipped a deity, the guardian of the mortal realm. Amendments to laws and other matters were entirely beyond the rights of the populace and the officials. The will of the deity dictated everything. They were both puzzled and relieved to discover that the temple's leadership had no authority to convey the deity's intent. These circumstances were vastly different from the historical knowledge they had previously acquired. As dusk approached, Chen Yu suggested they return, but Lu Wushang insisted they had more places to visit. "Can't we wait until tomorrow?" Chen Yu asked, and Lu Wushang earnestly replied, "There are places we can only visit at night." Chen Yu pondered for a moment, unsure of what he meant. Half an hour later, they arrived at a palace shimmering with colorful lights. The gentle beast. Lu Wushang looked at Chen Yu with pride, while the latter stood in stunned silence, incredulously asking, "What is this place? The name is quite peculiar." Lu Wushang's pride was shattered as he incredulously retorted, "You don't know what this place is?" Chen Yu shook his head. Lu Wushang found it hard to believe, but offered no explanation, instead pulling Chen Yu inside. Upon entering through the main door, they encountered stairs and an elevator leading up. After inquiring with the host, Lu Wushang guided Chen Yu to the 3rd floor. "Now do you understand?" Lu Wushang asked. Chen Yu still shook his head. "Are you joking with me? This is a place where such establishments exist, and you have no idea?" Chen Yu remained oblivious. Lu Wushang grew anxious. "It's a place for drinking, socializing, and relaxation. Do you get it?" Chen Yu continued to shake his head, replying, "You've been speaking in riddles. How could I possibly know? In the Red Nation, it's called a social club. In the realm of Deep Blue, it is referred to as a nightclub." "I have never heard of it," Chen Yu replied, for who in the impoverished districts would frequent such places? He had only heard the term brothel mentioned in passing. Years ago, it was commonly referred to as a pleasure house. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Yu exclaimed, "So this is what the old pleasure houses were like. You could have mentioned it earlier." Lu Wushang, lacking the time to delve into his reaction, interjected, "However, we do not possess the funds required here. This presents a formidable challenge. I shall handle the entry fee, but the expenses once inside will fall upon you. What do you say? Chunyu, filled with curiosity, yet tempted to retreat, tugged at Lu Wushang, insisting, "What are we doing in such a place? Let us return." Lu Wushang, aware of his misunderstanding and knowing explanations would not suffice, merely stated, "This is unlike the pleasure houses of the past. In any case, there are many people here, making it convenient to understand the locals. What do you think of my earlier proposal? Consider it a competition with no limits on methods." Just then, the elevator doors swung open. Without waiting for Chun Yu's response, Lu Wushang declared, "It is settled," and pulled him toward the entrance where several robust men stood. Two of the men reached out to block their path, sizing them up as they said, "Please purchase tickets first." Lu Wushang displayed an impatient and angered demeanor. Adjusting his attire, he suddenly slapped the man who spoke, rebuking, "Tickets? Do I need tickets to visit my sister's establishment? Are you new here?" With that, he kicked the man, sending him flying 2 meters away. With a disdainful spit, he yanked Chun Yu and attempted to enter. The assaulted man, unable to express his anger, was taken aback by Lu Wushang's brazen demeanor. Having never encountered such arrogance, the other 2 men obstructed their path, stating, "Sir, we truly have not seen you before. If you truly know the owner, perhaps..." Before he could finish, Lu Wushang erupted again, delivering a slap to one man and a flurry of kicks, sending both men sprawling. He shouted, "Just because you haven't seen me before doesn't mean you shouldn't recognize me today. Have you no eyes? Dare to obstruct my path?" As he spoke, he pulled Chinyu forward, striding confidently inside. The men, momentarily uncertain of Lu Wushang's identity, refrained from retaliating and quickly sent someone to inquire. Not daring to pursue or intercept, that Lu Wushang clapped Chinyu on the shoulder, saying, "How about that? We are in now. As for the subsequent matters, they will be your responsibility. Let us see how capable you are. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Chunyu, feeling sullen and silent, walked alongside him for a while, casting a sidelong glance and chuckling softly. "I see now. You are playing me." Lu Wushang laughed heartily. "Not at all. If you truly feel incapable, it is fine to leave it to me. Of course. That would imply your abilities are inferior to mine. Find out, I will handle it from here." Lu Wushang instantly erupted in joyful laughter, patting Chinyu on the back as he said, "The rest is up to you. I'll just take a quick trip to the restroom." As they spoke, the 2 traversed a short corridor and entered a passage filled with booths. Without waiting for Lu Wushang to wander far, Chinyu gathered his energy and suddenly shouted, "All you worthless scoundrels, come out! Our young master, Xiaoko, is here to dismantle this place." Just a few steps away, Lu Wushang froze upon hearing this, turning back to see a mocking smile at the corner of Chan Yu's mouth. The doors of various rooms began to open, heads peeking out, each looking astonished at Chin Yu and then at Lu Wushang. Chin Yu continued to shout, pointing at Lu Wushang, "This is our young master. With unparalleled marksmanship, a pair of fists that can defeat any adversary. Today, he has come to dismantle this place. All you worthless scoundrels who are not afraid of death, come out." Lu Wushang had lost his words, as 2 groups of people surged from either end of the corridor. Just as Chun Yu was shouting, he felt a presence behind him. Someone swung a blunt object at him, and he feigned ignorance, bracing himself for the blow, collapsing without a sound. Someone cursed and stepped on him twice, but Chun Yu feigned unconsciousness. The crowd assumed he was truly out cold and began to converge around Lu Wushang. "Who dares to cause a ruckus here?" "Big brother, the one who attacked at the entrance was this brat. The boss doesn't even know who he is." Chapter 33. The Indestructible King. As the crowd swarmed toward Lu Wushang, Chun Yu had already risen, finding the restroom in the corridor, leisurely cleaning the footprints and stains from his clothes. When he emerged, he lit a cigarette, leaning against the corner to observe the chaos unfolding. Amidst the cacophony of shouts and curses, people were regularly sent flying. Knives, daggers, and clubs clattered against the walls and fell to the ground. Chun Yu had barely taken a few puffs when the last man fell with a groan. Lu Wushang adjusted his attire and tidied his disheveled hair. Remarkably unscathed by any blood, he shot a provocative glance at Chin Yu, gesturing obscenely, declaring, that a trivial matter. Even double the number would not stand a chance against me." Chin Yu silently chuckled. Pointing behind him, that Liu Wushang turned to see 5 men approaching. Brandishing laser rifles, he immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, while cursing, "Damn, are all of you worthless? A whole gang ganging up on one young master, and you bring guns? What a disgrace!" As he cursed, one man kicked him, and as several others closed in for a beating, Liu Wushang suddenly counterattacked. He kicked away 2 guns aimed at him, shifting his body to use one man as a shield. In a matter of moments, all were laid out on the ground. Chen Yu found it dull as he finished his cigarette. Just as he was about to light another, a woman in a long purple dress approached. Offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him, she smiled and asked, "You seem unfamiliar." Chen Yu thanked her, taking a closer look. She was tall, with cascading curly hair and unnaturally pale skin devoid of color. Her features were exquisitely delicate, yet despite her smile, her eyes held no mirth. Chen Yu replied, "It's my first time here." The woman chuckled lightly, her gaze shifting to Liu Wushang as she inquired, "Are you just going to watch your companion fight?" At that moment, a figure entered the corridor, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging in a way that seemed almost inhuman. His body was nearly 1.5 meters wide. His arms alone were thicker than an average man's torso. He wore a black mask adorned with red patterns. Chen Yu was captivated by the sight of this extraordinarily muscular man. Taking a moment to respond to the unfamiliar woman's question, "He can handle it." The woman let out a light laugh. "Really? Do you enjoy betting?" Chen Yu turned to face her, feeling an ominous premonition arise within him, that he replied, "I'm not fond of it." The woman coolly stated, "I hope you want to refuse a wager, as I would like to propose one to you." Before Chen Yu could respond, she continued, "If you can defeat the indestructible king, all today's disturbances will be forgotten. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to leave here intact." "And you are?" "The owner of this establishment." Chen Yu smiled faintly and replied, "This wager seems unnecessary." "Is that so?" The woman laughed, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, numerous holes appeared in the corridor walls, revealing laser targeting systems aimed directly at him and Liu Wushang, totaling 360. "Now, do you still find it unnecessary?" the unfamiliar woman asked, her tone unyielding. Chen Yu remained unfazed, retorting, "I maintain it is still unnecessary, though you likely will not believe me." As he spoke, he summoned his inner strength, preparing to unleash a technique taught by his master, illusion of the eye. Instead of feeling tense, he was invigorated, as he had not had the chance to try this skill in simulated training, and now the opportunity had arisen. However, the woman's casual remark shattered his enthusiasm. "Can you be sure your companion feels the same?" Chen Yu could not, for he had already seen Liu Wushang raising his hands high, loudly declaring, "Don't shoot. The young master surrenders, damn. What kind of place is this? A military base? Why the need for so many laser guns? It's utterly absurd." Chen Yu, helpless, revised his statement. "This wager is quite intriguing." The woman laughed lightly, and Chen Yu shouted to Liu Wushang, "The beautiful owner here has spoken. Take down that fellow, and we shall be done with this matter." Unexpectedly, Liu Wushang turned back, cursing, "You bastard, is there anyone more malicious than you? The young master was merely joking with you, and you go and pull this. Fight him. You're standing there unscathed while I'm the one in danger." That guy is a genetically modified human, weighing 2,960 pounds, with muscle density exceeding that of steel, and skin that can alter and refract laser energy. What are we supposed to fight him with? As Liu Wushang finished speaking, the giant delivered a kick that nearly filled the entire corridor, forcing Liu Wushang to roll away. The giant bellowed, "Little brat, don't spout nonsense. I am not a genetically modified human. This muscle is all earned through training." Liu Wushang got to his feet, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Gazing at the masked figure, he retorted, "Nonsense. A cyborg is still a cyborg. There is no shame in that. And what's this about cultivation? Who do you think you are, achieving such mastery of the indestructible Vajra technique?" "Bah!" At that moment, the woman beside Chen Yu gently applauded, commending, "Well said, young man. You are indeed correct. He has indeed mastered the indestructible Vajra technique to this level." Liu Wushang's expression shifted immediately, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Is this some kind of joke? Can one truly reach such a level?" No sooner had he spoken Then the giant's body began to emanate a golden light from within, rapidly enveloping him until it formed a protective barrier of inner strength. Liu Wushang slumped to the ground, raising his hand in surrender. "I concede. Do as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, several men had already dragged him away, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks in a fit of anger. This time, Liu Wushang genuinely refrained from retaliating. Qin Yu, feeling anxious, shouted, "Why do you lack such ambition? You reconceding before even fighting?" Being surrounded and beaten, Liu Wushang bitterly retorted, "You're impressive. You go." The woman beside Qin Yu then slightly inclined her body, gesturing as if to invite him forward, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery. Qin Yu flicked the cigarette from his hand and called out to the giant, "Big guy, let me see what you've got." With that, he summoned all his inner strength, unleashing a wave of deep blue light that surged forth from his body like a cannonball. Ignoring the giant's swinging fist, he delivered a fierce kick to the giant's protruding abs, which jutted out nearly 20 centimeters. The giant's punch met only air, while Qin Yu struck true. However, he was sent reeling back several meters, landing firmly on the ground. The shoes he wore, reinforced with metal plates, had deformed under the impact. The giant, seemingly unfazed, while Qin Yu felt a dull ache in his right foot, finally accepted that this creature's musculature was indeed harder than metal to at this encounter. The men who had been beating Liu Wushang halted their assault. Bloodied and bruised, Liu Wushang wiped his nose and looked up at Qin Yu, saying, "Let it go. Just surrender and take your beating. You can't defeat him. At this level, there are no vital points to strike." His face is masked, he wears a metal collar around his neck, and his lower body is retracted. "You can't even hit acupoints. You have no means to prevail." This statement left Qin Yu's plans in disarray. Yet he replied, "Beautiful lady boss, let us call it a draw. If I were to knock him down, I might very well kill him." This remark instantly elicited laughter from the group of men. Even Liu Wushang couldn't help but chuckle, finding it absurd that he would resort to such bluster. The lady boss remained silent, but the giant spoke up, "Kid, feel free to give it a try. I would be quite eager to see if anyone could kill me. Then prepare your defenses. I genuinely wish to know if you can withstand the next blow." The giant replied with a grin, "Little fellow, I hope you're not just bluffing. Otherwise, I'll certainly tear you apart." As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest. Qin Yu, channeling his inner strength, formed two spheres of deep blue light between his palms. He was not merely posturing. Through years of solitary cultivation, despite the lack of guidance, he had developed his own insights. Based on the principles of nuclear energy generation, he had once harnessed a technique that allowed his inner energy to undergo fission, resulting in an explosive burst of destructive power. He had previously tested this on a boulder outside the city, shattering it effortlessly. After years of refining his skills, his inner strength had become more potent, and the destructive force he could unleash was even more formidable. Though he had never used it on a person, he believed that once this fission of inner energy erupted, it would be as terrifying as a miniature nuclear explosion. Far beyond human endurance, coincidentally encountering such an opponent today, he was exceedingly curious to determine whether the giant could withstand this strike. Qin Yu merged the gathered spheres of blue light into one, suspending it before his chest. "My inner strength attack is self-created, and I call it micronuclear explosion." With that, he thrust his palm forward, sending the sphere of light racing toward the giant, trailing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The corridor dimmed abruptly, and the walls echoed with a series of detonations, causing exposed gun barrels to retract. The sphere collided with the giant's outstretched and overlapping hands. In the 34th chapter, The Devil's Angel of Theft, Part 1. The sphere merged into the giant's palms. And soon after, vibrant blue light began to flow up his arms and into his chest. After a series of sizzling sounds, a brilliant blue light erupted from within the giant's body. The corridor's lighting returned to normal, revealing the giant's true form. His golden protective layer had vanished, and his once lustrous bronze skin had dulled to a shadowy gray, his muscles trembling with high frequency. "Can you launch another micronuclear explosion attack?" the giant suddenly inquired. Qin Yu shook his head, indicating he could not deny in truth. He still had the capacity to perform 2 more attacks of that magnitude. "What a pity. Your strength is still insufficient to kill me. However, I lack the strength to kill you as well. Let us call it a draw then. Chen Yu smiled. The giant agreed and turned, striding out of the corridor without looking back. Silence enveloped the corridor for a moment, before the applause of the beautiful lady boss echoed. You've won this wager, that if your friend can still stand, I would like to invite you all for drinks. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushang snapped out of his astonishment, leaping to his feet, entirely shedding the earlier weakness that had beset him, and declared, "Of course, I can stand. Their weak punches are hardly worth mentioning." Indeed, Lu Wushang was quite spirited. The drinks that night were enjoyed thoroughly, and the lady boss who invited them, named Li Yun, was affectionately referred to as Sister Yun by them. She learned of their origins from a rather special world and informed them that the giant, nicknamed the indestructible Vajra, was also among those who were about to graduate and ranked second in combat prowess. That night, Chen Yu listened intently to Li Yun's many tales about this place and observed as Lu Wushang consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Chen Yu was the first to succumb to drunkenness, and in his hazy state, he distinctly recalled Li Yun, inebriated and heartbroken, confronting Lu Wushang with a remark, "You little rascal, such a heavy drinker. Did you drink to get back at me for earlier?" Chen Yu wanted to laugh. Why drink if one wouldn't get drunk? Of course, Lu Wushang was retaliating. Yet he could not muster a laugh, and succumbed to unconsciousness. When Chen Yu awoke from his slumber and opened his eyes to the first ray of light, he realized that something unexpected had transpired. He abruptly sat up, discovering himself unclothed, and upon surveying his surroundings, found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom that a pure white long dress hung on a rack, and a dark metal wardrobe stood with one door ajar, filled with women's formal attire. Chen Yu struggled to recall the events following his intoxication, but could not piece together the memories. Speculating on his current situation, he finally concluded that since Li Yun operated such an establishment, it was likely that Sister Yun had arranged for a companion for him. The thought made his stomach churn, and he was overwhelmed by waves of nausea, barely managing to scramble from the bed before he doubled over in dry heaves. After several moments of retching, he found nothing would come up, yet the feeling of nausea began to subside. Chen Yu's physiology was, of course, perfectly normal. Like other men, he felt impulses and interest in women. However, he was grappling with a psychological issue inherited from his mother, Lin Hongyan, characterized by an intense cleanliness obsession. Even during his childhood in the slums, he insisted on maintaining cleanliness, though he scavenged for a living and inevitably encountered filth. He would return home only to meticulously clean himself and change clothes 3 times a day, as for matters of intimacy. He had experienced sweetness with his fiancée during a brief encounter. However, the thought of potentially having spent the night with a woman engaged in such work filled him with a visceral sense of disgust, no matter how beautiful she might be, a repulsion he found unbearable. After enduring a period of queasiness, his feelings morphed into anger. Unable to find his original clothes, he could not help but shout, "Is anyone there? Come out!" After calling for a while, without receiving a reply, he could no longer wait, seizing the bed sheet to wrap around himself, storming out of the bedroom. The hallway was lined with 2 closed doors on either side. Chen Yu pushed open 3 doors in succession, finding them all empty. Gradually, he realized this did not resemble a hotel. One door led to a gym, another to a simulated training room, and the last to a small bar, where an array of elegantly crafted drinks was displayed on the counter. When he finally opened the 4th door, he encountered another person that it was a study, with a small glass table by the window, adorned with 3 plates of desserts and a set of teaware. Steam wafting from the teacups that a tall woman in a white dress stood by the window, one arm crossed over her chest while the other held a book. Chen Yu burst in. She suddenly turned her face, a few strands of hair fluttering in the air. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her nose elegantly high, long eyelashes framing her painted eyes, which sparkled like a clear stream. Seeing him, she appeared momentarily surprised, then smiled, her red lips parting slightly as she said, "You seem quite energetic. Was one night of revelry not enough for you?" Early in the morning, before the woman could finish her sentence, Chen Yu had already seized her wrist, questioning her with palpable anger. "Was it Sister Yun who asked you to share the bed last night?" The woman, taken aback by Chen Yu's reaction, hesitated momentarily before regaining her composure and retorting, "If that were the case." "So what? If that is the case, then you have no business here, I will confront Sister Yun and demand an apology from her. And if it is not, though it is rather strange, you should still apologize to me." The woman found this amusing, letting out a soft laugh, though she quickly stifled it, covering her lips delicately with her hand. Chen Yu, infuriated, exclaimed, "What is so amusing about this situation?" The woman paused her laughter and fixed her gaze on Chen Yu for a moment before responding softly. "Regardless of whether it was Sister Yun or not, you did not pay for last night. Why should we be the ones to apologize?" Chen Yu retorted angrily, "Your statement is truly laughable. The psychological harm this situation has inflicted on me cannot be mended with money. You all acted in such a manner without my consent. Shouldn't you be the ones apologizing?" "Oh!" The woman raised her hand to lightly pat her forehead in a mock display of distress, replying nonchalantly, "Are you perhaps a shameless extortionist? Please be mindful of your words that I do not appreciate hurtful remarks. I merely wish for you to understand that a man's body and integrity can also be precious." The woman could not contain herself and burst into laughter. "A man's body and integrity? You certainly have a knack for humor." Chen Yu, suppressing his anger, said, "I do not wish to engage in this meaningless entanglement, that I simply want to know who should apologize to me regarding this matter." The woman, still amused, observed Chen Yu's frustrated expression and, with a serious tone, finally ceased her laughter. "Since you are inquiring about this matter, you must first answer a question of mine as a form of exchange, without waiting for Chen Yu's consent." She continued, "You claim to have integrity, so could you enlighten me on the nature of the psychological harm you suffered? If you believe you can bear the inevitable pain caused by my true feelings, I do not mind sharing. I can go ahead to," she said, unable to suppress another laugh. "It's like being naked and submerged in a cesspool. I apologize. I did not intend to hurt you, but that is the truth of my feelings." As Chen Yu spoke, he realized that this description was rather hurtful and hurriedly offered his apologies. However, the woman showed no sign of irritation. She gazed at him for a moment before breaking into a smile and saying, "If that is the case, then an apology is unnecessary, that I am not a cesspool. I am innocent. Last night, I merely happened to be at Sister Yun's place, where I witnessed your prowess and charisma, and for some inexplicable reason, I fell for you at first sight. Did you not also express your fondness for me last night? You spent the entire night calling my name." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was immediately enraged. Unable to believe such nonsense, that he retorted heatedly, "Do I appear so foolish that you think you can speak such drivel to me?" The woman replied, astonished, "Do not tell me you do not recall what transpired last night. How could I remember if I was drunk? Please refrain from making such absurd statements that insult my intelligence." The woman sighed and laughed again. "Fortunately, the sweet nothings you whispered last night were quite heartfelt. You called my name all night. Filled with affection, I could not help but record it. Would you like to listen to it and reminisce?" Chen Yu, utterly disbelieving her outrageous claims, gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." After he spoke, the woman took a tiny earbud from the side and handed it to him, saying, "You listen for yourself. It is quite embarrassing. I have been reliving it since this morning." As Chen Yu accepted it, his confidence wavered. If there was no truth to her words, she would not be so earnest. He placed the earbud in his ear. Chapter 35, The Devil's Angel of Theft, Part 2. He heard what sounded like his own heavy breathing and a woman's moans, interspersed with fragmented dialogue. The woman's voice, tinged with shyness, repeated her name, Su Qing. She spoke of how he resembled her first love, extolling his prowess and expressing an irresistible infatuation with him. Mixed with his own voice, he professed his fondness for her, calling out her name. Chen Yu could not bear it any longer and immediately removed the earbud, feeling both ashamed and embarrassed. "Enough. There is no need for an apology regarding this matter. However, one thing must be clarified. I was in an inebriated state at the time, calling out not for you, but for my fiancée, E. It is merely a coincidence that you share a name and surname." The woman named Su Qing's expression turned cold as she replied indifferently, "So, you intend to evade responsibility for the words you uttered last night. I have already stated that it was a misunderstanding, that my feelings expressed were not directed towards you. Shouldn't you continue listening? You held me tightly and grasped my hand, promising that at dawn you would take me to register our marriage. Was it not me you were embracing at that moment? Chen Yu, in disbelief, continued to endure the provocation and listen further. Realizing that there was indeed such dialogue, he was still calling out his fiancée's name, declaring that he would marry her once he grew up, while the woman responded that one could be considered an adult at 12. He had said, "All right, at dawn, we shall go," proclaiming such grand promises that in a fit of rage, Chen Yu threw the earbud to the ground, taking a moment to calm himself. "Miss Su Qing, this is a misunderstanding. At that time, I was intoxicated and mistakenly took you for my fiancé. Therefore, I implore you not to mention last night's events again. Now, please inform me of the location of my clothing. I shall take it and leave. From this moment on, we shall go our separate ways, and I will not pursue the matter of the psychological harm I suffered." After speaking, he observed Su Qing exhaled deeply, her expression cold as she replied, "Very well. Since you say so, I have no choice. Exit to the left and go straight. Your clothing is neatly folded in the laundry room. Thank you, farewell." Wrapping himself in the bedsheet, Chen Yu swiftly exited the study. Closing the door behind him, that he berated himself internally. "Chen Yu, you are nothing but a disgusting rat. A filthy rat, a wretched, revolting rat." He did not believe a word the stranger Su Qing had uttered. It was absurd to the point of being laughable. He simply thought she was one of sisterly Yun subordinates. Hastily, he searched for his clothes, dressed himself, and prepared to leave. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, instinctively channeling his internal energy to calm his emotions while conducting a self-examination. This habit suddenly made him realize he had lost something crucial. The doomsday laser sword gifted to him by his mother, Lin Hongyan, was nowhere to be found. This revelation struck him profoundly. Not only was it his cherished weapon, but it also represented the only tangible memory left by Lin Hongyan. Chen Yu stood there, frozen, pondering endlessly, struggling to comprehend how such a precious item could vanish without a trace, lost in his thoughts. He did not notice how much time had passed until he heard Su Qing's voice call out, "Why are you still here?" Turning to look, he saw her holding the very laser sword he had lost. The hilt was a dark silver, inscribed with the ancient characters for Doomsday. Resembling decorative patterns at first glance, he certainly could not be mistaken, yet he felt utterly incredulous. Pointing at Su Qing, he exclaimed in shock and anger, "What is the meaning of this? How did my sword end up in your possession?" Su Qing glanced at the laser sword in her hand, then looked back at Chen Yu, chuckling softly. "If you had listened to the end, you would have known. You gave it to me. When I asked what weapon you wield, you presented it along with another pair of swords that I expressed my fondness for it, and you mentioned it was your mother's heirloom. Although you were willing to give it to me, you claimed you could not. I told you we were in love, so of course, you could gift it to me. Thus you did." Chen Yu, infuriated, nearly shouted, "You are speaking nonsense. Do you understand the art of stealing a photonic weapon? If you were wise, you would return it to me immediately, or else. Or else what? Will you kill me? If you kill me, you will not reclaim it." Chen Yu manifested his twin swords, gripping the dark silver staff firmly, regarding her with a cold gaze. "Then let us see if you are willing to sacrifice your life for this sword." Su Qing showed no sign of fear at his threat, calmly stating, "I would willingly do so. To go ahead and kill me. I shall not retaliate." As she spoke, her gaze remained clear and serene, gradually tinged with a hint of sorrow. This only served to instill a sense of dread in Chen Yu. Her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the woman from his dreams. Su Qing continued, "Why do you not kill me? Why do you hesitate? Are you truly willing to let your mother's heirloom fall into my hands? Or is it that you find me beautiful and cannot bring yourself to act?" Chen Yu, filled with rage, drew his twin swords, torn between anger and an inexplicable fear. He felt as though her words echoed those of the woman from his dreams, urging him to end her life. Yet he found himself unwilling to do so. The tip of the sword halted at Su Qing's chest, lingering for a moment, unable to advance further. Finally, trembling, it thrust forward, piercing through her garments and skin, embedding itself into her flesh, crimson blood gushing forth. The vivid imagery of a dream flooded Chen Yu's mind, a sea of scarlet. He simply could not continue to stab, and in terror, he shouted, "No, I do not wish to kill you. I do not want to take your life. Why must you compel me to do so? Why?" Turning abruptly, he grasped the Wushuang sword and dashed out through the door. Outside lay a garden, a serene realm now obscured by the curtain of rain. Chun Yu plunged into the downpour, running aimlessly, only to be tripped by the railing, tumbling to the ground. His forehead struck the metallic stones with a resounding thud, blood immediately oozing forth. The pain restored some semblance of clarity, and he realized the gravity of his actions, feeling both shame and regret. I have lost my mother's heirloom, and yet I lack the courage to slay the one who took it. Am I truly so despicable? Is it that I cannot bring myself to harm a beautiful woman? That is my mother's sole legacy, my only keepsake. Thus he stood drenched in self-reproach, lost in the rain for an indeterminate time. Someone approached from behind, crouching down, their face drawing near. That it was Su Qing's voice. Why do you not believe me? I have truly fallen for you at first sight. I am not one of the women under Yuan Jie's command. Yet you refuse to trust me, so ruthlessly rejecting my feelings. As she spoke, she reached out to caress Chun Yu's face. Startled, he exclaimed, "What do you mean crying? It's just rain on my face." He instinctively wiped his eyes and face vigorously. Yet he knew he could not deceive her. His tears were warm, while the rain was cold. He shifted the conversation, demanding, "What do you intend to do now? You have already stolen the sword. And fine, I admit I cannot bear to kill you. However, I will find a way to reclaim it. This matter will not end here." As he spoke, Su Qing chuckled softly. "You truly are oblivious to the good I have shown you. I treat you kindly, yet you regard me as an enemy. Spare me the nonsense. Such absurdities are only believed by children. Do you think you can deceive me? Oh, I truly find you impossible to deal with. So stubborn. Do not be so glum. It does not suit you that if you are willing to take responsibility for what was said last night, then, on our wedding night, I shall return the sword to you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Chun Yu's anger flared. "Pah! Let me tell you, I have a fiancé, and my mother's sword is indeed important. But even my mother would not be foolish enough to forsake her life's companion for a mere relic. Do not think you can manipulate me with the sword. Once I resolve my heart's turmoil, I shall undoubtedly slay you." Su Qing, somewhat irked, retorted, "You are truly infuriating. You accuse me of deceit, yet I am willing to marry you. Does that not prove my innocence? I absolutely do not believe such drivel. If you truly have no ulterior motives, return the sword to me now, and I shall believe you." "No way." Su Qing deliberately elongated her words, adamantly refusing. Chun Yu, weary of further discourse, rose to leave, but Su Qing called after him, "Hey, let me escort you back. The road is long." Chun Yu paid her no heed and trudged onward through the torrential rain. By the time he returned to the training building, he had walked for a total of 8 hours. It was indeed a considerable distance that Liu Wushang had been waiting in his room. Upon seeing Chun Yu return, he jubilantly informed him that he had spent the night drinking with Li Yun, finally managing to get her intoxicated. Then he asked, "Guess what happened next?" Chun Yu, lacking the inclination to engage, remained silent. That Liu Wushang, feeling somewhat disheartened, continued excitedly, "After that I carried Yuan Jie to bed." He then rambled on about the details. And Chun Yu, finally exasperated, snapped, "Do not mention Li Yun or that place again, or I shall twist your head off." Liu Wushang, puzzled by his outburst, laughed. "What's wrong? Jealous? Or were you simply unsatisfied last night without a pretty woman by your side?" Chun Yu, having lost all patience, kicked him away and promptly shut the door. That Liu Wushang, outside, raged and cursed, calling him a bastard and accusing him of being unbrotherly, kicking him for no reason, that he ranted about past grievances. Insisting that Chun Yu had yet to apologize for previous matters. After cursing for a while, he finally spat a final threat. "Damn it, from today onward, I am cutting ties with you." Chapter 36. Implications, Part 1. At midday, Liu Wushang approached Chun Yu as if nothing had transpired, proposing an outing to see Li Yun, claiming there was an easy job that required only collecting money. Chun Yu, due to the incident with Su Qing, declined to go, and no amount of persuasion from Liu Wushang could sway him, and ultimately, Liu Wushang decided to accompany him in search of other opportunities. After wandering for half a day, they discovered that the job required relevant skills assessment certificates, and to participate in the assessment, a sum of money, neither too much nor too little, was required, Liu Wuxiang suggested borrowing from Li Yun, but Chen Yu refused. After a prolonged argument, Chen Yu sought a labor job with a monthly salary of 300 yuan. Liu Wuxiang managed to borrow the money and urged Chen Yu to work with Li Yun, asserting that he could enjoy food and drink for a few hours each night with minimal effort. Chen Yu declined, insisting that Liu Wuxiang go on his own. Unable to convince him, Liu Wuxiang ultimately handed over a stack of cash, saying, "Take this money. Consider it a loan from me." Chen Yu rejected it, stating that he did not want to owe Yuan Jie any favors. That Liu Wuxiang, infuriated, found himself at a loss and left helplessly. For the following month, Chen Yu toiled at his labor job, returning home each night to immerse himself in simulated training. Initially, he participated in battles alongside his teammates, but it wasn't too long before most of the members had been poached by established teams. These veteran teams, possessing solid foundations, not only offered generous support, but also provided guidance in combat, enabling new members like Chen Yu to swiftly accumulate points, claiming that within a month, they could reach B-class mechas. Including Chen Yu's team, all members who had come together were scattered. It was then they understood that the rules here were inherently skewed. Each head coach's ability assessment was tied to the comprehensive scores of their assigned students, irrespective of the originally allocated teams. Over the years, new teams have been consistently siphoned off by established ones, and only once they gradually gained qualifications and capabilities could they hope to reorganize and recruit a new batch of students. Eventually, 5 individuals remained. Guai Guai and Shun Biu demonstrated loyalty. Seeing that Chen Yu refused to join the veteran team, they chose not to leave either. However, in the end, Chen Yu persuaded them to depart. The reason was simple. Both Chen Yu and Liu Wuxiang exhibited exceptional individual combat prowess, yet they could not guarantee victories in team combat, nor ensure the safety of their teammates. After numerous battles, even though they occasionally emerged victorious, Guai Guai and Shun Biu rarely escaped unscathed. Thus, in the end, during simulated training, only Chen Yu and Liu Wuxiang remained, forming a team. Each day, they trained at dawn, engaging in arduous battles where the odds were heavily stacked against them. They experienced both victories and defeats, but never suffered any casualties. One day, after finishing work, Chen Yu returned home and fell asleep. He awoke precisely at dawn. At this hour, Liu Wuxiang would return after spending the night dining and mingling with Li Yun. During the day, he would rest, and together, they would resume their training. Liu Wuxiang was quite satisfied with this routine. And while waiting for their combat opponents to be assigned, he rambled on about the new arrivals, particularly the beautiful women, sharing tales of guests frolicking with the waitresses. Finally, he remarked, "Today we must learn from our mistakes. Had we split up yesterday, that single cannon shot would have surely taken out their command ship before it was destroyed." Chen Yu recalled the previous battle, where the enemy seemed to anticipate their strategy. After the engagement began, they deployed human waves as shields, completely disregarding his efforts to draw fire. But Liu Wuxiang's 6 full power shots had been absorbed by the sea of bodies. Although they had eliminated many enemies, they ultimately failed to destroy the enemy's command ship and lost the battle. He replied, "With just the 2 of us, after so long in combat, it is likely many remember us. The past strategies have been deciphered. We cannot continue to employ the same tactics and training. We must begin to adapt and evolve, abandoning fixed patterns in combat. In simpler terms, we must be adaptable while also working in harmony, correct?" Chen Yu affirmed, "Precisely, fixed tactical deployments will always be seen through by superior opponents. After all, we are too few. If we are hindered even slightly, it will spell our doom." At that moment, the 2 were transported into a battlefield scenario as the blue team. Unfortunately, their first 3 opponents today were all renowned members of the top 100 teams. Liu Wuxiang lamented, "Why must we encounter such misfortune? There is no chance of victory. All 3 will surround us in high-speed mechas, and we'll surely be annihilated." Chen Yu recognized the grim reality. The total number of enemy members exceeded 4,500. Even if only 1/10 were high-speed mechas, they would easily overwhelm their command ship. Their C-class mechas could not match their speed, and even if they retaliated, they would not have time to destroy a single enemy. There was no hope for victory, he said. "Let us hope they are a mismatched team." As they spoke, the 2 donned their C-class light armor and unceasingly set off toward the enemy's ship on their left. They had barely departed when the comms crackled with the enemy's alliance declaration. Liu Wushang helplessly remarked, "We truly have some face, don't we?" Look, they only deliberated for 37 seconds before reaching a consensus on their battle agreement. It's likely they dispatched their forces while negotiating. This was certainly not something to take pride in. Both of them would have preferred to do without such superficiality that if every battle unfolded this way, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Chinyu connected to the communication channel of the opposing red team, attempting a final effort to dismantle their alliance that he addressed their captain, saying, "We are merely a duo and do not expect to achieve ultimate victory. We only seek to eliminate one of your enemies to ensure our survival. Your team's combat assessment ranks just below the other two. We hope to forge an alliance to assist you in defeating them and securing the final victory. Should the two factions fall, we guarantee to present the ultimate triumph to you. This outcome will demonstrate that, in terms of true combat capability, your team surpasses theirs." As Chinyu spoke, the red team captain chuckled, switching the information displayed on his screen, that he observed that on the opposing black team screen, Liu Wushang's negotiation was being broadcast live. The content was largely similar to what he had said, but it favored the faction ranked highest among the three, claiming that an alliance would bolster their reputation. Chinyu sighed inwardly, contemplating the uncanny synchronicity. The red team captain then jovially remarked, "In truth, the three of us captains share a long-standing friendship. We cannot be swayed from our alliance by your mere words. You two have recently gained quite a reputation, and we are delighted to engage in this training battle with you." Chinyu maintained a polite tone, replying, "We are equally honored to encounter you. Let us both give our utmost." The red team's courteous response was met with the immediate severance of their communication. Needless to say, the prospect of defeating the enemy had vanished. As Chinyu and Liu Wushang accelerated towards the opposing command ship, they realized that their main vessel had been destroyed 23 seconds prior. All that remained was to strive to eliminate as many enemies as possible to earn points. With a mere 13 seconds left, Chinyu encountered two squads from the red team. He saw a swarm of colorful lights, over 70 in total, casually wielding the energy rifle equipped on his mech. He fired off several shots, but none found their mark, prompting him to discard the weapon. As they drew near, he unsheathed the Wushuang sword, activating its weapon functionality. The dark silver staff emitted a laser beam stretching half a meter long, transforming into a laser spear. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the mech slicing through the air, he pierced through several enemies, striking them in the chest. Maneuvering with the black wings thrusters, he swiftly arced around in the air, pursuing another group of foes. However, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his mind. That moment, he crashed into a cluster of 6 opponents, his laser spear slashing through 3 of them in rapid succession. Just as he prepared to strike the 4th, he noticed a shimmering wave of light surrounding the enemy's body, as if he had collided with an orb of otherworldly light. Realization dawned on him. This was a psychic ability. The enemy was expending mental energy to maintain this power, waiting for him to draw closer. Time seemed to stretch, and in an instant, as his spear was about to connect, the scene before him shifted abruptly. His mech was suddenly obliterated, and he found himself uncontrollably plummeting from the sky. The turbulent air ripped his mech apart, and the wind, sharp as a blade, battered his body, inflicting unbearable agony. Tumbling downward, he was bombarded by a relentless barrage of laser beams. Watching in horror as they struck his body, igniting a furious blue flame within him from the intense heat, am I dead? The thought flickered in his mind as the surrounding scene began to fragment, revealing the interior of the simulation chamber. The sounds of battle reports echoed in his ears. It was then that Chinyu comprehended that what he had witnessed was an illusion, a product of the enemy's psychic ability, stimulating his nerves, creating a false reality that made his consciousness believe he had indeed faced such dire circumstances and suffered a fatal blow, leading to the conclusion of his own mortality. That he sat silently for a while, unable to voice a word. This marked the first time he had fallen in a simulated training battle, prompting him to ponder a critical question. If he were to encounter a similar situation again, how could he avoid repeating his fate? Swiftly, he searched for the identification number of the one who had killed him. 4236, January 231. That this number was familiar. It belonged to a member of his team. The opponent was aware of his combat prowess and had meticulously set a death trap specifically for him. At that moment, Lu Wushang entered, patting him on the shoulder with a look of astonishment. What happened? You actually fell? Killed by a stray shot? Chen Yu slowly shook his head, replying, it was an old teammate. Their psychic ability creates illusions. As he spoke, Lu Wushang's expression darkened, and he slapped Chen Yu's shoulder again. Sighing, this is not your fault. Against psychics, we are powerless. It's not our mistake. Why must fate be so unfair, granting some of us powers while denying others? In that moment, Chen Yu suddenly felt a deep empathy for Lu Wushang's sentiments. The silent sorrow of facing psychics without possessing such abilities. Let us skip training tonight. You have more knowledge in this area. Enlighten me about the principles of psychic abilities that I refuse to believe that, despite these being mere illusions, others can manipulate our minds while we cannot resist our own consciousness. Chapter 37, Suggestion, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushang erupted in laughter, delivering a hearty slap on Chen Yu's shoulder. Well said. It's utterly ridiculous that others can control our bodies while we cannot even command ourselves. Think about it. Do you have any insights? Lu Wushang rested his chin on one hand, gazing at the ceiling for a while, drawn out in thought, and finally sighed. No, however, I once heard my master say that mental attacks are akin to nightmares. If one can convince their consciousness that the illusion is false, then it won't matter. Yet, I've never experienced this myself. I've never had nightmares, only pleasant dreams. Have you ever had a nightmare? Chen Yu immediately recalled the nightmare he had been plagued with since childhood and admitted to having experienced one. He then added, so, mental attacks are essentially a means of inducing the nervous system to believe in a false reality, that if we can cultivate a stronger willpower to reject these transmitted illusions, we should be able to break free from them. Theoretically, that is correct, but it's not easy. It's akin to me insisting that you are a block of stone. How can your consciousness and nerves believe you are a block of stone when you know full well you are not? When faced with an illusion, the nervous system tends to accept it as reality. Chen Yu grasped his point, pondering for a moment before nodding. Indeed, that makes sense. Next time I encounter a nightmare, I'll attempt to apply this. Lu Wushang nodded in agreement, then asked, so, are we still engaging in simulated training today? Since the issue cannot be resolved immediately, we shall continue training. That night passed without incident. The following day, after training concluded, Chen Yu headed straight to his workplace. While unloading goods, he mulled over the issue at hand. He recalled his childhood experiences practicing ancient martial arts, particularly the first time he attempted to strike a rock with his fist. That moment, he felt both exhilarated and fearful, believing that his cultivation should enable him to shatter the stone. However, the rock was so hard that he worried his fist would hurt greatly, perhaps even break a bone from the impact. Ultimately, he steeled himself and delivered the blow with all his might. The stone shattered, and though his hand throbbed painfully, he did not suffer a fracture. The pain lingered in his mind even as he fell asleep that night. The next morning, he awoke to find the pain had completely vanished, and on another occasion, confident in his cultivation, he struck the stone again, and this time, while his hand felt a slight ache, it subsided quickly. At that time, he attributed the lack of pain to an advancement in his inner strength over the course of one day. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that the difference between the two experiences had little to do with his cultivation, but rather with the contrasting mental suggestions he had given himself prior to each encounter. In fact, during the first instance, he hadn't truly experienced such pain. He had merely gone through the motions of his daily tasks while subconsciously believing his hand was in excruciating agony. He then recalled the events that transpired the night before Duge Ming's departure. Initially, he had felt anger and grievance towards Duge Ming's actions, but after discussing it with his mother, those feelings dissipated entirely. The reason lay in the stark contrast in his understanding of the situation before and after their conversation. Yet, delving deeper, it became apparent that his cognition had guided him to dictate his own emotions, determining when he should feel anger and grievance, and when he should forgive and reflect. Was this not also a form of self-suggestion? Thus, Chen Yu spent the day working, contemplating the changes in his emotions, which he found could all be explained as a result of self-awareness and suggestion. That night, upon returning home, he eagerly lay down to rest, anticipating the return of his childhood nightmare, hoping to utilize it for experimentation. However, to his disappointment, it did not come. for several consecutive nights. Chinyu told himself he would have that dream. And on the fourth night, it finally arrived. The same rainy night, the same woman with white wings. The same words. Chinyu held his sword. But this time, his mindset was entirely different, that he no longer dwelled in dreams. From the moment he entered this dream, he incessantly reminded himself that it was merely a dream. He did not wish to kill her, so he refrained from striking, refrained from stabbing, that he realized he could choose not to stab. He could, on that day, within the dream, he was remarkably composed. The sword did not descend, and the woman's eyes were filled with astonishment before he awakened once more. This outcome brought him immense joy, that he discovered that controlling himself within the dream was not difficult. He merely needed to avoid the panic and agitation of the past. The following day, he ventured into the dream again. This time, his aspirations were heightened. Not only did he refrain from stabbing, but he also spoke to the woman in the dream, asking her to remove her wings so he could behold her face. The woman remained astonished, yet complied, unveiling her countenance obscured by white wings. Chinyu glanced once, only to be startled awake that it was indeed a face he found exquisite, yet it was one he wished to avoid, Su Qing's face. On the third day, he gazed upon that woman's visage, his heart racing with tension. The result was still Su Qing's face that on the fourth day, he reflected upon himself, descending once again into the initial strange cycle. Repeatedly suggesting to himself that the face belonged to his fiancée, Qing, that it was hers. When the white wings parted, it indeed revealed Chun Qing's features, yet it was the face from his memories. Decidedly too youthful compared to that body. Upon awakening from the dream, Chinyu could not help but find it amusing. Such a mature and voluptuous body was paired with a face that, while beautiful, belonged to a girl on the cusp of womanhood. Chinyu increasingly relished entering that dream, for everything within was under his whimsical control. The woman in the dream did not need to fall pitifully to the ground. Rather, she floated down gracefully and landed softly. However, the realization that he could only experience this delightful escapade through sleep began to feel insufficient, prompting him to toy with his daily emotional responses. Despite feeling calm, he would suggest to himself that he ought to feel dejected, sorrowful, or joyfully laugh, and so forth. Initially, this proved challenging. Though he made such suggestions, he could not find reasons for the emotional shifts. Gradually, he learned to master it. He could convince himself that the meat on the plate was a pitiful fate, thus feeling sorrow. He could also persuade himself that partaking in that meat was a gratifying and joyous aspect of life, hence feeling elated. Or he could reason that the meat on the plate sustains his life through death, a natural order, and thus remain indifferent, at peace. Chinyu immersed himself in this suggestive exercise for an entire month. He had saved enough to participate in the qualification examination for functional assessment and had registered. The knowledge here was not vastly different from that of Shinda Star. With his foundational understanding, he saw no need for additional study. A week later, he received his certificate and was hired by a small investment firm. On that day, feeling somewhat effective and having some leisure, he sought out Lu Wushang, sharing with him his training process and results. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushang fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Wow, you sound like a lunatic. Have you really gone mad thinking about this? You re-killing me, huh?" Chinyu maintained his seriousness and reiterated, but Lu Wushang continued to laugh uncontrollably, insisting that the more he heard, the more it sounded like madness, which he found utterly hilarious. Realizing he could not get through to him, Chinyu remarked, "Later, I'll arrange a one-on-one training session with 231, allowing him to attack me with his abilities to test the effects. Afterward, you can consider whether you are interested." In the early hours, 231 agreed to the invitation, and they engaged in a one-on-one training session. This time, the outcome was still death for Chinyu, yet he did not perish from an illusion. From the moment he entered the illusion to his escape, only half a second had passed. In that brief interval, his body lost its ability to move and was shot dead by 231. Chinyu was quite satisfied with this result, while 231 expressed surprise. At the end of the match, when he inquired, Chinyu merely stated that abilities could also enhance one's mental fortitude. 231. Feeling relieved, praised, "Captain, your abilities are truly impressive, that if you sharpen them further, you might just become immune to my mental attacks." Chinyu chuckled. "That seems impossible. Your mental prowess is continuously growing as well." Lu Wushang was quite astonished by this outcome and earnestly inquired about the training process, which continued for several days thereafter. Eventually, he concluded that he could not engage in such training, feeling it resembled madness. With inexplicable joy and melancholy, which he found utterly ridiculous, he added, "I fight at a distance. This skill may not matter to me. Besides, abilities are diverse. Just being able to counter illusions and mental attacks doesn't hold much significance for me. What I fear most is the ability to become invisible. Being approached without awareness is a deadly threat, and this cannot be countered by your methods, so I'll forego training." Chenyu did not press him to practice the same skills, and let it be that he continued his diligent training daily, focusing on enhancing his speed in responding to suggestions based on the outcomes of his battles with 231, striving to minimize the time required for effectiveness. As time passed, the deadline for paying training center fees approached. Each month was priced at 10,000 yuan, and among the newly arrived children, only a mere 6 could afford it, with Lu Wushang being one of them. Chenyu could not afford it, as his newly sought job paid only 1,300 a month. The disparity was stark, and he felt that he could equally engage in training outside, as the team had long since scattered. Thus, he sought a place to reside in the city, moving out. Lu Wushang also expressed a desire to move out together, but complained that Chenyu's living conditions were poor and declined to share accommodation with him. Ultimately, he settled at Li Yun's house. Because of this, many behind Li Yun's back remarked that Lu Wushang was a free-loading gigolo, especially given his looks, which seemed destined for such a profession. Lu Wushang was entirely unconcerned, often telling Chenyu, "Opportunities are like this. If conditions allow, one should seize them. Who cares what others say? Do they possess my abilities to grasp such opportunities? No, this is a shortcut. Am I foolish enough to forego it? Besides, Sister Yun is quite beautiful and charming, and she turns a blind eye to my dalliances with other women. What a perfect life state." Chenyu remained non-committal to this, yet internally concluded that his life philosophy was vastly different from Lu Wushang's. They only resonated during battles. Chapter 38. Do not mention fate. Chenyu's workplace was situated in a commercial district, surrounded by dozens of companies of varying sizes. Opposite the building stood a shopping mall. On this day, Chenyu planned to purchase a new suit. Having just received his salary, as he wandered, he habitually stepped into a clothing store. There, he encountered a familiar face that Su Qing, clad in a sales assistant's uniform, was engaging a girl purchasing clothes, smiling as she gestured to various parts of the garments the girl was trying on. The quality and fit of her work attire were undoubtedly superior to those he had first seen her in. At first glance, it nearly dazzled him. Upon closer inspection, however, that fair face with its long lashes was unmistakably hers. Recognizing her left Chenyu in a state of shock. Wanting to retreat, he found it inexplicable. What was he afraid of? She had stolen his sword. Surely, it was she who should feel shame in facing him. Thus, he approached her. By this time, the girl had already left, beaming as she went to pay, evidently intending to wear the outfit right away. Chenyu was left wondering what kind of enchantment Su Qing had cast upon her. As he drew near, Su Qing bid farewell to the girl and turned to see him, immediately covering her mouth with a light laugh. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in closer and softly asked, "Have you been thinking about me all this time? Did you come all this way to find me?" Upon hearing this, Chenyu felt a rush of indignation. Thinking how shameless she was, having stolen from him, she showed no remorse and instead spoke such nonsense. He inwardly calmed himself, suppressing his disdain and anger, and asked, "You thief! Why aren't you working at Sister Yun's? What are you doing here? Are you moonlighting during the day?" Su Qing chuckled softly, then retorted with dissatisfaction, "That nickname is truly unflattering. I am indeed working here, saving up to prepare for an exam that I told you long ago that I was a woman who worked for Sister Yun. It's you who didn't believe me." Chenyu thought to himself, what utter nonsense. He realized he would not glean any meaningful truths from her lips, and as memories of their past surged, anger and disgust washed over him in waves. He promptly excused himself and turned to leave. Su Qing grabbed his arm and said, "You're leaving just like that?" Chenyu shook her off and replied curtly, "Please respect yourself and refrain from pulling at me." Su Qing laughed again, finally saying, "If you're not buying clothes, then why come into this store? Could it be that you truly went through all this just to see me?" Chenyu, exasperated, replied, Stop talking nonsense that I saw you and began to despise the clothes in this store. Do you understand? Su Qing remained unfazed, smiling as she said, "Don't say such aggravating things. If it weren't for that, look at how fateful we are. As the saying goes, fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away. Since you're here, how can you just leave?" Just as he was about to respond, a woman who appeared to be in charge approached and said, "Xiao Qing, don't chat with friends during work hours." Su Qing replied, "Sister Ming, I still have 7 days of vacation saved up, and I wanted to take the day off today. Could you help me out?" The woman paused for a moment, then playfully scolded, "You little rascal. Fine, you can take the day off." With that, she glanced at Chinyu and walked away. That Su Qing immediately leaned closer to Chinyu and said, "You see, for your sake, I have used up all my precious vacation days. Today, you must keep me company." Chinyu took a step back, impatiently retorting, "Don't speak of fate. Let us pretend we have never met today. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. Behind him, Su Qing elongated her voice and called out, "Chinyu!" Startled, Chinyu instinctively turned around, hastened towards her, and in a lowered voice demanded, "How do you know my name?" Su Qing blinked innocently and replied, "You told me yourself." This immediately reminded him of that day, igniting both anger and disgust, prompting him to walk away again. That Su Qing caught up, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Hey, don't be like this. How about this? Since we are fated to meet, let us officially become friends. That as for that sword, consider it borrowed for fun. That I promise to return it in a year, and I will not go back on my word. Throughout this year, I will play with it solely at home, ensuring no one else sees it, and I will never use it for ill deeds or violence." Listening to her, Chinyu found himself wavering, but Su Qing, in her work uniform, chased after him, making promises and oaths. Finally, she added, "I am begging you like this, swearing it, and you still don't believe me. I am the one asking to return the sword. Why are you so unwilling?" Chinyu finally halted, turning to gaze into Su Qing's clear eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Then why must you wait a year to return it? Do you want the truth or a lie? If I tell the truth, I fear you won't believe me. Then tell a lie. The lie is that I have been curious about laser swords since childhood, even more so about micro-light weapons, but my parents disapproved of my engaging with such things. After finally arriving here for training, they still wouldn't let me play with micro-light weapons." Chinyu gestured for her to stop, saying, "Just tell the truth." Su Qing smiled slyly, intertwining her fingers in front of her, leaning in slightly and bashfully said, "The truth is I truly fell in love with you at first sight. I want to hold your weapon and cuddle with it each night." Feeling warm, intimate, and satisfied, Chinyu, exasperated, hastily interrupted, "Enough. I think the lie sounds more like the truth." Su Qing sighed. "See? You don't believe me when I tell the truth." At that moment, Chinyu suddenly recalled her earlier lie and asked, "Are you from Sindar?" "Indeed," she continued, "and I can tell you, I came from the batch that arrived this January." Hearing this, Chinyu felt a mix of belief and skepticism that if she truly was, then was she really not associated with Li Yun? If not, could she be someone who knows about their kind and is fabricating stories? Yet, he had nothing to offer, and her approach was perplexing. After pondering, he decided to drop it and return to the subject of the sword, asking, "Will you genuinely keep your promise about the laser sword and return it in a year?" Su Qing nodded earnestly. "Absolutely. I swear on my parents and the honor of my family." Chinyu, still doubtful, inquired, "Who are your parents and family? Do they possess enough honor to uphold such an oath?" "Of course they do. However, since we have only just become friends today, I cannot just reveal my entire background to you. In due time, as we grow closer, I will gradually share more." As they walked side by side, Chinyu carefully weighed the situation and felt that he had nothing to lose. Moreover, if she truly was not associated with Li Yun, he had no reason to harbor hatred towards her. Just as he was about to agree, he forced himself to remain calm and pondered for a minute, still unable to discern any danger. Finally, he nodded and replied, "Fine, that I will trust you this once. But I must warn you, if you do not return my sword in a year, I may not show mercy." Su Qing joyfully nodded, assuring him she would not go back on her word. She then added, "So we are friends now. Today, you will accompany me to use up my vacation. You came to buy clothes, right? I will help you choose. I guarantee they will fit. Before Chinyu could respond, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to change my clothes. I can't go shopping like this. Wait for me. I will go back to change." With that, she turned and walked away, but after a few steps, she glanced back at Chinyu, saying, "Don't sneak away." Seeing him nod in agreement, she departed. After Su Qing left for a short while, Chinyu suddenly questioned himself. Why did I agree to be friends and trust her to return the sword, but also agree to let her accompany me shopping? After a moment of reflection, he found his agreement rather perplexing. Soon, Su Qing returned, wearing a white long dress, simpler in style than the one she wore when they first met. They spent the afternoon shopping together, and after finishing, they shared a meal. She told Chinyu that although the currencies from various countries on Sindar were worthless here, energy was highly valued. Her family, due to this reason, was acquainted with some people here, and Yunjie had familial ties with them. They had brought some energy with them on their ship when they arrived, and the house they stayed in was provided by Yunjie after her transformation. She also had some money with Li Yun, and her family only allowed her to use it for necessities, forbidding her from having cash freely at her disposal, fearing it would hinder her training here. After listening to her for a while, Chinyu could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What was the deal that day? I had no money, no background. What were you scheming by approaching me? Did you mistake me for someone else?" Su Qing laughed, saying, "What kind of logic is that? Are you planning to stay here and not return to Sindar?" "Of course not." "Then that's it. The money here holds no value for us. It is all an illusion." The more Chinyu thought about it, the more confused he became, pressing her. "So what do you really want?" Su Qing feigned shyness and said, "Haven't I already told you the truth? You just don't believe it. Then tell a lie. The truth seems like nonsense." "The lie is that I was also drinking next door that day and got drunk. In my haze, I went to find Yunjie and mistook you for my first love. After that, I closely observed you, and since you resembled them, I decided to persist in my feelings and force myself to like you." Chinyu lost all interest in questioning her further and lazily remarked, "Both the lie and the truth sound absurd. But the lie at least resembles reality more." Su Qing chuckled once again and finally leaned in closer, lowering her voice to confide, "Let me tell you a lie that sounds very much like the truth. You see, I was always mischievous as a child, and I loved to tell lies. The older I got, the more lies I told, until it became a habit. The truth is all a lie, and the lies are all truths." Chinyu shot her a glance. Feeling exasperated, glancing at the time, he said, "I have things to do tonight and cannot indulge in your games of lies. Let us part ways here." Su Qing hurriedly replied, "But I'm inviting you for drinks tonight. Won't you come? Drinking without getting drunk is pointless. Drinking to drunkenness leads to trouble. So since that day, I vowed never to touch alcohol again. Thanks to you." After Chinyu finished speaking, he settled the bill, said his farewells, and left. Chapter 39. The bottom of the rankings after bidding farewell to Su Qing. Chinyu was about to return and rest when Lu Wushang was already waiting for him, that he mentioned that he had heard the coach would announce news regarding the strength assessment competition the following day. He then added that he had heard from others that newcomers would participate in such an assessment competition during their 4th month. Chinyu had no interest in the simulated training battles, knowing that his internal strength could not be displayed in simulations, and felt that the current training was lacking in intensity. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Lu Wushang engaged in idle chatter for a while before taking his leave. The next day, during assembly, news of the strength assessment competition indeed came from the head coach. This competition would last for a month before concluding. Lu Wushang achieved remarkable results. His white-haired skills prevented opponents from getting close. He secured 2nd place in the finals. However, he was defeated by a person designated as number 0. That this was not considered his fault, as all the new members agreed. The newcomer who claimed the title of the strongest had a complete set of micro-light combat armor. Within 2 seconds of the battle commencing, Lu Wushang was overwhelmed by the opponent's speed, reaching 8,900 per second, maneuvering around land obstacles before suddenly charging in and delivering a decisive blow. While many did not hold absolute admiration for this strongest newcomer, they all acknowledged the prowess of micro-light combat armor, and Lu Wushang was very satisfied with his results, celebrating as if he had won 1st place. reasoning that if he were to obtain microlight armor in the future, the outcome would undoubtedly be different than as for Qin Yu. He found himself at the bottom of the rankings that he was not surprised by this outcome. Nor was he disheartened. The newly arrived members were all learning to fight, utilizing their own unique abilities under the guidance of their coaches. Your abilities are what ordinary people yearn for yet cannot attain. While you are certainly here to hone your skills in the operation of mechas, this is not the primary focus, but rather a supplementary aspect. The adeptness in operating mechas is something everyone can master. However, the uniqueness of your powers is not so easily replicated. The head coach addressed them after the battle, subsequently showcasing several illustrative battle scenarios. Among them was the match where Qin Yu faced defeat. As you can see, Captain Number 3 exhibited remarkable proficiency in the application of mechas during the simulation battle. Yet, when it came to personal combat, the limitations of his abilities dictated the outcome. His opponent fully exploited the advantages of invisibility, vanishing from sight at the onset of the battle and stealthily approaching. By the time he reappeared, the energy sword had already pierced Number 3's vital points. As the head coach spoke, a multitude of gazes fell upon Qin Yu. At that moment, Lu Wushang leaned in and whispered, "Isn't it true? I told you, sniping is the true path. These invisible foes, I can easily pick them off from a distance with a barrage of shots, rendering them powerless against me." Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words, thinking, "Your cannon fires in a wide arc, striking an area of over 100 cubic meters. How can that be considered an example?" This match, rather bland for Qin Yu, commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Yet, it undeniably proved beneficial for this batch of newly initiated abilities users. Following this contest, the frequency of Qin Yu's simulated training casualties noticeably increased. Even Lu Wushang felt disheartened, frequently lamenting, "What is going on?" After this match, it seems everyone has begun to wield their abilities with lethal intent. By the heavens, why didn't this happen back in the old days? This confusion was soon clarified for the two, revealing it to be merely a misunderstanding. Shortly after the match, the captain of the first team, whom they had previously battled, approached them. This captain was a man adorned with a dark red pattern mask, robust in stature and standing at 6 feet tall. Qin Yu had heard of him before, identified as 4234, June 2ND, and nicknamed the Leader. He was reputed for his exemplary reputation, consistently aiding fellow trainees, whether known or unknown to him. It was said that among the over 5,000 trainees here, more than 700 had received some form of financial assistance from him, and over 250 had taken him as their mentor. Among the earlier arriving female trainees, 20 out of 100 secretly admired him, while 70 out of the remaining 80 held a favorable view of him. Out of the last 10, 3 had ambiguous relationships with him. 2 were indifferent, and 5 regarded him with disdain. While such statistics are not entirely accurate and may even be exaggerated, their persistence speaks volumes about the individual in question. During simulated training, he approached Qin Yu and Lu Wushang. His opening line was, "I am 4234, June 2nd. My friends jokingly call me the Leader. Today, I apologize for the intrusion. Firstly, I come to extend a sincere invitation for both of you to join our team. Secondly, on a personal note, irrespective of the first intent, I wish to befriend you both." Qin Yu and Lu Wushang did not decline and followed him to the 9th floor of the training building. The Leader's residence today, as he elaborated. This area had expanded and merged into a vast residential district, housing several hundred of their team members along with some friends. Eventually, he led them into a recreation hall where over 20 individuals were already present. After introducing each, they realized that all were core members of the team, skilled individuals occupying various rankings. Qin Yu scanned the room and spotted the Undying Titan among them that he couldn't help but recall Su Ran. Noting the similarity in their striking physiques, of course, the Undying Titans was even more exaggerated. Even when utilizing internal energy to resize, he still resembled a mountain. After exchanging greetings and handshakes, as the two were about to take a seat, the Undying Titan abruptly gestured for Qin Yu to join him. Startled, Qin Yu feigned ignorance and emphasized, "Me? Yes, you come sit here," he replied. Lu Wushang, taking advantage of the distraction, quietly warned, "Be careful. That monster may not truly recognize you." Qin Yu nodded slightly to indicate he understood and approached to take a seat. The undying titan leaned down, his massive head close to Chun Yu's mask, whispering, "You must rarely pay attention to your walking posture. Merely altering your physique is a rudimentary form of concealment." Chun Yu was taken aback, sensing no malice in his words, and replied, "Thank you for the guidance. Did I ask there's something wrong with my gait?" He chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, there is a significant issue. Your left hand remains motionless, while your right hand fidgets incessantly. Your heels always touch down and lift first, with your soles exerting no pressure. You are far too different from the average person." Upon hearing this, Chun Yu reflected and realized the truth in his observations. How had he never noticed these peculiarities in his walking before? He felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration, culminating in a hint of trepidation. A thought abruptly crossed his mind. This person should not be allowed to remain. He quickly suppressed this unsettling notion. The undying titan continued, "Others say that misfortune often arises from careless words, that cleverness can lead to one's downfall. However, I believe that words can forge connections and mutual appreciation. You must share this sentiment with me and would not wish to harm me as a result." Chun Yu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Thinking how bluntly this individual spoke, he quickly replied, "Indeed, I wish to befriend you that day." The undying titan erupted in a hearty laughter, drawing curious glances from those nearby, but he refrained from excessive chatter, leaning closer to Chun Yu and saying, "I hail from the Red Nation. Where do you come from?" "The same. Alas, I will be graduating and departing in a few days. There will be no opportunity for us to spar or converse further. When I return, remember to seek me out in 3 years. Let us see if you can withstand a micronuclear explosion." Just as Chun Yu was about to respond, someone across the room approached with a drink. The undying titan chuckled softly, saying, "That lad is the soldier whose arm you nearly severed 4 months ago." Realization struck Chun Yu. He remembered that encounter. The individual drew closer, tilting his head and patting his right arm, saying, "You remember this arm, don't you?" Chun Yu feigned ignorance, wanting to spare the person embarrassment. However, the individual continued, "Well, it's understandable. How many arms have you severed since then?" A little reminder, the microlight mecha. Chun Yu suddenly understood and exclaimed, "So it's you?" The individual laughed heartily. "Indeed, it's me. The C-class mecha severed my microlight mecha's right arm, and I was mercilessly mocked by my team for ages. Come, let us have a drink, shall we?" Chun Yu apologetically replied, "I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. I hope you can understand." The individual expressed his disappointment. "This is truly unfortunate. I can't even get you drunk for revenge." Laughter erupted among the others. The individual squeezed through the crowd to take a seat, exclaiming, "Everyone, help me think of a way. This lad is the one who severed my right arm with a C-class mecha. Yet he is allergic to alcohol, making it impossible to enact my revenge." The room erupted with laughter, interspersed with surprised voices. "So it's him." Someone chimed in, "That's simple. Wait until he has the microlight mecha, and you can wear a C-class mecha to sever his right arm in return." The individual chuckled and retorted, "How could I wait until then? I'll be graduating next year." The speaker, still jovial, replied, "That's easily resolved. Let 4236, January 3 RD, join our team quickly, and we can all chip in to help you secure a microlight mecha within half a year." The individual nodded in agreement and turned to Chun Yu, asking, "What do you say, partner? Will you join us in battle?" Chun Yu responded with a smile, "That might not be wise. Once we become a team, you might feel too shy to exact your revenge." The individual caught on to Chun Yu's reluctance and ceased his jesting, stating earnestly, "Do you have other plans? We are simply accustomed to being independent. Since our arrival, it has always been just the two of us. Joining a team might leave us feeling out of place." The individual understood. "Oh, that's the reason. Well, it's manageable. Our main team has only a little over 300 members, but there are over 80 subordinate teams that if the two of you join, you'll simply become part of a subordinate team. 1TU. Only then did Chun Yu realize there were so many subordinate teams within this organization. Intrigued, he inquired about the available teams. The individual patiently enumerated them, revealing that over 50 were ranked among the top 100 teams. Chun Yu couldn't help but admire the appropriateness of the leader's nickname, that he mused that joining wouldn't be a problem, and replied, "I'm willing, but I need to consult my companion." The individual chuckled lightly and said, I don't think you need to ask your partner. As he spoke, he gestured, and Qinyu followed his gaze that Liu Wushang was holding hands with a woman, engaging in animated conversation, her laughter ringing out. Qinyu felt a rush of heat to his face. Feeling awkward when he heard the individual remark, "This lad is quite impressive. Number 13 has always had a crush on the captain and has been rather composed in front of him." Chapter 40. The cyborg from that point on. Qinyu and Liu Wushang became part of a subordinate team under the leader. Shortly thereafter, Guai and Su Ran, along with Xinbiyu, also joined their ranks. That evening, the two of them celebrated their arrival alongside their leader. The recent performance of Guai and Xinbiyu in simulated combat over the past 2 months could only be described as astonishing. After months apart, their reunion was marked by an extraordinary warmth directed towards Qinyu, who was eagerly drawn into their animated chatter. Eventually, Guai expressed a desire to invite Qinyu for a private training session, to which Qinyu happily acquiesced. From the leader, Qinyu learned that Guai and Xinbiyu had achieved a level of proficiency in operating mechs that allowed them to reach the maximum speed of Class C battle armor, having long since abandoned the auxiliary systems initially configured. This revelation left Qinyu utterly astounded. He had trained for 5 years in his youth to reach such a level, and at that time, Lin Hongyan had remarked upon his exceptional talent. Guai wielded a one-handed laser sword and shield, while Qinyu, for the sake of fairness, opted to wield a pair of energy swords instead of his dual-wielding style. The combat ensued for over 20 minutes. Initially, Qinyu pushed the thrusters to their maximum, closing in on Guai, who consistently adopted a retreat-and-shoot strategy. Under the circumstances of equivalent mech capabilities, Qinyu found himself unable to close the distance, as Guai always anticipated his flight path with uncanny precision. Even after Guai expended all 3 boxes of backup energy, he had yet to land a hit on Qinyu. As the battle transitioned to hand-to-hand combat, Qinyu brimmed with confidence. However, the outcome mirrored the previous stalemate. Every strike he attempted was either parried or evaded by Guai. The swordsmanship Qinyu had honed since childhood proved futile in this exchange. Guai's fighting techniques were equally formidable, showcasing the agility of Class C mechs to the fullest extent. Ultimately, Qinyu's energy swords were depleted. Guai then launched a counteroffensive, unleashing a series of sword techniques unfamiliar to Qinyu. With no option left but to evade, Qinyu managed to avoid being struck, as the agility and speed of the Class C mech posed no threat to him. When Guai's energy sword was rendered unusable, the duel ended in a draw. Exiting the simulated training, Qinyu felt a mixture of confusion and admiration that he clapped Guai on the back, exclaiming, "Impressive! You've come this far in just a few months. I truly admire that." Guai chuckled, about to respond, when he suddenly caught sight of Liu Wushang's cold demeanor. Xinbiyu then remarked, "You're still the best. I never expected Guai to be unable to defeat you," her tone tinged with something peculiar. Guai, taken aback, closed his mouth, managing only a forced laugh. Xinbiyu continued, "I'll be heading back now. We'll see each other later." Upon hearing this, Guai hastily took Su Ran's hand, expressing his intention to leave as well. Qinyu smiled and agreed, just about to bid farewell when Liu Wushang coldly interrogated, "Have you undergone modifications?" Guai immediately stiffened. Xinbiyu paused for a moment before suddenly laughing, "Indeed. What of it?" Qinyu, uncertain of what the so-called modifications were, since the atmosphere was amiss, and was about to speak when he saw Liu Wushang manifest a long, ethereal sniper rifle, directing it at Xinbiyu as he coldly demanded, "What modifications? Who introduced you to this? Speak. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Qinyu quickly intervened. "Are you out of your mind?" Liu Wushang retorted coldly, "Stay out of this." Guai interjected, "Why are you acting like this?" "Yes, we have undergone modifications, but what concern is it of yours? Cut the nonsense. I have no patience for your chatter, but if you don't start explaining, let us see if you can dodge my shots." Xinbiyu chuckled softly, her calm demeanor astonishing Qinyu, as she seemed so different from the person he had previously known. "We're doing this for the sake of number 3. Do you think you're the only one who can kill?" Qinyu scanned the group, noting that Su Ran and Guai stood motionless, while Liu Wushang radiated murderous intent, as if they had committed some unforgivable sin against him. Liu Wushang scoffed at her words. "Oh, why don't you try to kill me? Do you think you stand a chance? Do you really believe that TS-level modifications make you invincible? You two are nothing but foolish machines. Guai erupted in anger. Damn it. Who are you calling a machine? I'm calling you. What of it? That's nonsense. We merely enhanced our abilities through modifications. We're nothing like machines. Lu Wushang sneered. You don't understand a thing. Two idiots, duped, and still counting money for others. So, will you speak or not? Fearing that Lu Wushang might actually resort to violence, Qinyu moved, raising his hand to block Lu Wushang's gun, saying, "Put the gun down and let us talk." Lu Wushang, furious, shot back, "Don't meddle in this." At this moment, Shinbiyu suggested that Guai and Su Ran leave, stating, "For your sake, we'll pretend this never happened today. However, if he comes to bother us again over this, Dante blamed me for being merciless, that I'm leaving now." With that, she exited as well, with Chunyu holding Lu Wushang's gun in check. The latter, seething with anger, ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger. He watched them leave, his fury palpable, before he begrudgingly holstered his weapon, hurling insults at Chunyu. "Do you still consider them friends? Are you an idiot? Modified humans are nothing but machines. Killing machines, no longer human. I believe you are the one with problems. Even if what you say is true, do you really think it's necessary to go after them?" Lu Wushang was seething, and after a pause, suddenly asked, "Didn't your master ever instruct you on anything?" Chinyu was left bewildered, shaking his head. "If she knew how you acted today, she certainly wouldn't be pleased that if the master didn't mention it. Allow me to inform you. Modified beings are all the work of Regulator X. He is a madman who believes humanity has no value in continuing to exist. He thinks that through modifications and artificial beings, a superior race can be created. All those who have undergone his technological modifications are merely his puppets that if we don't kill them today, once they leave here, they will become two harbingers of destruction." Chinyu listened, feeling that the claims were absurd and ludicrous. How could such a thing happen? There are so many people in the Red Nation. How could they tolerate such a regulator? Why? The power to alter the regime of the Red Nation lies in the cold hands of machines. Who knows XS ambitions? The populace enjoys the comforts brought about by XS rise to power. Who would support or believe any dissent? X has gradually applied genetic modification plans to childbirth, and there are already several modified children in the Red Nation and its affiliated countries. Since you are under the tutelage of the Master, you should stand by her side. Modified beings are undoubtedly a threat. Chinyu sighed. Your sudden declaration leaves me unable to comprehend or sympathize with your perspective, nor can I sit idly by while you kill them. Enough. Perhaps that is why the Master hasn't said anything to you. However, you will soon regret it. The equipment required for TS-level modifications is immense. They clearly underwent modifications here, which means XS people have established a secret base in this location. Not killing them just now means that soon it will be our turn to be slaughtered. Chinyu was taken aback. Lu Wushang continued. Regardless, we must dismantle the secret base established by XS subordinates here. We will split into two groups. You go to the Gentle Beast to find Li Yun and tell him everything that has transpired, that I will seek out the coach to relay the message back, without battle armor. We will undoubtedly meet our demise. Li Yun, Chinyu exclaimed in surprise, unable to contain himself. You fool! Did you think I was foolish enough to run into that sort of place to meet my end? I was merely joking with you, never anticipating that you would turn it into such a mess. That's why I never told you. After all, you put me in a position where I had to take a beating. Li Yun is actually one of the Master S subordinates, left here to replace the real Li Yun with transformation techniques. She is our protection here. As he spoke, he handed a miniature communicator to Chinyu, saying, Among our group, there are 5 who are our own. Contact them using the code Word Assassin. By protocol, since we discovered this situation, we shall take responsibility for its command. With that, Lu Wushang hurriedly departed, leaving Chinyu in a state of shock and contemplation. After a moment of reflection, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. He had once heard Lu Wushang mention that the hero organization of the Red Nation was actually divided into 2 factions, one of which was controlled by the Master. Could this group be the Assassin Organization? Chapter 41. Night Eyes. Upon arriving at the Gentle Beast, when Chinyu encountered Li Yun, she was flanked by several burly men. He felt it inappropriate to directly request that these individuals leave, so he pondered for a moment before grinning and approaching Li Yun, wrapping his arms around her, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, I've missed you to death." He then ushered her into an empty guest room. And the burly men, seeing this, instinctively lowered their heads and remained outside the door. Li Yun was taken aback by Chen Yu's behavior, but she feigned nonchalance as if they had always shared such a relationship, accepting it without hesitation. Once inside, however, her expression changed. She extricated herself from Chen Yu's embrace and chided, "How could you do such a thing? Doesn't this make me lose face in front of my subordinates?" Chen Yu was quite surprised by Li Yun's reaction. Realizing that something significant had occurred, he quickly apologized. "Sister Yun, I'm truly sorry. I couldn't think of a better way in the moment, so it ended up like this." Li Yun, upon witnessing the scene, chuckled and remarked, "No worries. After all, both you and Xiaoshang possess unique identities as the disciples of the leader. It is only fitting that I accompany you. Those few are our own people. They will not make a fuss about it and are merely jesting with you." He then inquired, "What has happened?" Chen Yu recounted the events in detail. As Li Yun listened, his brow furrowed deeply. After a moment, he said, "The leader has already dispatched the mechas. However, their base currently lacks any leads. Here's what we shall do. You first contact someone to retrieve the battle armor. And then you and Xiaoshang will take a risk together. When their people attempt to eliminate Xiaoshang, you can follow them discreetly and ascertain their location." Chen Yu expressed disbelief. "Do they really intend to kill Lu Wushang?" Li Yun replied with a smile, "They certainly will. Xiaoshang must have intended to eliminate them regardless." His reaction was a clear indication of his identity and stance. You mentioned there was another individual present. Do you know their identity?" "They could very well be the guide." Chen Yu thought for a moment, recalling Su Ran, but did not hesitate to answer. "I only know the identification number. The specific identity remains unclear. However, the physique is unmistakable, abnormally large in the chest." Li Yun chuckled lightly. "That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps there is something particularly unique concealed within." Chen Yu immediately grasped the implication. It was possible Su Ran's bosom was a fade, a characteristic that adeptly concealed her true identity. Observing her physique, others would not easily associate her with anything else, but he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own inexperience. "Let us proceed to retrieve the battle armor shortly. The leader holds you in high regard and has entrusted such valuable items to you." Intrigued, Chen Yu inquired further about the significance of such a treasure. Li Yun replied, "Why not go now?" However, she shook her head with a smile. "Not just yet." Noting Chen Yu's confusion, she chuckled. "Given your earlier demeanor, my subordinates might speculate about what we are engaged in at this moment." Realizing the implication, Chen Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he still did not comprehend, asking, "What does that have to do with anything?" Li Yun teased, "We have been in here for only 17 minutes. If we leave now, they would surely mock your capabilities." Chen Yu's face turned a deeper shade of crimson. It was not until 2 hours later that Li Yun finally consented to escort Chen Yu out of the room. Still chuckling as she remarked, "Now it's settled. You have broken Xiaoshang's record." Outside the door, several burly men regarded Chen Yu with curious expressions, that Li Yun ignored them and led him to the third underground level. Along the way, she spoke of Chen Xian's esteem for him, mentioning that both Chen Yu and Lu Wushang were direct members, with Xiaoshang holding the number 2 designation and Chen Yu the number 3. She explained that these numbers were not assigned lightly. They had remained vacant for many years. Upon accepting him as a disciple, the leader had allocated the number 3 to him, indicating high expectations. As they conversed, they entered a spacious room filled with bottles of liquor. Li Yun guided him into a restroom within the room, and upon entering, the walls shifted to reveal a machine. She stepped inside, and a beam of light enveloped her for a moment, followed by a flickering green glow from the machine. The walls shifted again, transforming into a wide-open door. Then Li Yun informed Chen Yu that the previous apparatus was a detection device, operable only by her, and that even replicants could not deceive it. Upon entering the door, bright white lights illuminated the dark interior, revealing rows of glass coffins, each containing a naked individual, both male and female. As Li Yun led him forward, she explained that these were puppets. The microlight battle armor was crafted utilizing these artificial beings, each possessing formidable combat capabilities. Some were in a state of blank genetic data awaiting input, while others had predetermined users with adjusted genetic data. The mechas for this new batch of members were all housed here. As they approached the end of the room, Li Yin pointed to a golden coffin, saying, "That belongs to Xiaoshang. He inherited the microlight battle armor from his deceased mother, named Golden Demon King. It is a very special piece of armor that cannot be replicated by the technology of the Red Nation to this day." She then paused before a black coffin, her face radiating pride as she stated, "This one is a gift from the leader to you. Have you heard of the Four Angels?" Chenyu shook his head. Yun chuckled lightly. The Red Nation once discovered an ancient relic, and the technology for the microlight battle armor was derived from there. The one who deciphered the data from the ancient site was Professor Xian, and the current X regime is his direct disciple. Within the relic, there were four of the most powerful artificial beings, and it took Professor Xian 13 years to decode and utilize them. They came to be known as the Four Angels. The white one is called Dawn, the red one Noon, the rosy one Dusk, and the black one Night Eye. This one before you is Night Eye, and the microlight battle armor within her is yours." Chenyu felt a surge of excitement. Astonished that his master had gifted him such a historically significant piece of armor, he eagerly opened the black coffin to behold the appearance of the puppet inside. Upon revealing it, he was taken aback. The figure lay there, neither fully human nor otherwise, with porcelain-like skin and features indistinguishable from a human's. Her body was largely concealed by expansive black wings. Her long, cascading hair spilled into the coffin, reaching down to her thighs. He exclaimed in surprise, "What about these wings?" Li Yin chuckled softly. "Did that catch you off guard?" As she reached in to lift the puppet, she beckoned Chenyu to observe her back. The wings were not connected to her skin, separated by about a centimeter, with nothing in between. It is said that these wings are also a product of microlight technology, possessing remarkable agility and the ability to conceal themselves when not in use. She will be your absolutely loyal assistant, inherently endowed with immense strength, capable of invisibility, and able to unleash powerful electric fireballs. Her energy can be instantly restored by absorbing natural lightning and other electrical currents. After a moment, she added with a meaningful tone, "Furthermore, unless you issue her commands, she is an independent being with her own personality, an extraordinarily beautiful woman whom you are certain to appreciate. She can perform any task that a woman can do." Chenyu, not fully grasping the implication of her words, focused intently on the puppet, examining her from head to toe for a while before turning to survey the surroundings, asking, "Sister Yun, transferring the microlight battle armor from within her to me surely requires some equipment. Does it not?" "Not at all. You should be able to inherit it directly." That is what the leader stated. Chenyu was taken aback. "But how can I inherit it? Is it possible for her to transfer it to me through familial connection due to similar genetic data?" Li Yin replied, "I cannot say. In fact, the genetic data of the Four Angels is quite peculiar. After Professor Xian's death, no one has been able to decode it. She has been in slumber for many years, and the leader simply stated that if you could use it, it was yours." Chenyu found this strange. Pondering if perhaps his genetic data coincidentally resembled hers, he attempted to awaken the puppet, first by shaking and calling out to her repeatedly, but to no avail. At a loss, Li Yin suggested, "Why not try kissing her? Perhaps that might rouse her." Chenyu laughed at the absurdity. "Like a sleeping princess?" Li Yin found humor in the suggestion as well, but urged him to give it a try. Chenyu thought it worth a shot, so he leaned down and gently pressed his lips to the puppet's. Still, there was no response. That Li Yun, feeling frustrated, proposed, "Perhaps you should try injuring yourself and letting a drop of your blood fall into her mouth." Chenyu fell silent. Yet, seeing no other options, Li Yun decided to take a chance, biting her finger and letting her blood drip into the puppet's mouth. Unexpectedly, upon contact with the blood, the puppet's entire body began to emit a faint glow. Li Yun exclaimed in delight, "There is definitely a reaction. Perhaps there wasn't enough blood. Take this knife and try cutting your wrist." Chenyu glanced at the 3-finger-wide dagger, feeling disheartened. "Sister Yun, is it really necessary to cut my wrist?" She chuckled awkwardly, quickly adding, "Just cut somewhere else. Anywhere else will do." I have a bit of a morbid fascination with watching others bleed out during that process. I got carried away. Chen Yu complied, slicing his arm and allowing his blood to flow into the puppet's mouth. Gradually, the puppet's skin began to display a hint of color, no longer appearing as frightfully pale. Chen Yu's wound opened multiple times, and he felt his energy depleting. A sense of dizziness overwhelming him. The puppet's eyes finally fluttered open. Her first words were gentle, yet tinged with reproach. "Young master, please do not do that, you could die. Knight, I only requires a little blood." With that, she pressed her hand against Chen Yu's wound, staunching the flow of blood. Her expression was filled with affection and concern. Chen Yu stared in a daze, momentarily taken aback, and blurted out, "If you only needed a little, why didn't you wake up sooner?" "Young master, producing blood takes time." At this, Chen Yu suddenly recalled something, glancing back to see Li Yun sprinting out the door. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Perverse fascination." Chapter 42. Special Action Group with Night Eyes Assistance. Chen Yu exited the mecha storage facility, utterly exhausted and longing to collapse into a deep slumber. Upon further exploration of this automaton's capabilities, it became evident that she possessed the extraordinary ability to generate blood. In mere moments, she efficiently supplied enough blood to facilitate his swift revitalization. During this process, Chen Yu scrutinized his future aide with growing satisfaction and intrigue. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful automaton, particularly with her flowing locks of hair, which he found utterly delightful. As he gazed upon her, the automaton Yi Tong occasionally stole glances at him from the corners of her eyes. Before long, she lowered her head, a blush creeping across her visage. Piquing Chen Yu's curiosity, that he reached out to caress her cheek and inquired, "Do you possess the capacity for shyness?" Yi Tong's face reddened further, and Chen Yu found her reactions increasingly amusing. After a moment, she spoke, "Young master, could you procure some clothing for Yi Tong to cover herself?" Unable to contain his laughter, Chen Yu realized he had genuinely grown fond of this automaton. Half an hour later, Chen Yu contacted several companions suggested by Lu Wushang. Each donned their luminous battle armor and took positions around Lu Wushang's residence, lying in wait. Inside, Lu Wushang was indulging in a passionate encounter with a woman. The night was enveloped in darkness and silence. Under command, Yi Tong rendered herself invisible. Chen Yu searched for a while, utterly unable to perceive her presence, and marveled at the astonishing technology that had birthed her. Akin to otherworldly powers of invisibility, at 4 o'clock in the morning, there remained no signs of activity that Lu Wushang, feigning intimacy, eventually grew tired and succumbed to slumber, holding the woman close. Chen Yu hastily warned his comrades via communicator to remain vigilant. Danger might soon be upon them. Although the companions had previously been strangers, they now shared a bond of trust, and all acknowledged his warning. Another half hour slipped by with still no sign of movement. Chen Yu could not help but wonder if Shin Biyu and Guai were not as peculiar as Li Yun and Lu Wushang had speculated. Perhaps they were resolute in their commitment to prevent Su Ran from taking any action against him. At 5 in the morning, Lu Wushang awoke from his feigned slumber and addressed the communicator. "They will not anticipate our precautions. They will strike only when we are utterly exhausted, likely in broad daylight." Chen Yu entertained this possibility and promptly instructed his 4 companions to retreat and rest. Just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly appeared beside him. Startled, Chen Yu turned to find Yi Tong. She reported, "Young master, I have confirmed the location of the base." Taken aback, Chen Yu inquired how she had obtained this information. She recounted the events. Half an hour prior, a group of over 10 individuals had approached, only to be intercepted by Shin Biyu and Guai. A prolonged dispute ensued with one of the leading women, who resolutely refused to allow them to trouble Lu Wushang. Ultimately, the opposing party retreated, though not without considerable discord. Guai was nearly incensed enough to engage them in combat. Yi Tong had stealthily followed the retreating adversaries to their stronghold, a nightclub named Romantic Red Night. Upon confirming the intelligence, Chen Yu instructed his companions to withdraw. After a discussion with Lu Wushang, they resolved to consult Li Yun the following day for advice and to request additional personnel. The operation was scheduled for 3 days hence. Li Yun indeed had a plan, coordinating with several entertainment venues adjacent to Romantic Red Night, which had prior business conflicts, to orchestrate a disturbance. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Lu Wushang would lead a devastating assault. Should there be any repercussions afterward, the connections of those venues would serve to deflect blame, allowing outsiders to presume it was merely their own ruthless actions. However, a minor detail led to a disagreement between Qin Yu, Li Yun, and Lu Wushang. They all insisted on simultaneously dispatching personnel to eliminate Su Ran, Guai, and Xin Biyu. Qin Yu vehemently opposed this, asserting that Guai and Xin Biyu were not the puppets they were portrayed to be. The argument escalated, with Li Yun eventually becoming frustrated and retreating into silence, while Lu Wushang grew increasingly agitated, slamming his fists on the table. Lu Wushang, adjusting his collar in a huff, declared, "This operation is under your and my command. But Sister Li Yun is a senior. You ought to learn to respect her opinions. Are you so stubborn? You have no comprehension of artificial beings. They are no longer natural humans. Their bodies have been altered with synthetic steroids, rendering their strength and resilience entirely different from ordinary individuals. Their blood and organs have been artificially enhanced, akin to a machine composed of parts. Thus, they possess remarkable and rapid computational abilities. They can record and master all known skills. But they lack autonomy. Their fundamental control does not reside within themselves, but rather within the X-regime's governing body." Qin Yu maintained his refusal, asserting, "What Yi Tong witnessed is not as you describe. This pertains to two lives. They are not strangers to me, that I cannot accept the notion of condemning them to death based solely on such experiences. Furthermore, since you are aware of these facts, the Master also possesses knowledge of Red Country technology. Cannot they be saved? I cannot simply concede to this due to a desire to respect Sister Yun." Lu Wushang was on the verge of another outburst when Li Yun finally spoke. "Enough. Xiao Shang, let us proceed as the third suggests. Capture those two individuals and return them to the leader for thorough analysis, that if they can indeed be saved, it would count as a good deed." Lu Wushang remained adamant. "No. There is no room for compromise on this matter. You have no idea how significant the threat of leaving them alive could be, that if something goes awry and they escape, it could spell our doom, either here or on Zinder Star." Qin Yu countered, "I will seal their acupoints personally. Surely these artificial beings cannot comprehend the method of sealing." As Lu Wushang prepared to argue further, Li Yun interjected, "Enough of this discussion. Xiao Shang, your team has already received instructions from the leader to belong to the Special Operations Group. The team leader is the third, and you are the deputy. You are accountable only to the leader. Therefore, you must heed his guidance. The operation is imminent, and allowing such trivial details to disrupt it would be ill-advised." Lu Wushang, exasperated, exclaimed, "What? The Master appointed him as the team leader. On what grounds? No, I will lodge a complaint. I refuse. You may voice your opinions after the mission concludes, but there is no need for further argument at this time. Prepare to depart." Lu Wushang, in a huff, led his automaton away. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude to Li Yun, who waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. No need for thanks, that I do not support your viewpoint in the slightest, but I advise you to remain passive. There is little choice in the matter. I hope your assessment proves correct. Otherwise, sending them to the leader would only lead to their demise." She continued, "You should have an early discussion with Xiao Shang. He has shown you considerable goodwill. This child has been spoiled by his father since youth and seldom concedes to others. You have thoroughly offended him today." Qin Yu thanked her once more and hurried after Yi Tong. Upon exiting, he found Lu Wushang standing at the door, smoking in frustration, while his automaton was attempting to console him with soothing words. That as Qin Yu approached, Lu Wushang huffed in irritation. "Captain, are you satisfied now?" Seeing Lu Wushang's petulant expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his beautiful, angry face. Like a stunning woman in a fit of rage, he laughed. "If this beauty of yours can find peace, then I shall be utterly satisfied." "Get lost," Lu Wushang retorted. Qin Yu placed a hand on his shoulders, saying, "Isn't it merely a matter of additional procedures? If they truly cannot be saved, I trust the Master will not let them go free, that if there is hope. After all, they are two friends. Why must they be sentenced to death? Furthermore, on that day, Yi Tong witnessed them thwarting an assassination attempt on us. They have demonstrated loyalty. How can we not reciprocate?" Lu Wushang took 2 more puffs from his cigarette before discarding it, sighing, "Who is truly angry with you? My father used to say that true friends tolerate one another, Minor flaws and contradictions should lead to mutual forbearance. Your temper is even more stubborn than mine. So I must concede a little more, that I've accepted that I in truth, I do not wish for their demise. I simply harbor a deep-seated hatred for modified beings, that my mother was killed by a few familiar modified individuals. One of whom was a very good friend, you understand. The fatal blow was struck by her hand, that my mother, born in a poor region, had returned to visit old friends when tragedy struck. Her hometown was destroyed by several modified beings, and I nearly lost my life that I remember it vividly. After delivering the fatal shot, that woman was filled with tears, yet her resolve was unwavering. Bound by circumstance, I later learned from my father that she took her own life a month afterward, consumed by guilt for having slain my mother. Yet I continue to despise modified beings because they are no longer human. The more familiar they become, the earlier they must be eliminated. When it comes time to kill them after prolonged interaction, is it not even more agonizing? They suffer as well. Chinyu expressed his apologies. I am sorry. I had no idea about your past. Lu Wushang waved dismissively. Enough of that. Such words are insincere. Knowing this, will you reconsider your stance? Chinyu couldn't help but smile, feeling that Lu Wushang had come to understand him a little better. Until I am certain they cannot be saved, I will not. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I too hope the Master can save them. Let us depart. Agreed.